thing has wrapped up. Calling All Heroes is wrapping up this weekend, and then obviously the weekend with Christmas coming up soon. I'm going to be taking a break during that, so we'll be able to catch up and stuff. And I'm hoping to have enough videos backlogged and then finish the editing by Tuesday, so that when I'm gone, done streaming, basically, I'm taking a break from streaming from the 22nd of December until the 29th. So basically a full week. But then also I'm going to be taking Saturday the 31st and Sunday the 1st off as well. So we'll hopefully have enough of video. I think we should have enough videos to be able to kind of cover during that time period. But yeah, anyway, good to see everybody. And yes, everybody needs holidays. Yeah. I mean, it's catching up with me. It's catching up with me just a little bit. I'll say that. My mom saw me last week, and she's like, "You look tired." I'm like, "Yeah." So, but it's okay though. I'm enjoying.
I hardly see him anymore.
What is it?
I hardly see him anymore.
Yeah, life is bemoaning
He's
things.
always telling me he's working.
Well, yeah. Okay, trying to figure out here. Okay, I think we're good to go. I think we're ready to roll. Are you ready? I gotta get Overwatch pulled up as well. The other thing I've learned with this job, which is very similar, it's like I run out of gas quickly. The editing is fine. The editing, as long as it's not editing like intense editing, it's just listening to my streams again. It's actually kind of relaxing. But it's like the private coaching. For example, yesterday was like a pretty busy day. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5.5 hours of private coaching yesterday, plus editing and stuff, which is it's not horrible, but it's generally a day where I'm able to like mentally reset and stuff. I think that I did have some really fun sessions. Is it Lockie's in here? Yeah, Lockie, full honesty, I think I enjoyed our session the most. I really like coaching Arissa, and Sigma's also is fresh too. And also, you know, you're not too bad of a guy. Okay, let's get ready to roll. Yo, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Roger Dodger.
There, it's perfect. How's it going?
Not too bad. How are you?
Good. While I'm getting this all set up here, what rank and what hero are we looking at today?
Monkey. Probably like around like mid masters, like masters 3, masters 2.
All right. So let's get this all settled then. I have the code pulled up. Is this the same code you want to use here? SYXYE9?
Could be.
Okay. Yeah. Oasis?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get this pulled up here. All right, so what got you interested in coaching?
Well, kind of just been hard stuck masters the last few seasons, and just wanted to hit GM. Just, you know, scrape GM for the first time. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. Pulling this up here. So you've not been in GM before. Interesting. Is the Masters hard stuck an Overwatch 2 phenomena, or is that reaching back into Overwatch 1?
Well, back in the day, it used to be on console.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've hit GM on console on like both tank and support, and it's I've only peaked at like 3,800 on tank for Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2.
Okay, fair enough. When did that transition happen from console to PC?
I think about early 2021. So I guess
why
almost
did you transition?
Well, all of my friends left me in my PS4. So I was the last one to make that transition, and by that time Overwatch was kind of like a dead game. It's all of them. By the time I got my PC, they were all.
Oh, the tragedy. They were all ultimate tragedy. Are you glad you made the transition, regardless of whether you're following your friends or not?
Yeah. No, at the end of the day, I always wanted to go to PC anyway. I just took some time to like earn enough money to just like be able to financially support that decision.
Sure. I mean, it can probably be a big sort of a pain. Did you get a supercomputer, or did you get a sort of decent computer?
It's like a mid-level, kind of like your average computer, nothing crazy.
Yeah. I went all out like 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, it was about 5 years ago now. It's 6 years ago. I had everything. I got help from people, from buddies of mine overseas. They're like, oh, you could build your computer. It's super easy. It's just like building a Lego set. They were lying to me, and with including my brother-in-law's help, and then eventually ended up having to go to a computer specialist to finish it. And I'm not even joking. I did such a good job that I go to the computer specialist crying and sweating, and it's been 20 hours of misery and agony, and I give it to him, and then I come back the next day, and he's like, oh yeah, you just plugged a wire into the wrong thing. And I'm like, no! It literally wouldn't turn on. I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah. Okay, so you made the transition. How's the transition been since then? Yeah, is it feel different from console? Is it enjoying it more, enjoying it less? What's obviously Overwatch 2 comes in too, so that's a factor, but like what's it been like?
I enjoyed like the more competitive side of PC better. I was like on a competitive team, so that's kind of where I started off. It's like I played for like a few seasons on PS4, and then once I reached like 3600, then that's how I met a lot of my friends. We made a team together, and then played competitively there. And then I think joining a team also helped
joining a team
improve.
When did you join a team?
I can't remember. It's like 20. So it's like my junior year of college. So it was like 2016, 2017. Actually, yeah, 2017.
Okay. So not long after the game is released, really.
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you join a team? Was it just something that happened to line up? I mean, I know we're talking about like old times here, but I like getting a good background.
Well, I've always been kind of like a naturally competitive person. Anyway, I've played like competitive basketball all my life, and yeah, that just seemed like the next logical step. Is like kind of get decently okay at the game, and then try to find a team after.
Yeah, fair enough. And what role did you serve in the team? Was it tank still, or was it support? And what was your communication like in the team?
Tank usually, and yeah, I was usually like the main shot caller a lot of the times. And back in the day when I was super tryhard, I would communicate like even in rank 2, but
I was gonna ask that question. What's changed?
Nowadays it's kind of just like right now I'm like working 2 jobs and school, and like there's some days where I'm like I don't even want to talk, because also like when I get into rank, then there are the days where I do want to communicate, I get super tryhard, and like that ends up just getting very tiring after a while. So
yeah, I can imagine. I was the same way. Very, very much a shot caller early in my ranked days, and I realized like, what am I doing? I just want to play the game.
It's not worth it sometimes, just to like communicate in ranked.
So your transition to PC, you stuck with tank, or would you do a little bit of both after your transition to PC in 21?
Well, I still play a lot of the other roles too. Say like even the first season of Overwatch 2, I've played. Trying to think, I've played a lot. I don't know, a lot of hours. First season, it's kind of died down in season 2, but yeah, a pretty even split.
Season 1 of Overwatch 2, or just
Overwatch 2,
or the first season that you came to PC. Excuse me.
Oh, sorry. I'd say both. Like last season, I played a lot of both roles. Even more DPS now, since DPS queues are pretty short. And then yeah, Overwatch 1 pretty even as well.
So I'm noticing that you do a lot of time playing a lot of different roles here. So why are you getting the review with tank? Is that just your best role, the one you're focusing on now, or what?
Yeah, it's my best role, and I feel like that's the role I feel like I could hit GM.
Okay. And so that seems to be the forefront of your goals. It's not necessarily playing and getting better at everything. It's just you want to hit GM with something.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's look at this here. What do you hope to get out of the session? Help figure out my major mistakes in game and learn from them. Okay. Let's look at your goals specifically. You said hoping to hit GM on tank. Okay. And then let's look at the real juice here, the training schedule. I'm usually able to play 20-ish hours a week. Okay, so this is where we have to really dig deep, because that's a good number of hours for GM. I think we should be able to make that work. But we need the context of like how those hours are spent, warm up, different heroes, different ranks, different roles, and so on. Fill me in on the details. On an average week, how does that usually 20 break down?
Depends on how busy I am. So right now I'm like a full-time student and like work 2 jobs, and it's like I'm on the tail end of my finals week right now.
Wow.
So I've only played once this past week,
Mm-hmm.
but on days where I'm not as busy, I would usually play on the weekends at the very least, and the days that I'm not working. So maybe like one weekday, second week, or like 2 weekdays if I'm lucky. So maybe 3-4 times a week.
Okay, so 3 or 4 times a week usually, and that's something that's more often than not, assuming there's no crazy finals, how much you're able to play usually.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. And then when we're thinking about like how you're able to break up that time, is that all on tank, all on monkey? Is that split on tank and support and DPS? Is how much of that is quick play? How much of that is ranked, and so on?
I would say 80% of that is like me and my main role on tank, like try harding ish, and then like some of that's playing with friends on quick play, and then some of that's just like playing other roles as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just like playing with friends, stuff like that.
Okay. How much of that percentage do you think is the ranked grind on tank? Just give me a guess.
The rank grind, like in terms of what like percentage of what?
Of the 20 hours, essentially.
The 20 hours.
Yeah.
Mm, percentage wise, maybe like 78, 70%. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, here's the thing: is it's like there's for you, it's all going to be about like finding every little bit of advantage that you can get, because there's a couple of things that are going to be holding you back, and you just have to figure out how important those things are, or how unavoidable they are. In other words, when you're playing 20 hours a week, that's great, but then all of a sudden we hear you're only able to play about 4 days a week on average. That's not great, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's something that you can necessarily avoid or change. Obviously, you're working 2 jobs and full-time student and final exams and whatever. But we have to recognize that as being a drawback. We have to be honest with ourselves, and that's not optimal for most people when it comes to improving and playing the game and getting to Grandmaster, right? So that's red flag number 1. Red flag number 2, or even just a yellow flag, is if you're able to only donate 70% of your time or 80% of your time onto seriously playing, well, then we have to take a chunk out of those 20 hours a week. So 80% of 20 for being forgiving that's 4 hours. So essentially you're playing 16 hours a week at actually improving, right? Now, if you were to ask me, could I play 4 days a week with 3 to 3.5, 4 hours of intense focus on tank each of those days, could I get the Grandmaster? I could say confidently, maybe.
Confident, maybe, like it.
Maybe, but I don't know. So I'm going to point those two as being issues, but I don't really have an immediate solution for you. Now, here's the good news for you. The good news for you is that if you're playing 4 hours on those 4 days of intense tank focus, that's about as good as you're going to generally get. I'm not saying, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you spend 5 hours every single day playing ranked with intense focus. It might be better for you to do the 4 hours of ranked and just have the hour of fun and quick play afterwards. That seems reasonable enough to me. I don't know if that's exactly how it's broken down, but that's more often than not going to be okay, because I've always talked about how after about 4 hours, it's just kind of an arbitrary number, but my gut says around 4 hours. I think the intensity and quality of practice takes a dip. That's a lot of time spent in Overwatch League, where 2 scrim blocks a day is generally the norm. That's a lot of time me playing ranked, where generally after 3.5 hours, I started to notice a diminishing return in my ability to focus. And I'm sure, well, here we go. Here's the question. Have you noticed that as well? I'm sure there's been days where you've played 6 hours of ranked, 7 hours of ranked, I assume anyway. And how have those days gone?
Honestly, usually my rough patch in my ranked sessions are in the beginning. Like I will go like 3, 4, 5 losses in the beginning. And then after that, then I'll start rolling in the wins, yeah.
Wait a second. Rolling in the wins, but I'm specifically asking, how do you feel? Now, obviously, winning.
That's true.
Yeah, because winning is a result of playing well, but it is a small percentage of it. So you could just be rolling in the RNG. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, like at this point, I'm kind of just mundane to rank. Like I don't really feel anything at this point. I'm kind of just numb to it.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Okay. So you don't, whether you're winning or losing or whether you're intensely focused or not intensely focused, you're just playing.
the thing about me is like once I do something, it's like I kind of go. I can set my mindset to just like do it and not really change it for like I don't know for a good amount of time.
Hmm. Hmm.
Like there are times where I would lose like 13 games in a row, and I just like, whatever, keep going.
Hmm. Okay, let me ask you some questions. So you said you had a competitive history in basketball, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Break me down, what was your time like in basketball? Did you enjoy it? What positions did you play in basketball? Just start with that right there.
Yeah, I mean, I played varsity in high school and college. Then just played intramurals, rec league, stuff like that. I used to play like the point guard and shooting guard positions.
Mm-hmm. How good were
Yeah.
you?
Nothing special, honestly. Well, obviously, didn't make college team, so
Yep.
nothing
Yep.
crazy good.
Yep. Okay. But you were ridiculously competitive, you said, or is that just
Yeah.
okay? Okay. And describe to me what that meant. Was it just you really wanted to win? You try hard in practice, try hard in game? How would your
Like,
personality in that?
I guess like it would kind of translate the same as kind of like Overwatch. Like I've never been the best player, but I'll always usually be like hardest working player. Like for context, like I transferred high schools, like mid high schools, and then the high school that I went to, like they only take players that they know, like that are from like I guess in the States you'd call like the JV,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? So it's
Mm-hmm.
hard for like anybody from the outside to make it to the team. But so on the
Hmm.
first tryout, I didn't. I got cut,
Hmm. Hmm.
and then
Why do you think that is? What did you suck at?
mm,
Or what were you resoundingly mediocre at? Was it your dribbling, your shooting, your speed, your athleticism?
mm, I just like mostly just people didn't know me. But like once you people know you,
Ah, it's a little bit of
it's
politics.
yeah, it's a little bit of politics, and like once coaches know you, then they'll pick you up.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
um,
Well, let's not
in,
even say at that point in time. Let's just say that, like, even going back to your high school days where you said you were okay, decent, but not that good. Why?
yeah,
What about your play was not a standpoint or standout? I
mm,
guess.
just kind of. I was also kind of just like a jack of all trades. I could do everything okay. My defense was the best, but
Huh,
every
shocking.
yeah,
Shocking.
yeah.
Here's an interesting
What?
question for you. How athletic are you?
Well, when I moved to the States, definitely got humbled on how athletic I was.
How would you describe athleticism? When I say somebody's athletic, what is it? Like, I know I'm asking you a question, then I'm asking you to define it afterwards. I know it's a bit odd, but how would you describe it?
Well, there's like different forms of athleticism.
Yeah.
Um, right. So there's speed, agility, strength, power,
Mm-hmm.
um, and hard to really say. I mean, like there's
Okay.
different forms of athleticism, in my
Sure,
opinion.
sure. So where do you fall on the spectrum? Are you strong? And like we talked about, your defense was a standpoint. If you how strong are you? How fast were you? How agile were you? How powerful were you? How precise were you? And so on.
I was usually one of the faster players on the team,
Okay.
and I was also one of the more like I had a lot of endurance as well, so I could just keep going and going and going. So those were probably like my two biggest strengths, is like my speed and my endurance.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Interesting. Interesting. So I'm gonna tie this up just a little bit, or I promise this is gonna be relevant just a little bit. So, how did your basketball practices usually go? Were you a coach's pet in any way, shape, or
No,
form? Okay.
hell no.
Okay. Why do you think that was? And how?
Um,
And you said you were a really competitive, hard worker, but why were you not a coach's pet?
well, I kind of just I was just there to do the dirty work.
Right.
I'm like I wasn't there to please anyone. I was just there to play and like work hard.
Right. 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 Respectable. Okay. Um, and then what did you guys usually do during practice where you felt like you were a harder worker than other people?
It's not even just like in practice, like out of practice, what you do. That I feel like that would show up more in
Ah,
practice.
like what?
Like what are you gonna do? Like, do you hit the weights? Do you work on your agility, work on your individual skills outside of basketball? Are you always staying sharp?
Right. And that was you.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What was your return on investment for that amount of work? Do you feel like you were able to push yourself to like beyond where you felt like your talent was based off of that external work or that additional work?
I mean, looking back, there's always things you could do more. I felt like over the years it did, because like my sophomore year, I only scored like 4 points the entire season, and then to my senior year when I became like an actual starter for the team. So obviously the like maturity comes in there as well, getting older, getting like stronger as you get older as you. But no, I feel like the individual stuff outside of the team helped a lot.
Interesting. Okay. I'm going to introduce you to a principle, which might be something to chew on, called have you heard of the Pareto principle? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
Not sure.
Okay. So basically, let me actually send you the Wikipedia article. It's actually very fascinating.
Go for it.
And basically the idea is that 20% of the effort that you put in provides 80% of the outcome. 20% of the studying that you do generally provides 80% of the value. 20% of, this applies to even in the gym, right? There's diminishing returns. It's just basically the notion is that there's certain things in life that we do that are just going to be more invaluable than other things. Now, what that does not mean is that does not discourage you from doing the additional 20%, right? In other words, you can theoretically continue to grind and finish out that 80% of value to get 100% of value, right? The danger, though, is that in your pursuit of that final 20%, you can compromise or even sometimes entirely skip the 20% of value that provides 80% of the return on investment. Let me give you an example. If I am doing my work, right, and most of my value, and this is something I've learned with my streaming, is like my best content is oftentimes the quick edits of my coaching sessions and the really basic principles and concepts, owl analysis, whatever, right? That's what people enjoy. That's what I'm best at, right? But then I spend, this is, a theoretical example, not that this happened at all. I don't know, 20, 25 hours on editing a Zarya guide a month after Zarya has already been meta and a month after everybody already released their Zarya guides, and it flops tremendously. Not that actually happened, but you kind of see what I'm saying, right? That's a waste of time. Now, if I enjoy it, that's fine. Now, my question for you is, what raised a little bit of a red flag for me is you're like, oh, I just play. I'm just on. My brain's off. I just go. But maybe that works for you. But so I'm not going to micromanage what you do, but I'm going to raise some questions about that. And I think if your goal to Grandmaster is something you're really serious about, then I would want you, and I encourage you, to actually research yourself and really pay attention to how you're playing and really pay attention to the intensity that you're playing. Because from all these questions about basketball and all that foolishness, I really want to know what type of person you are, what type of a competitor that you are. Because I grew up a lot like you, and I was the hard worker, always putting the extra effort, always going the extra mile, and here's what it did. I always knew what play was the right play, and I was smart, and whatever, and I was a hard worker, and I had good conditioning, but I just wasn't as athletic as I needed to be. And I wasn't as explosive as I needed to be. And what ended up happening is that I don't think I was as good of a sports player in my high school as I could have been, because I was putting in a lot of effort in things that just honestly were not that important. Now, coaching hurt a lot of that. I think a lot of the old school football coaching that I received really screwed me up. But we're at Overwatch now. All that time has passed. We're at a point in time now where you can really apply intensity on a short window of time and really give it your go. And then you can control. You don't have to be a brain off grinder all the day long. So let me kind of give you what that might potentially look like for you. We're going to go over your VOD. We're going to look at your replay code. And what we're going to do is we're going to find a couple of principles that you're going to need to improve on, you need to actively practice. And then what I want you to experiment with is going into the next couple of games and go full on every single team fight, set an alarm that blares in your headphones reminding you to focus on that and execute it perfectly for the first hour and a half to 2 hours, and then scale off. Then turn the timer off and then autopilot play for the last couple of hours. I don't want it's ranked, it's whatever, it matters. Like, I think that lackadaisical viewpoint is good in terms of winning or losing. However, we don't want that kind of like, I'm just going to outwork everybody, I'm just going to grind, and we're just going to see, like, we're just going to go at it over and over and over again. That is a bad mindset for me and for most people when it comes to improving. And so my question for you is, I mean, not a question that you can even answer right now, but the question that I want to toy with is like, is there a way that you can implement this better in practice? And to be very clear, I'm not saying you're playing to win more, but you're playing to practice whatever we give you from your Winston POV. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Especially with the amount of time constraints that you have, where you really only have those 4 days. You know, it's like.
Well, I was gonna say, I am finishing my last finals tomorrow, so like after Friday.
Okay.
I'm pretty much just worry about.
Okay. But still, can we do better? I don't know. I know this isn't really giving you any like specific direction, but that is something I want you to kind of chew on and think on the next couple of weeks. Experiment with, but really, really think on it, because it's hard to break habits like that. Especially if you're a hard grinder, it becomes so much of like your virtue. Like, this is just who I am. I'm a hard grinder. But I know so many hard grinders that have failed miserably because they never really gave enough intensity when it actually mattered, and they just were resoundingly mediocre. If you spend a lot of time doing something, you're going to get good at it. That's just how it is. But if you're not putting enough intensity, you're not going to really reach the peaks that other people are going to reach, even though they put in maybe even less time than you. And that's that in a nutshell is what I'm curious about with you. You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
I don't know if that's just that. I will also recognize nuance, though. Like, maybe that's just how you learn best, and that's just what works best for you. But I would feel like I'm cheating you if I didn't at least bring that up.
Well, it's also, I just want to balance, like, not getting, like, when I become tryhard, then like in ranked, then I also get tilted faster, right?
Yeah.
And like,
you
know.
But that's where you have to develop the skill about what are we. Be very clear. What are we being tryhard about? Right. That's the answer. You try hard. I agree. In general, is not a good mindset for. That's the same thing we talk about the comms, right? Hardcore shot calling. But remember, that's not what we're tryharding. At least in theory, we're tryharding. Yeah. Well, we'll find out what we're tryharding.
Well,
that's to me to where you need to get the ego. It needs to be like, okay, here's a really weird analogy for you, but I hope it makes sense. It would be like doing like a drill in basketball, but like you're the best at that skill set. Then you go into a scrimmage, and then all you're really caring about is your performance at that skill set, even if you like whiff everything else. That's really what it is. And I know it's hard to not care about winning or losing, but like if you can shift your mindset towards that, then that's going to be the most valuable practice that you can possibly get. Okay. I mean, really, you do have to look at each ranked game like a scrimmage, right? Where you are just practicing whatever, because you're playing so many. Okay. Let's look here. Last question here. Hero pool, Winston, Sigma, Ryan. Is that mostly the same still?
Yeah, some Orisa in there, sprinkled in there. I've been also playing Doom's kind of my most played right now for this season.
Okay.
At like 5 hours, but yeah. Okay,
just carry yourself spreading too thin. Obviously, dynamic hero pools, right? If you don't want to play Sigma this season, don't want to play Ryan this season, okay? Play Winston, Doom, and Orisa if that's what works for you.
Don't play Ryan.
Yeah. Last question. Mechanics is a weak point, and awareness could also be improved. I also struggle to find the balance between being the objective and holding space as tank. Explain mechanics is a weak point. Explain this one. Let's start with that one.
Always been a bad aimer. Even on console, even on PC. That's never going to change, I think. So that's why Monkey.
Okay.
I play Monkey.
I mean, practice changes that. It just objectively does. But if you enjoy playing Winston, Reinhardt, and even to a lesser extent something like an Orisa, maybe it's not as important, right? So you don't invest as much time into it. So okay. Awareness could also be improved. Would explain by that, or what do you mean by that, rather?
I do find myself like. a lot of the times I expose myself to multiple angles. Like I'll jump in, and then I know if I jump in like maybe a little bit differently, or if I land somewhere else, then I can land in a spot where I can only put myself in like one more angle. The other thing, I'm just like, just general awareness. Sometimes again, like target priority. I don't focus the right targets a lot of times.
Okay.
Like,
Okay, sounds good. I also struggle to
yeah,
find the balance between being the objective and holding the space as tank. Explain what you mean by that, please.
it's the tough part on Overwatch too. Is like because you'd have the second tank, and the other tank could be in the objective, and then the other tank, especially when you're playing dive, could go in. So a lot of the times I struggle to still find that balance in Overwatch too.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll take a look. Do you have any other questions before we move on?
No questions for me.
Remember what we talked about with your training schedule? Remember what we talked about with the intensity? Those are some things I want you to really, really, truly like put some effort into experimenting with, and then let me know what you discover. Okay?
Sounds good.
Let's do this. What's Winston good at? What are your strengths?
Disrupting, pouncing squishies.
What does disrupting mean?
Just basically pulling attention from enemy team,
Okay.
pull resources.
Okay, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, and then pull resources, and then yeah, get their attention, and then hopefully live. And then once you get like at least like a good cooldown trade, then you can go back in, set up for your team.
Sounds good. Let's keep going then. Anything super relevant on their comp? How do you think you're going to disrupt? How do you think you're going to take space as Winston versus their comp?
Anna is definitely like my best target here because I know the Mercy's gonna be with the pharmacy for the most part. Anna's also like the most she has no mobility, so she'd be the easiest one to dive.
Right.
Right.
Whenever we review Winston, it's oftentimes like whoever's the most killable is oftentimes the person you should dive, because that's how you create the most space, because when you dive the most killable target, it forces a reaction from the enemy team that then creates space for your team, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. Right. Anything else that's super relevant to you that you can see?
Well, nothing really, to be honest. I mean, the pharmacy I can not deal with that well, so.
Okay. What about Sojourn?
Sojourn, she definitely is like kind of like my second priority. It's just the Sojourn shift.
Yeah.
It's mostly just forcing that, and if she runs away, then she runs away.
Sure.
Well, at least I force it down.
Is a jump for a shift a good trade? This is a trick question. I don't know why I tell you that. It kind of ruins it.
Is it a good trade? I mean, like, it depends.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Depends on what.
Well, if I can force the cooldown, and then somebody else could probably pounce. Like, I have a Genji, so maybe, like, if they...
Sure.
You know.
So I have a question for you. Like, let's say their Sojourn's just, like, positioned back here, and there's an Ana available also elsewhere. Would you jump the Sojourn if she was positioned here, when there was an Ana that's available, like, up here?
Depends on how much of a threat she is. Like, if I feel like this...
Okay, let's stop right there. Explain. That's a very, very important answer. Explain what you mean by that.
I feel like if she's a bigger threat to my team, then I might just at least soft dive her to force her back.
Yeah. That's a great guideline. Whenever we talk about Winston, it's not just about who you can kill, but like you talk about a good cooldown trade. Well, maybe that is a good cooldown trade if she's ulting, or if she's going aggressively, or if she's in a position to where if you don't jump her, she's going to kill your team. Because then it's not about killing her, it's about preventing her from killing your team by threatening the kill, right? So yes, exactly right. Let's take a look. So like this is like a good example of like it's a very micro detail, but it's very important that you get this one right. Right-clicking a Doomfist is not nothing, it's something, right? However, what's more of a priority for you right now?
Look for the backline.
Right, you need scouting information. I have another suggestion for you. If you were going to right-click anybody, could you right-click the Mercy, right?
Yeah.
Right, so this is just about return on investment, and look what happens when we're focused on Doomfist, right?
Down.
We fall off, right? And now does it actually matter that much right now? Maybe not, but oh, now we're taking pressure, now we're taking damage, now we don't have scouting information, and so then what do we end up doing? You see?
Always jump.
Right.
Pharmacy.
Your whole list of priorities on you don't even know that they're on. They could be on Kiriko, they could be on Mercy, they could be on Zen, they could be on Brig. But again, the question is, they're not going to get brick. But the question is still like, you need that information, right? You need that information because you will make the right decision. You've already proven to me that you know what you're supposed to be doing. But okay, this is just a disaster, right? This is a disaster.
Bad,
you have to bubble because you goofed up.
Yep.
Okay. Surely we'll get better this time. Oh, there's Ana.
Hopefully.
Hey, look at that. We actually made the right decision. All it took was a little bit of information, but honestly, that entire time was a dice roll about whether their Doomfist was going to be doing more than you, and plot twist, he was, right? Look at his ult charge. So, okay, now is this a good jump? Are you going to get punished for this?
Well, if she lands asleep.
Well, okay,
maybe.
Maybe. Look at the rest of the enemy team. Is she isolated?
Yeah.
Is there any follow-up from your team on this Ana?
Probably not.
Doesn't
matter.
Look
like it. No.
Right. Sayonara. Now what?
Go for the next target.
Why would you shoot Doomfist here?
Closest one available.
Yeah, it's that simple. Okay. Information. Sojourn locked. So now what? Uh-oh.
Go on her.
Ha. Uh-oh.
And she's still away.
you lost track.
Yep.
It's a weird balance to where you want to be able to keep eyes on your target, but you don't want to like get poked out, right?
Expose yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say this, by the way, in terms of the micro, we can even go look at this at the Ana.
Go for it.
What should she be doing right now? Like right at this second.
Charging my right click.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a lot of free damage that we're giving up. And target acquired. What should we be doing right now? Right?
Charging my right click.
Charging your right click. Because even here, you miss her entirely, but you could have entered there with a right click. Nice. Oh, I thought she was dead. She's not dead. Okay, so what are you seeing so far?
It's not quick enough. I'm wasting my cooldowns. And my scouting is like, if I scout better and if I don't give them my position, then I can actually go on my targets.
Right. You're not quick enough because you're not scouting well, I think is the key thing. So I wouldn't say you're not quick enough. It's you're not quick enough because you're not getting scouting. So we need better scouting, and we probably need better right click mechanics. Like we need to build that habit more. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Waiting. Taking space. So again, if we're considering like where you're going to be going to or who you're going to be going to, how should you be pathing?
It could be flanking.
What would this provide to you?
Just another angle.
Right. If you jump the Sojourn here, do you see how this catches her by surprise? More likely to get landing damage, more scouting, easier to see, less likely to be punched out or poked out, right? Let's say you're going to go for Ana. You see?
Yeah.
Right. So you're playing a hero that is absolutely atrocious in the tank matchup. Really versus every tank in the game, almost. Okay, here we go. Surely.
Nope.
And no. Uh-oh, no. Doomfist is on the flank. Oh, Doomfist is on the flank. I mean, really, the flank is relative, right? All your whole mindset is just what? When we say flank as Winston, what's the goal of flanking? Who are we trying to avoid?
The tank. The tank.
We're trying to avoid the tank, and we're trying to be sneaky. So if you see Doomfist go on the flank, okay, then maybe you go on main, because now the main is quote-unquote the flank, right? So then you're going to get punished a lot less for just walking down main, right? So, okay, let's keep going. Oh dear. Here's the other thing as well. What's the other problem theoretically about this position here on main? Remember the very first issue that you had was going on first fight. What was the issue?
What about my scouting?
Yeah. You see this versus here, right? Do you see how much cleaner your visual frame is, for lack of a better term? It's so much easier to see what's going on. You could see things like an Ana shot. You could see lots. It's harder to see here. It's very cluttered. So, I mean, this is, again, a whole lot of nothing going on, right?
Yeah.
Do you know where Ana is?
Nope, not yet. Well, now I do. Now that she shot.
Right, now that you've jumped.
Yeah.
All fine, right?
Yeah, that one's fine.
Right click charged.
Yep.
Probably avoid the Pharah here. Or avoid the Doom, yeah.
Gonna have the 1v2.
You got it.
Nope.
No,
Ain't
not.
happening.
There we go. Nice. I mean, we're just blazing through this because this fight has become rather messy. Okay. A little bit right-click opportunity there, too.
Yep.
Yeah. It's messy, isn't it? It's real messy. Again, we don't have to hammer it again, but I think a lot of it is staging or scouting for your dives, and then your right-click mechanics. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Hey, they went Soldier. It's your lucky day.
Oh, baby. Let's go.
Just another target to pressure. So now you have a lot of options to dive, don't you?
Yes,
A lot
I do.
of options. So many targets to pressure. Soldier's not even that high damage for you. No CC. Now, now I understand why you drop here. I can see it. Like, oh shoot, my Cassie needs help, right?
Yeah.
But, oh no.
It's the hard thing. Like, I find a balance. Like, when you don't have that second tank, it's like.
Here's the thing. You can't. If you were to peel for your Cassidy here, how would you peel for your Cassidy here in most circumstances? Let's say your Cassidy's inting his brains out right here. What would you do? Would you jump in front of him and bubble?
Yeah, I mean, I could do that.
You could do that, or you could just jump in backline and make sure that none of these DPS follow up, and it's just the Cassidy and the Doomfist, right? Now, I'm not saying the Doomfist can't kill your Cassidy, but I am saying that, again, it's like what can I indirectly do to cut off the lifeblood of the things that are killing my team and or kill them myself, right? The problem here is that, like, okay, you've dropped, unfortunate, we made the wrong decision, but are we, surely we're going to be able to get to who we want to go? Oh dear. Right? And this is, you're going to zone Soldier, right? So is this negative value? Absolutely not. But are you actually threatening to kill here?
No.
No. You could do this exact same thing here and threaten a kill with, ready? 0 increase in your risk of death. 0. By literally being not here, but where? Here or where?
Where the Ana is.
On the Ana, right? Again, it's like you could jump the cover, you could bubble dance. Like, these guys are not going to be able to punish you for jumping this, right? You just reset and then you can jump out again, right? But there's no threat of kill, so these guys, do you think this Ana needs to use her nade? No. Sleep? No. Healing station? No. You're not forcing any cooldowns at all. You're not threatening to kill, you're not forcing any cooldowns. This Mercy can sit on blue beam if she wants, and you can see the problem with that. Like, your job should be to force, I'm going to force a response that's going to isolate this Doomfist, isolate the Soldier. If I don't get the kill on this target, what I'm going to do is I'm going to force the Mercy beam on this target, the self nade, and so that the Soldier's by himself. You kind of see what I'm saying? And getting no support. You're not forcing these resource rates because you're putting pressure out, but you're putting out 40-50% of the pressure that you could.
Yeah.
And then, oh geez, we're on Doom again, right?
Yeah.
Now we're in, but obviously the problem there is that we didn't have bubble until a little bit too late, so we end up losing a lot of armor and so on. So let's look at this again. What do we force? Oh, we don't even. Yeah, well, she doesn't. I don't even think she even slides. I think she just ignores you because of Valk. Yeah. It's whatever, but okay. There we go. It's always like too little, too late with you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Good. Really nice. Your track. Okay. By the way, I know you said your mechanics were like not good, but interestingly enough, your mechanics with your tracking is actually pretty good. Like, this is like, I know it sounds corny because Winston, but like, this is not easy to do. That little flick right there, especially over your head like that. Like, I challenge anybody in this Twitch stream who's played Winston to try this and not miss a single tick. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Yes.
Where'd you go?
Where'd you go? It's okay. I mean, that one you didn't really have the opportunity to scout perfectly, did you? So
yeah.
That we don't care about that one. We care about the other fights.
Yeah.
All right. All right. There's Doom. There's Sojourn. You see Soldier across. Doom is on you. You see people in the back left. You jump, but you lost them.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Crap!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
This is bad.
All right, now you can go. Sure. No!
Surely.
Oh, dear. I don't think there's
Brain's
a whole
still warming up.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't think there's a chance here. No chance. Yeah, there's no chance. Okay. So, what are you seeing so far?
Yeah, just my scouting's horrible. Dropping off for, I wouldn't say no reason, but just I could be waiting for better opportunities.
Right.
And it kind of just snowballs the rest of the team fight.
Right.
And just like leads to more bad decisions after.
Right. It always feels like it takes you about 15 to 20 seconds for you to get an actual proper engage after the fight has already started. So let's say your scouting is bad. Okay, so what are you going to do differently? Not just, oh, I'm going to scout better. How? When? What? Let's give yourself some very direct, like we talked about, oh, we need more intensity with the goals that you give, okay, with what? What are you going to do every single team fight for the first couple hours of rank from now on?
Pre-fight scouting.
Mm-hmm.
So first knowing who are my target priorities.
Yep.
And then second, are they in a position where it can actually? Oh,
yeah, that's good. Yeah, I respect it.
Yeah,
that seems good right there. That's actionable, right? Same thing with the right click, which I think is no small thing because it's something that's just needs to be used literally 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times every single team fight, right? I think those two things are really, really, really good low-hanging fruits for me. I mean, the retake was a little bit concerning about just running face front into a Doomfist fire over and over again, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that was the outlier, right? We'll see. Yeah. We'll see what we have. That only happened once, so I don't want to over-prioritize it. Okay, there's the Reaper swap, so that's flattering.
Oh, that's always fun, yeah.
Yeah. Now, careful, right?
Yeah.
Because I know you're not diving the Doomfist, obviously.
No.
However, you don't have any information, do you?
No, I don't.
Nor are you charging a right-click on entry, which if you were to commit, you would want to have that. So the funny thing here is that you don't have any information, and this is are you creating space by this?
Yeah, but it's not really needed right now.
Yes. It's not just that it's not needed right now, it's just not very good. Right?
Yeah.
You're creating space, but this is again 40-45% if we're just picking a random percentage of your efficacy that you could normally be going. What would be a better way of creating space? If you had better scouting, if you had better information, if you had better execution, how would you create space? Even if let's say you wanted to go early. Okay, you want to go early, how would you go early?
Going early here? I mean, I would scout first because I don't know what they actually have. I don't know that they have a Reaper yet.
No. Oh, you know where he is?
No, I know where he is. So even if I did want to go early, I would still have to wait.
Right. So what I would suggest, what if you jumped to here, corner, cover, right? Got scouting, heard on Hanzo and the other thing, and go 3, 2, 1, jump up and over with your Genji.
Yeah.
Right? That would be better than what we did, no? But what did we do?
We jumped early, wasted our cooldowns, and now we have to wait.
Right, we wasted our cooldowns tickling a Doomfist, who's very happy to let you charge punch, or off of him, and then you do absolutely nothing.
Yep, agreed.
And this is when this is when you're needed, and you're still not a factor. You can't be a factor, you don't have bubble.
No.
Right click. A lot of downtime on that charge.
Yep.
Never in my life have I seen a deadlift by team members so heavily. There we go. Ooh. Okay. I mean, this is whatever, right? Because you're going to have it by the time you need it to take space, right? Okay. Scouting, right? Scouting. Where are the targets? Are they diveable? Where are the targets? Are they diveable? Should you dive now? If you had perfect information, should you dive now? No. Okay. So what are you waiting for?
Waiting them to be like in a more diveable position, and where I can have LOS with my team.
Now, if you had scouting here, what might you see?
The Ana and the Reaper.
And if you had better scouting, you also know this Reaper doesn't have Wraith. So I wonder if at this point in time right now, if you if you could do what you're about to do right now. Hey, all right. Is this good space creation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. What's the only problem with this?
What's the only problem with this?
Mechanics.
Right click.
Yeah.
Right click.
Right click.
No, right click.
Right click.
Yep.
Right here. Free damage. With a right click,
Could have died.
this target is 38 HP and dies. Because you pursue her.
Yeah.
But, nice creation of space. Well timed, well placed, well set up. The jump was a little bit early, I will say. I don't even know if you actually landed on the Ana, did you? I don't remember. Let's watch again.
Like to dodge the sleep. That was mostly my goal.
Got
to
it,
be
got
honest.
it, got it, got it. Okay, but reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What should you be doing at this point in time right now?
Scouting, charging right click.
Where's that target? Where's the target? Okay, there's Reaper. There's Hanzo. I think Hanzo's there. I'm gonna jump the Hanzo. Okay, Kiriko's out. End up getting the Kiriko. What do you think?
Could have pursued. Would have gone to my primal.
But reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
That engage
check.
was pretty good.
I think so too.
You know where they are.
No right click. This guy would have died immediately. She just would have instantly died. She's 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna keep pointing it out, but we won't have to. We don't have to harp over it too much. This has been pretty good though. He's gonna blade this. Questionable.
I was in comms for this game, and he just like, yeah, that was fat finger.
Yeah. Fat finger, he said.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Genji players, am I right?
Yeah. Well, hey, wait a second there.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. No hate to Genji players.
Right. What do you think?
No sleep. Yeah, I thought it wasn't.
Again, it's like, yeah, this is all fine and good. We're not gonna right click, yes, but reasonable. And
winnable.
guess what?
Not winnable.
It's completely splits off the support from the Reaper Doomfist. You end up getting kills, but then also dying for it.
Yeah. Do I do it?
Oh, this is good. This is good. This is real good.
Scary.
Oh, very scary. It's so funny. You're really good at using your right click when you're like when you're just like spamming, but then as soon as you dive, which is the most important time to use it, you don't use it at all.
I'm still getting that mechanic in my brain down.
That's okay.
Yeah. We'll get there.
Nice. Good focus on the Reaper. I like it. All the bronze Winstons in chat going like, what? Focus on Reaper? What?
Reaper counters Winston. Oh.
Yeah. What's going on here? All right, here we go. The big play!
Not the visor.
Not the visor.
Returning it!
This has been the longest team fight I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Wait, you're still living?
Definitely.
Wait. Oh, the bleed! Oh my goodness, my eyes are bleeding! Please end it! Please die!
Never gonna stop.
Please die! Please! Oh my gosh, I thought the Doomfist was gonna touch. Okay, well, I'm going into a hypnotic state at this point in time. Okay, so what did you see that was better this round, and what did you see that still needed work on this round?
Engages were a little bit better. Still no right click.
Right. So engages are a little better. What was better about the engages? Let's be specific.
I was scouting. I knew who my target priority were,
Yep.
and I was like actually engaged.
Right.
I was like actually providing value during team fight.
Right. So
Yep.
you threw an entire round by trolling the lobby and then played quite well the next round. So interesting.
Played okay.
All right. Look at the comp. What do you think?
Kinda same,
Mm-hmm.
pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's nobody to really threaten me. I mean, Sombra's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I think there's the same options here. Ana's fine. Junkrat, move him around is fine. Sombra, Sombra's a nice funny one with the right click, right? Like you could poke her out of right click. Like if she decloaks and you're like, I can't jump anybody. If you poke her out, that's really annoying for her. So okay, let's give this a look. Scouting. Ah!
dropping off again.
Stop face taking this guy. Listen, Doomfist. Have you not seen my Doomfist guide, Bronze to GM featuring Chipsa? Do you know what he says? He says, yeah, he just says punch, and you're always going to lose that trade, you know. So
you're right.
Okay. So what could you be doing instead? Because you're like, okay, maybe I don't want to stand here. So where would you go? Maybe you could stand here. Maybe you could stand here. I don't know. What are your options?
Could stand there. I could go in that window. I could go
sneaky.
main.
Yeah.
Right clicky, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just because like the problem with the dropping is not just that you end up trading the Doomfist, because that's the major problem, obviously. However, it's as soon as you do drop, you're like, what information do you have for your dive? Nothing. You have no idea where anything is. It's like you're not even like wanting to stay here, but you're like, where help? You're like, oh, Sombra. I guess I jumped Sombra. Oh no, was that a slam? I think you got slammed out of your jump.
So.
Yeah, that's actually hilarious. That interaction kills me.
That's a stupid interaction.
Yeah, and then this is a. Try and put this as nicely as possible. You've really done nothing, like really truly nothing at all.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay. And why, right? Like it's not like you're, I don't know how to play Winston, right? Like what has gone wrong that has made you do nothing besides a stupid slam interaction?
Just didn't scout.
Right, you just didn't scout. You just didn't.
Be more patient.
You weren't. Right, you just weren't. You were not thinking about what do I need to know? What information do I need to have so that I can actually play the ball game?
Yeah.
Micro here, but I mean, actually, never mind. I was gonna say you probably didn't need bubble there, but maybe you're trying to. I have no idea. It's fine.
Yeah.
Did he do it again on your slam?
Maybe.
Yeah, he did. That's hilarious. Is it me or is the audio weird? It's like muffled.
Yeah. It does.
Love
There's
the
been a
replay.
bug with. Yeah.
All right. Yes.
Could have done a better jump though.
Could have done a better jump. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and she lands in the trap anyway. Nice jump. Unfortunate. Still, we'll say a better right-click usage there, right?
Yeah.
This opportunity. This fight's lost. Right?
Yep.
Oh, maybe? Yeah, okay. Okay, information. You have Primal now too, so...
Be aggressive.
Oh, wait, I thought you were gonna flank on me. I was getting really excited.
See.
And again, like that option is available to you, right? Like if he's stuffing you here and just spamming up, just walk here.
Walk there.
And jump, right? Again, do you see how like the vision, like where are the targets that you're diving? You don't know because Doomfist keeps hitting you in the head. And you're letting him do that. Listen, if you go here and then Doomfist decides to meet you here as well, that sucks. But make him do that. Make him do that. You're spoon feeding him the easiest check Winston game in the world, right?
True.
Oh my gosh.
That's it again.
So annoying, man. That's so annoying. All right. As far as
Gotta wait. Oh.
Right click. No, wait. Is that it?
No.
All right. Genji main. Oh,
Also the century.
Oh no. No, do you see it?
Only good things happen here. I promise you.
What?
He's the luckiest smoker of all time.
No way that you guys win this team fight off of the centimeter. Or maybe it's still casting? I don't know, because he threw it out.
I don't know. Usually it sucks you in when you're like 5 miles away too.
Yeah. She nanos the Sombra. And she has to translocate out. Huge shot by the friendly Ana. Oh my gosh, what a sleep.
That's leap.
Oh no.
That's okay, the big clutch comes in.
Right? right? Good translocator kill. Oh, you get on it. That's hilarious. Nice, nice. I would stay on the supports here. Yeah, yeah. This is good value, you know? It's boring value, but it's good value. All right, there they are, there they are. Get them, get them, get them, get them, get them, get them, get them. Yeah! Oh, no, no, no. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Use the zaps. Summer focus is okay. If you can force their locator. Okay, we're in, ladies and gentlemen. Nice, 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 nice. Oh!
Anti-whiffs.
Right click, 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 right click. Ah! So many opportunities here. Like, you just peek this here, right? You have it ready. Right there. Fun ability. Okay, okay. Unfortunate. All right. Well, that ends the lovely round. What are you seeing from your play? What are the big low-hanging skills that you need to address and practice with intensity starting today?
Right click more with the monkey.
Well,
and
again, elaborate. Be specific. What do you mean right click more?
Right click on my entry.
Correct. Okay. What else?
And scouting, knowing where my targets are, and then actually engaging on the right time.
Right. So to me, I think the two biggest ones are going to be the pre-fight scouting and prioritizing and setting up as quickly and as efficiently as you possibly can, and then getting that right click on entry. Those two things to me are going to have consistent impact on every single matchup that you play. I don't care what composition you're playing Winston into, that matters. And as simple as that may be, that is something that has had a really, really, really negative impact on this game's result. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Do you have any questions?
None really.
Okay. I want you to remember what we talked about earlier on with like your training schedule and with the intensity, because obviously, like you said, it's hard to be try hard without caring about winning, but I really want you to try that and see how it goes. And again, what are we being try hard with, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's the answer that you have to come up with. And I think it's probably going to be important for you to focus. I mean, you know how I say this. It's probably important for you to focus on one of these things rather than both, and then work at it for a week or so, and then apply the intensity to the other of those skills. You know, and see if the autopilot at that skill has improved through the week of hard focus. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know the replay rule?
The replay rule? What replay rule?
Okay, so basically, I want you to, if you ever run into a game or games where you have, like, I don't know what to do here, I wasn't sure how to play versus this matchup, or what do you think about this, and that, whatever, send me the replay code with a couple of timestamps, and I'll get back to you within a few days, giving you my thoughts. Sound good?
Oh, sounds good.
All right, mate. Good luck. Keep in touch. Let me know how this stuff goes, and I'll chat with you later, all right?
Thank you very much.
Right, cheers,
have a good one.
You're very welcome. See ya. All right, so that was Wacky Gon's Winston Extraordinaire. Hope you guys found that one useful. It always comes back to the fundamentals, even at the higher levels. It's kind of funny. It's like at the higher levels, you have people that are really, really good in some aspects, and you have people that are really, really bad in some aspects, and you have some people that are kind of decent at everything. However, execution at the basics is still very crucial. It always go back to monkey. Go back to monkey. Yes. We have a little bit of a 21st century problem, chat, because I'm sitting on my computer chair, and my cat is sitting in my lap, but the way she's positioned is so that I have to kind of like support her with my legs, and my butt cheeks are burning so badly from, Amari, hi. And I don't know why this has been a very, very regular occurrence, more so than usual. This is a normal occurrence, right? But man, recently it's been happening all the time. So burning butt cheeks and distracted Spilo, all because of the cat in the lap. Work camera. Hi, pretty girl. Get a footrest for a desk. Not a bad idea. She wants to play in the pugs. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. The A-Man is our next coaching session. The A-Man. A-Man is not online. I'm spooked. He sent me a message earlier this morning. Uh-oh. Look at this. Look, I'm sorry. Look at this while we're waiting on the A-Man. Look. Look at this leg. That is her leg. That is not her paw. Amari, what are you doing with your leg? What are you doing with your leg? Whack. Okay, we'll give the A-Man a minute or so, but we might have to do a little bit of a leapfrog here. Why is this here? I really need to figure out my camera situation. Okay, maybe we'll do a little bit of leapfrog. Hi, Kitty. She is now migrating. Looks like she is either done or transitioned. No, we're just swapping positions here. Okay, let's check chat for a second. Good to see everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Make it sound like the A-Man doesn't exist. Yeah. Need Spilo? Yes. Sounds like you were enjoying that VOD more than usual. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I like coaching Winston. Winston's always been like one of my favorite tanks. I have a lot of hours on Winston. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What are my hours on Winston total? That's the wrong scene. There you go. Yeah. Over 100 hours on Winston. Can you answer why the Dance Channel Award isn't available? Probably because here's the problem with a lot of the channel point awards, and I have to figure out a way to like work it in. If you guys have any suggestions, I'm down to hear it. It's not that I'm not down to do dances or push-ups and things like that, or even like the 1v1s. The problem is it's like, when do I do them? You know what I'm saying? Because people end up caching them during like the middle of a one-on-one coaching session, and then I'm like, oh, I'll do it after the coaching session, but then I'm also like, I should really be jumping to the next coaching session, so we're staying like to a relatively decent schedule. It's like I like doing them, but I don't know how to balance it, to be honest with you. Are you interested in going early? So we might be leapfrogging sessions because the A-Man is not here at the moment, so we might leapfrog sessions if Cool Eric 69 is available. The lap does belong to the cat by law. Yes, that's true. Yeah. Do I have any good highlights here? No. Wait, yeah. Oh, I think we've already seen these. These are old. Maybe I can check through here and see if we can find anything good while we're waiting on Cool Eric 69 to respond. And that one's okay. Oh, this is good. This is pretty good. You guys want to check this one out before we get into our VOD review?
Well, that's inconvenient. The payload stopped.
I heard a tracer.
It's inconvenient. The payload stopped.
Just, oh my gosh. Okay, Cool Eric is ready to go. We're gonna get started. Yo, I appreciate you doing this early. Can you hear me? I don't think I can hear you. Wait. There you are. I can hear you. You're quiet though.
Welcome to Reality.
Try it now. I've turned you up on Discord. That's a swapping of mics if I've ever heard.
1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Awkward silence. Awkward silence, Chad. Sit here quietly. Adjusting your mic. Sit here quietly. Don't say anything. We're waiting very, very patiently. Okay, we left the voice channel. Hang on. This is trademark scuff. Listen, it's not on my end, okay? All right? It's not always my fault. Audio isn't working at all. Sorry.
Wait. Okay,
Wait,
I
there
think
you go,
it
there you
might
go.
be working now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you cleanly now too. Perfect. Okay. What hero are we looking at here? What hero and what rank? At the
Sorry, I
Rialto
was
VOD.
hearing you double because I had the stream open.
Haha, no
We're
worries.
looking at Tracer and Widow.
Tracer.
And the ranks, like, I'm not actually sure what it is because it has like the decay.
Right. What were you
But-
last season? Let's put it that way.
Last season, I think I was like plat 1 on this account.
Okay. Plat 1. Appreciate you going early, by the way. We had somebody who wasn't, I guess, able to make the time. I think they might have misscheduled or overslept or something like that. So I was like, crap. So appreciate you being flexible.
That's all good.
Okay, we are here to go. Plat hit scan. Okay, and what got you interested in coaching?
I just like kind of like the idea of like getting better at something instead of like being stagnant and
Yeah,
not improving at all.
makes sense. Are you Sharon again in the game? Sharon again?
Yeah.
Sharon again? Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Okay, sounds good. So just want to get better. Let's take a look at your form here. Hope to learn how to VOD review yourself better and prioritize what to improve on. That's an interesting goal. So what do you mean VOD review yourself? Have you tried this before? Is this something you've been working on? Give me like some information on that one.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been trying to improve, so, like, I try to, like, look at my own VODs, and it usually just ends up being like, oh, like, I suck, like, I'm doing everything wrong, and, like, I don't really know how
Right.
to, like, pick, like, what's best to focus on.
Right. That's not super helpful. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Then what would you like to do if you were to VOD review your structure perfectly? Because I want to help you to VOD review better. But then once you learn how to VOD review better, how would you use that tool? How often? How long? How frequently? What would you be looking for? And so on.
I guess that's, like, something I'm hoping to learn today because I'm
Sure.
not really sure, like, what a good ratio of
Yeah. Okay.
VOD reviewing
Okay,
to
great.
playing is.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll talk about that then. Okay, so let's keep looking here. I've been using a laptop, so I am set to lower resolution to get more frames and reduce lag. But is this going to affect my play? Yeah, probably. I mean, everything is going to affect your play if it involves some sort of negative. Like I'm playing currently on like 100 frames per second and like 70 latency because my computer is steadily aged not so well. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not optimal, but if your goal is like, let's say your goal for right now is diamond or low masters or whatever like that, I think you can make work with what you've got, you know? Now, interestingly enough, additional switch like I don't know, I want to learn Widow, but I feel like I won't have the time to grind the mechanics to be decent at her. And yet here we have Widow. So what changed between the form being filled out about 2.5, 3 weeks ago and now?
I just decided that Widow was pretty fun.
Okay.
And I want to try to learn her. This is actually like
That's
my third
Chad
game on
energy.
Widow, and I'm still, yeah, goes with my Discord profile.
I was just gonna
but,
say that, yeah.
I'm still like trying to figure out like if I want to try to use like a lower sense for Widow. Actually, this is like my first game testing out like a DPI shift button because like I can't like make small adjustments with like my hand. Like I like dislocated a few of my fingers a few times, so actually over Thanksgiving break, so it's kind of still healing. But
oh, ouch.
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know if it's from that or if I'm just like not able to make like small adjustments. But
Okay.
like,
Okay. What DPI are you running on Tracer, and then what are you running on Widow?
on Tracer, I'm 4.2 sensitivity and 800 DPI, and then I think 500 on Widow when I like press the mouse button.
So you go up in Widow, which is kind of backwards with how most people do that. Why is that? Does it just feel more fluid or what?
Wait, I go down. I go from 800 to 500.
I see what you're saying. So it's really kind of a low EDPI, like 2.2k or something like that, 2.1k.
Yeah, like really low.
Yeah. Okay, and that feels good for you so far?
I'm not sure, like, if I'm gonna stick with this because, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm more used to like the other one.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, having a consistent sensitivity across all heroes is generally the way to go. That's generally the way the pros do it. You just have to kind of like learn to adjust. And I will say that your tracer sensitivity, which is the 4.2 and 800, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's not high for Widow. That's not high
Yeah.
for Widow. Like, I think, like, if you were running, like, I don't know, 1600 DPI and, like, 5 cents, then maybe that might be a little bit tricky, but you're running less than half that. So I think, honestly, you could probably have the both on both heroes and it would be totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell if it's helping or not if I like miss most of my shots either way.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're going to need mechanic practice no matter what you do, right? So it's like, to me, sensitivity is just about giving yourself a halfway decent tool and then practicing it. Like, the best way I would describe it is like, if you were like an intense football player, like, what quality of cleats do you have does matter. If you've got trashy cleats, like these big, fat, ugly things, but it's not going to like increase your miles per hour by 1.7, or it's going to have a 0.0 effect, right? As long as you're not literally wearing work boots, right? And I think with your sensitivity being 400 or 800 and 4.2, that's fine. That's good. That's very good. Is that optimally 0.1? No, but that's to me at that point, it probably is like, it doesn't really matter that much, to be honest with you. Okay. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
How's the laptop, by the way, going? Is that still going okay? Still working all right? No big issues?
I mean, it's all right. Like at least once a game, like I'll like experience like a period of lag.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like really annoying if it's like in the middle of like an important fight, but
Right.
it is what it is for now
Yeah. Okay.
till I can fix my other computer.
Sounds good. All right, let's look at your long-term goals here. I want to understand the game better and not feel helpless, especially against characters that are strong against Tracer. So break that one down for me, please.
Yeah, so I've been having like more trouble against like Junkrats and like sometimes dealing with Torb. I think I realized I could just kind of ignore the turret a lot of the times, and that helped a lot against Torb. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes teams will like switch to counter me, and then I won't be able to do anything on Tracer, and then my other characters are a lot worse than my Tracer, it seems.
Right. Okay. Well, I think the solution is going to be a little bit of both, where like you need to definitely get to a point to where you're able to play against counters better, especially because in Overwatch 2, those hard counters are generally not quite as oppressive as they were in Overwatch 1. But then also, I mean, we want to get your Widow on par with your Tracer if we possibly can, especially if this is a hero that you want to get better at and enjoy playing. Then a Widow Tracer hero pool is pretty decent, but if your Widow is a full rank lower than your Tracer, then we just need more time, So let's, okay. I want to get to Masters so I can feel validated that I'm not a stupid plat player and I can be a stupid Masters player instead. Okay, well, let's start with Diamond and we'll see where we go from there. Let's look at your training schedule here. I'm trying to play 6 to 10 games per day with 4 as a minimum, but depends on my schedule with med school. How has that been going? And by that, I mean med school. Is it going well?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. I'm actually about to switch to like I'm doing an MD PhD, so I'm about to switch to a PhD, but it's kind of crazy because I'm doing all the like clinical transition stuff that my colleagues are doing,
Yeah.
but also like doing all the beginning PhD stuff
Ouch.
at the same time. So I'm doing a lot of like extra work that I shouldn't.
Okay, you've been
Have to do.
surviving. You're surviving. Okay, and you're still getting 4 minimum games per day, 6 to 10. I think we can get you to certainly. Let's just start with Diamond as a goal, but potentially even Masters with that.
Yeah,
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I've been to Diamond like in Overwatch 1. I was like low Diamond. But I haven't been able to get there in Overwatch 2.
We'll see if we can get you there. Obviously, like you've probably heard me talk about like the low-hanging fruit, the consistency. If you're able to play 4 games minimum per day, that's gonna be awesome. 6 games is also great too. Playing more is good, but obviously diminishing returns after that. Tracer, Genji, and Soldier. Now, obviously, I assume that's changed a little bit, or has Widow just been kind of added to the pile?
Yeah, I mean, I was playing a lot of Genji when like Tracer had only 5 damage, but now with the 6 damage, she's like been really fun again.
Okay. Sounds
So I've been
good.
playing a lot of that, and then I've just kind of started working in Widow like a few
Yeah.
days ago.
Yeah. What about Soldier?
Soldier is kind of, I don't know, not been as fun for me recently, but
Okay. I would
I
try
don't
to
know.
avoid it. I would try to avoid it. I think Tracer Widow, you're going to be able to make that hero pool work in like 99% of circumstances. Long range maps, Widow's fine. Tracer's also really good and very flexible. If you feel like you're getting a hard counter, you really don't know what to do. You either need to just grind it out and figure out what to do, or you can just swap Widow, right? I think especially considering that you're med school and we're talking 4 to 6 games per day, 7, 8, whatever, then that's going to be around, what is that usually in terms of time? Usually around 2 hours, 1.5, 2 hours per day?
Yeah, I think like around 2 hours per
Okay,
day.
okay, sounds good. So then we want to try and match the number of heroes to the number of hours, right? So 2 hours for 2 heroes is good. If you're able to increase that number, then maybe we can start thinking about incorporating maybe another hit scan or maybe throwing in a soldier map every now and then. But we want to be efficient with your time, especially if we're playing catch up on a hero like Widow. You're going to need to put more time in on that hero. You kind of see what I'm saying? Okay. Sleep is okay, 6 to 10. I mean, obviously consistency there, just like with playing, is good, even if it's just a little bit more consistency, right? And then the last question, what do you feel is holding you back? And we'll talk about, by the way, I haven't forgotten about the self-VOD review either. Obviously, I'm pretty bad at everything because I'm plat. Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say if you're plat, you're going to be pretty mid at about everything. You're going to be decent at everything, maybe not bad at everything. You're technically better than the average player, especially if you're like plat 1, plat 2, whatever, plat 3. You are better than the average player. But probably team coordination and cover usage are your weakest points. What do you mean team coordination?
Like paying attention to what my team is doing, like engaging with like my Doomfist if I'm on Tracer. And I've noticed like when I'm able to like focus on actually doing that, things go a lot better usually.
Okay.
But
Okay. What happens if you don't have a Doomfist?
then I try to like wait for my team to start shooting
Yeah. Okay.
the other team, and
That's
they're
good.
distracted, and then I go in.
So you're aware of the impact of timing as Tracer. Okay.
I'm aware of it, but I'm bad at applying it.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, we can work at like talking about different ways to actually apply that properly. Also, I have games where I get accused of aimbotting and hit every pulse, and games where I can't hit a shot or even stick a Roadhog. First off, to an extent, that is normal. Everybody is like that, even Overwatch League players. Okay, so we talked about inconsistency. However, why do you think? Is there anything in your play that you think causes maybe that inconsistency to happen to such extreme? Such extreme ends, I guess.
I think maybe like my sleep schedule, like before exams, I'll get like 3 hours sometimes, and then try to play the next day. But also, I think like I used to get like really bad comp anxiety, and that kind of went away with playing a lot. But like, actually, I had to take a break to like study for exams before playing again, and then like it kind of came back. So like, I think playing consistently is going to help with the aim problems.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And I think also, especially, it's kind of, I've noticed this when I'm playing Sniper Heroes as well, because Widowmaker is not a hero I have a lot of reps on. I'm the same way. I'll either feel like really comfortable and just flow steady with her, or I feel horrible. But then I noticed that with a lot of my previous heroes, like you said, consistency playing the hero in a lot of circumstances helped me to develop. I still had bad days. I still had great days, but the gap closed a little bit, you know? And I think you prescribing or I guess diagnosing it as being more of a sleep / playtime inconsistency issue, and or like the anxiety tying in with that as well, that's probably pretty accurate. So I would focus on that, recognize that's not going to solve it, but will improve it, and then just focus on getting your bad days better and your good days better, right? That's always the goal. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. And the self-VOD review. Okay, so here's where self-VOD review matters. All right, so I'm going to give you just the short-term answer and then the long-term answer. All right. I'm actually going to whip out Microsoft Paint for this one. All right, and I'll stream that too. So self-VOD review. All right. So people always ask me, how do you self-VOD review? Okay. Well, there's 2 ways of looking at it. One is you either get this is the, I guess I would say, the checkup. Okay. I need this to be a lot bigger. Oops. And the checkup is essentially where you are going into the review already knowing what you want to get better at. In other words, when I get coaching from Overwatch University, from Temporal, from IOStux, from A10, from myself, whoever, you already know exactly, let me get another text here. You already know exactly what you're working on. So when you go into the VOD review, it's not like, oh, I wonder what I suck at. Let's figure out what I need to do. Because you were describing that, right? I suck at everything. I don't know what to do. So with the checkup, it's knowing exactly what you need, what to practice. Like, so you knew exactly what you were practicing in game, right? So you know exactly what to look for. Exactly. And so then the question then is, how did I do? And so when you're doing these checkups, this type of VOD review, all you're doing is you're looking at whether it was your timing with your Doomfist or whatever the case was, whether it was your positioning, your cover usage, whether it was your pulse bomb usage, whether it was your ult timing, whatever. All you're looking for is that one or two things that you were practicing in game and just basically grading yourself how to do. Okay, that one was good, that one was bad, that one I messed up, but I was definitely trying. And then so basically these should be really, really fairly fast because all you're looking for is you're not sitting there and thinking a lot. You're just going, oh, I did well there because I did what I was supposed to do. Or, oh, I definitely forgot to focus on this. And so these are usually pretty short. And they can be frequent. I would say twice a week. Let's say 2 to 3 times a week. So let's say I go into your tracer play and we diagnose the timing as being an issue. How would you do a checkup VOD review based off of what we said?
So like every time I'm shooting someone, make sure that they're like distracted or like
Right.
someone else is like going in.
Right. At least at the start of the fight, right? At least at the start of the fight, you'd make sure that, okay, was I engaging at the same time as the enemy team's engaged, at the same time as my team's engaged? Okay, good. Next fight. Okay, good. Next fight. Oh, bad. Next fight. Okay, good. Next fight. And then you'll start to notice trends. Okay, you know, today was really, really good with timing on that map. And then a week from now, how am I doing? Oh, wow, I'm definitely improved. Like, I still make mistakes, but overall, it's a lot better. Okay, that's good. Okay, once we see that, once you see improvement, you move on to the next thing. So this is how to do a checkup. And then now you need to know when the value of the checkup is lost. And then we need to move on to something, a different goal, a different focus that you can check up on as well. And how you know what to work on is from external feedback. So this is the other thing I'll highlight here, is relies on an already existing goal. Okay? Very important that you understand that. That kind of makes sense?
Yep.
Okay. Then the other one here is, let's do this one here, is I'll put this as like diagnosis. So this is where no idea what to practice, not knowing what to look for, and then when we highlight in red here, what do I need to practice? So this is essentially what we're doing in this VOD review right here, where I don't know what kind of a player you are. I've got some tidbits and some ideas based off of what you're telling me, but I don't know what you need to work on. So this is what the type of VOD review we're doing, where we're looking at and we're going to find out what those biggest issues are, so that then you can go afterwards and do checkups on your own. So these are longer. Okay, so longer form, usually, not often, once, 2 times a month. And then this is the big one. Okay. Eyes on you being able to find consistent issues. Now, all this being said, this last thing here is the real catch, isn't it? Because this is why you're coming to somebody like me, but obviously we'd like to get to a point to where, at least to an extent, you are self-taught, right? I put out a lot of external resources here to give ideas, for things that you could probably work on, but actually finding what you need to work on is a tricky thing, correct? So how would you start doing that? That's the question. What do you think? So I threw you into a VOD review. Let's say that we've done all this talking. You get you into this Rialto replay code with your Tracer, Widowmaker, and I don't say a word the entire VOD review. What are you looking for?
Well, I feel like for me, it's like easier for me to notice micro stuff that I'm doing. Like I noticed the other day, like I wasn't always like paying attention to like first shot accuracy at all, which is important for Tracer. And then like when I'm listening for where players are, I'm not like my crosshair placement goes to shit. But like it's stuff like that that's like easy for me to notice. But like there's also times where like I'm in like team fights and like there was actually a game where it was a 4v5 and the other team had 4 and they still beat us. And I like don't know how it happened. And I was gonna actually send that one in, but it got like corrupted with the update.
Right.
So I don't really know the answer to finding like some of the problems.
Well, here's the thing is I will say it's actually a little bit of a trap to focus on what would have won us this game, because remember, the goal for you isn't necessarily what's going to win you this game. It's going to be what improves you overall as a player better. So, for example, what happened in the 4v5 might have been that you needed to clutch, or maybe you needed to swap, or you needed to perform to a different extent. But like that's just one game, isn't it? Like we want to find big, consistent factors. Watch this one. This is a really important word I'm about to insert here. Or consistent factors. Now let me explain why that matters. When we talk about micro, right? You said your first shot accuracy with Tracer. That's micro. But is that a big factor in your Tracer play necessarily?
Maybe.
Maybe, but is it probably a consistent factor that you could consistently practice as Tracer?
Yeah.
So consistent is often, even though it might be a micro little detail, if it's something that you're needing to practice every single time you play as Tracer, then I would say it's probably a good thing to practice. Now here's another one. What about if you're playing Ana and you beef a lot of your nano boosts, like you waste it, or you don't know how to use nano, or you always forget to think about it, or is that a consistent problem, at least in terms of every single fight? It's a factor? Not really. However, it's a big one, isn't it? You kind of see what I'm saying here? Yeah, now that doesn't mean that micros can't be big. Like let's say a micro mistake with Ana is that you always forget to reload. That's pretty big, right? That's a pretty big detail. But oftentimes what we need to find is to find the balance between what happens a lot, so frequency, and then you need to find the balance between what has a big impact upon your gameplay. In other words, if you have no idea how to position as Ana, that's not only big in impact, but that's also happening frequently. However, if we're talking about Widowmaker, if you are forgetting to place Venomine, that's not a very big impact. However, it happens every single team fight, so it's probably worth looking into. So then all of this being tied into, the way to actually start getting better at self-VOD review is not to look at every single team fight and be like, could I have performed better? But what you actually kind of need to do is to start self-VOD reviewing. You need to actively, purposefully tunnel your focus until you get better at looking at things broadly. So tunnel your focus. So what I mean by that is if you're looking at your Tracer play and you are like, I don't know what to look for. There's so many things happening on big picture, small picture. What is something that you could tunnel your attention on if you're self-VOD reviewing yourself as Tracer?
I guess like cooldown usage.
Right
like
there. Stop right there.
usage.
Stop right there. Recall usage. Could you look at an entire VOD and only focus on your recall usage and probably come away with something?
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
What about your blink usage?
Same thing.
Right. You're not a genius, right? I mean, maybe you are a genius, but like, let's say you're not super experienced with coaching yourself on Tracer, but that would be where to start, wouldn't it? To start questioning, could I, and this is the really important question, could I have used my blinks better this fight? Could I have managed my blinks better this fight? And if the answer is yes, then how would you have used your blinks better, right? And then you do that for multiple team fights in a row, right? This is the diagnosis, right? multiple team fights in a row, and then give yourself to walk away from. So the funny thing with diagnosis is you don't go into it knowing exactly what you need to get better at, but you tunnel your focus on the diagnosis before the VOD review even starts. So what you might do is you might go, I feel like I just get really, really low value out of polo swarms in these fights. I'm going to look deeper at that and see if I'm correct, right? What about like the, let's go to your Widowmaker. What is something that when you're VOD reviewing yourself on Widowmaker and you're like, I don't know what to look for. Well, what could you look for?
As you said, like Venom mine usage,
Right.
is a little minor, but like also
Sure.
like being far enough away from like dive heroes on the other team.
Right. Oh, whoa. Positioning, right? Positioning around threats to you, right? Is that something that you, given time, could get better at VOD reviewing?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Trial and error, objectively thinking about it, and then, okay, I've learned that I need to start preparing myself by trying to track those Genjis, Tracers, Balls, Winstons, and trying to avoid them ahead of time by rotating away. That is something that you can VOD review yourself. Anybody who has any amount of time in this game can probably, even if it's not always the right conclusion, can learn things and give themselves things to work on. All right? So you know what we're going to do? This VOD review, we're going to actually practice this. We're going to practice this self-VOD review. All right? So you have some ideas of what you need to work on. We're going to actually put the skill into action. Are you ready? Let's get the Overwatch streamed here. Starting with Widowmaker. We're in the diagnosis phase, right? We don't know what you need to work on. Correct?
Correct.
So what do you think you should initially start looking for? What's the first thing? Based off of what you know from your play, because you know your play better than I do, what should we start looking for?
I think positioning.
Okay, let's start with that one. How do you think your positioning is right this fight? Could it be better?
Yeah.
How could it be better?
I need to like find a place to get like a better angle to take shots where I'm like not in danger.
Okay, which would be where? See anywhere?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, alright.
Maybe like that corner where Doomfist is.
Mhm,
I could easily back up.
Sure.
And then I have better vision.
Yep, slightly better vision here. Okay. All right, let's keep watching then. What do you think about positioning here? Could it be better? And let's set the bar higher than where you are, but like we're not going to ask ourselves, is this the best possible perfect position in the history of the world? But just could it be better? What does your gut say?
Yeah, I have no cover at all, so
Okay, so how would you make it better?
maybe standing like behind one of those rectangle things.
Perfect. Love it. You almost died because of lack of cover there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could your positioning be better?
I could be on high ground, I think.
Why would you want to be on high ground?
Like just the high ground that's like further back so the Genji can't dash on me.
Right. So like here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Would you say that you have been a significant factor in this fight?
No, I did nothing.
Do you
the whole
think
fight.
do you think that your positioning better would have helped you to be a bigger factor in this fight?
Yeah.
I think so too. And here's the funny thing. I'm charging you for this. And you're coaching yourself. And you want to hear the plot twist here? I agree with all of your points so far. I think you're 100% right. I like all the positions that you've pointed out. And you said you have no time in this hero at all. And yet you already had a decent idea of how to position. Right?
Yeah. Cool.
We just need to know how to tunnel the information and the knowledge that you have in the right way and in an efficient way. Now there might be points in time where you might get a little bit stuck, and maybe I'll be a little nudge here, but this is really good. Okay. Is this the best positioning for you to be in right now? I mean, okay, you know what? Let's just wait because things are shaking out. Let's just wait a second. Okay, right now. Is this the best position for you to be in right now?
I think it's pretty decent. Because I mean, I could be like on that high ground up the stairs, but I think this is okay if I can get a shot at like the Anna or something.
Wow. So here you're saying?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Okay. What do you think? After seeing here, what do you think?
No, because I can't really shoot at anyone.
Right.
And the Junkrat's just gonna like spam.
So this
and
is
I'm not gonna be able to
where
hit him.
the VOD review comes in, where you're like, maybe that's better, and then you think about it. No. Why? Why is this worse?
There's not really anyone I can shoot.
Why?
Because their team's already too far forward.
Right. So this feels too close. So what's the rule
Yeah.
for a Widowmaker generally with the positions that you take?
You want to be like pretty far back.
More of a sightline, right? Okay.
Yep.
So we've already established a rule, and we've just definitely pointed out why that rule is important. Okay. So now you kind of already have an idea. So if we throw you in Shambali, where you have no experience playing that map probably as a Widowmaker, you know what to look for, don't you?
Yeah.
Right. that is absolutely comedic in its execution. Look at this Ana. It's the last second flick of like, crap.
I think like most of my headshots are on this Anna standing still.
Okay, well done. Good positioning leads to good rewards because, I mean, obviously she's standing still, but even if you didn't hit the headshot there, she panics, she drops her positioning, maybe she dies to your Doomfist afterwards. What do you think about your positioning now? Still good?
I'm kind of squinting at the pixels on the stream, but
Sorry about that.
I think it's good.
Okay. What do you think about your positioning now?
I think it's good now. I think I was a little bit like kind of in danger before I grappled up here.
I mean, this.
I also.
Look at this. You see the fight situation here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're down a lot of people, so maybe this is okay. Maybe you just die here. I don't know. You were about to say something? Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say I wasn't sure where Lucio was,
Uh-huh.
but I think he's dead actually.
That was a good shot, to be clear. She was not standing still there. What do you think about your positioning now?
Bad.
How could you fix
It's a
it?
Genji. I could like grapple away.
Where?
Maybe to that back high ground.
Here?
I probably should have like went somewhere earlier because now
Mm.
that the Roadhog's around the corner, I'm
Right. So it's
kind of
okay,
in.
but you need to adjust your positioning faster mid-fight. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh! You baited hook. That was the plan all along. What do you think about your positioning now?
Bad because I have no cover.
Right.
Should be on that back high ground.
Now you don't have grapples, so even if you can't get to the back high ground, where would you go?
Like under the archway.
Sure.
By the corner.
This is better than where we were, or even here. This is better than where we were, right?
Mhm.
My spidey senses are going off.
No one can hide.
As were yours. Where was he? Did he just climb over? What do you think? Unfortunate? Go next? Could it have been prevented? Think about.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I was expecting the tire to come over the wall instead of a Genji. But I guess being aware of the fact that they have a Genji and that's a flank he can take.
Sure. So maybe how would we tie that in with your positioning focus, right? Because we don't want to get super broad with our diagnosis just yet, right? We're not good enough to do that. We can't just talk about everything at once, right? So how would you tie that in with your positioning?
I guess like be in a place where I can like see the flank routes
Sure.
as well,
Sure.
or at least check on them
Sure.
before the Genji's on top.
Sure.
of me.
Well, why do the flank routes matter? What are they playing?
They're playing Doom Genji.
Mm-hmm. Would that flank matter if they're on Widow Bastion?
No.
No. That would change your positioning too, wouldn't it? If they're playing Widow Bastion, how would you play? Or how would you position? Position, right? Huh.
Yeah, in a place where I can kill the Widow.
Right, right. So do you see how your positioning is contextual upon what?
On the enemy team's comp.
Right, right. So if we're going to tie this up in a tidy bow a little bit later and work on your positioning, what about your positioning could use work?
Like taking into account the enemy team's like heroes.
And cover, right? Those were the
Yeah,
two things.
cover.
Because remember, this positioning adjustment here, this was because of the Genji, right? This was the better position, right? And if you remember, this positioning here was fine, but didn't have cover, right?
Yeah.
Those are the two factors that are consistently popping up when you're positioning self-review, right?
Yep.
So that's a very important thing for you to get on with your review is don't just be, I need to work on my cooldown usage. You need to tell you, what do you need to do to get better with your cooldowns? Is it think more? Is it be more patient? Is it try and scout the comp and then decide how you want to use your cooldowns? Is it the mechanics of your cooldowns that need work? I don't know, right? So same thing with the positioning. I need very specific guidance. Okay. By the way, again, your self-coaching with your positioning has been dead on. So you're doing great. How should you position here?
I should be up on the high ground so
Why?
I can have vision over the bridge, and then I can have vision over the bridge and have a sight line.
Right, right. Is that good versus their comp? Does that factor in their comp strengths and weaknesses?
No, but
Is there anything relevant in their comp that stops you that from being a good position?
I guess do they have a monkey? I'm trying to look
No,
on the
yeah,
screen.
yeah.
Roadhog.
Right.
So I think it's fine until like
Yeah.
their Genji gets close enough, and then I can rotate away.
Now here's the crazy thing. So you're just gonna troll out here and just shoot him down, right? What if they were on Widowmaker? How would you adjust your positioning?
I might want to take like a more surprising position where they don't expect me to be.
Yes. But versus this, you don't care. Exactly. Nice shot. Making body shots look good. Alright, waiting patiently, adjusting our angle here. This looks okay to me. What do you think?
I think it's an okay position.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. A little minor detail here. So we're gonna abandon our positioning focus just to give you a little bit of a tidbit, especially because you're new to Widowmaker. This is a great example of making a shot hard for no reason. Watch your movement of your crosshair and your body during this shot. You see that? Do you see how you actually strafe as you shoot?
Yeah.
Break that habit. What are the odds that Ana or Soldier lasers you down in that 0.2 seconds?
Close to none.
0. Right, 0. Relax, take the shot. Don't 80-80 strafe in situations where you don't need to 80-80 strafe. I don't know if this is a tracer habit or just a general Overwatch habit, but this shot becomes twice as hard because of your counter strafing. So, make sense?
Yeah,
the best players in the world know how to 80 strafe really well, and they also know when they just need to stand perfectly still to make the shot easier. Okay, positioning. Factor enemy comp. Yeah, horrible. Why?
I can't see anyone, and I could get dashed by the Genji any second.
Right. Well, they're not in Genji anymore, despite what the pixels may tell you. But either way, yeah, their composition, whether it's Junk, Soldier, Roadhog, Lucio, this is not good. Haha. Rolled. Some good shots. That's not an easy target. Surely your team heals you. Surely. One day. There you go. Alright. We can, and see, this is where in your VOD review, by the way, if you want to save time, watch this, ready? We're going to sit it 2 times. Why? Because do you think your positioning is going to be important or relevant at any time soon?
No.
Nah. You're just standing in an angle, shooting people. We don't care. Haha.
Trying to shoot people.
Yeah, I mean, you see, oh, come, give me a break. Give me a break. Way too much humility. Look at this. Headshot. Bang. Give me a break. Oh my gosh. Disgusting. Get disgusting! Wild. Okay, well, see, this is again where we save time, right? Almost as good as me. Almost as good as me. This is good pressure. Nice. Now, it's kind of strange here. You pivoted to this positioning. So this is the first positioning adjustment that you've actually made that was relevant. So what do you think? Why? Why did you go here, and what do you think?
I wanted to try to kill the soldier, and I couldn't see him from over here at
Right.
all.
I also hear Lucio. He's coming. What do you think about your positioning?
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think about your positioning?
I think I should have grappled away further.
I agree. I agree. Think of your Moira's with you, but yeah, not great. Yeah, not good. Okay. It's funny, but I do think that we made a productive diagnosis here in terms of value. I think positioning is a good looking fruit here. However, if you had, let's say, messed up and said, oh, I want to look at my grapple usage, which wasn't your biggest issue, would you still have found value out of reviewing your grapple usage from what we've seen so far? Try and remember your grapples over like the last 10, 15 minutes. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too. Even your Venomine too, right? Even your Venomine. Even if you were to look at your micro, like my strafing, if you were to look at your strafing, whether you were strafing too much or if there are situations where you should have been strafing more, would you have found probably some things to look at?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So there's almost always going to be something that you can go. In worst case scenario, you go through an entire VOD review, you look at your Venomine usage, it's like, man, my Venomine usage is actually really clean. Okay, then now you know that that's a good skill for you. That's a strength for you. And so when you do your next diagnosis, you have an idea of what you don't need to be looking for. So let's finish. I mean, this is obviously positioning here, not great, right? We don't have to dig too deep here. But let's pivot this review, okay? Let's pivot this review to an entirely different hero where maybe you have a better idea of what you need to work on, okay? So Widowmaker, what do you need to work on with your Widowmaker? And be specific. If you say positioning, I'm gonna cry.
Staying, using cover and being far enough from enemy threats.
Sure. Track positioning around the enemy comp. Exactly. And so when you do your checkup self VOD review a week from now, what are you going to be looking for specifically?
Positioning around the enemy comp.
Right. How did I do? Am I doing better than I did in this VOD review? Hopefully so. Now you did. I don't think you trolled the lobby here, but I definitely think there were a lot of fights that would have gone over a lot better if you positioned better. Agreed? Okay. So next type of VOD review, it's the checkup. Okay. Now you're probably more familiar with your Tracer play than you are with your Widow play, so you probably already have a little bit of an idea of what you need to work on. And that was what? What was the thing that you were telling me?
I was telling you about like first shot accuracy.
Right. What else did you talk about?
I'm not sure, but
it was the timing. Timing, I think.
Blink. Yeah, timing, blink usage.
Right. So
recall usage.
You tell me what you think is going to be the most important thing for you to look at here.
Here I think actually in this one it's kind of like positioning. For like which is kind of broad, but like I die a lot here for doing stupid stuff, and this is kind of like, I don't know if this game is like typical of like the mistakes I make on Tracer, but it might be.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I need to rewatch it to get a better idea of what the bigger problems are.
Okay. I have a suggestion just for the sake of the review. You pick something that you were actively working on in Tracer recently, and we're going to treat this like a checkup VOD review. Okay? So instead of doing the diagnosis like the previous Widow review, we're going to go with checkup VOD review. So what do you want to look at and see how you're doing at?
I guess like shooting, or like going in with my team, I guess.
Okay, so timing, you said?
Yeah, timing.
Okay. So you already kind of know what to look for with this one. It's not even a question of like, was it doing it? You already know what to look for. So these VOD reviews are fast. Timing here, good or bad?
Bad. 'cause
Bad.
my
Why?
whole team's dead.
Right, whole team's
My
dead.
whole
So
team's dead.
right, so there's no point going in here. Bad timing. Put that red X on your notebook. Right. Timing here, good or bad?
I think it's okay to be like positioning around them, but
Yeah.
it'd be bad to like go in.
Right. So just play slow. So maybe a little bit too aggressive. So what would you give that grade? Good, bad, or okay?
I would say somewhere between okay and bad.
Okay, so let's just say okay for now, okay? Huh. Let's just say okay, okay? Okay. So we've got a red X. We've got a yellow circle, I guess, if we had to choose a shape. And then no green check marks, right? So we don't care about Widow. We want to see Tracer. All right, here we go. Timing? I mean, obviously. What do you think?
I think okay.
Yeah, I mean, stuff. Your team's getting dove, so yeah, it's fine. It gets a check mark for me, you know, because like, look at the enemy team. They're actually like, look at when you go in to shoot, right? I mean, this is very clearly a very clear hard engagement, right? So seems fine to me. All right, so we got red X, yellow circle, green check mark. All right. What do you think now?
I mean, I'm just poking the Roadhog, but it should be probably setting up.
Right. And what accidentally happens while you're poking the Roadhog?
He prediction hooks me.
Is that timing? I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at your team. Right. So what do you get? A big, fat,
big red X.
Red X. Red X, yellow circle, green check mark, red X. This is going to be a memory game, I guess. Alright, 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 alright. What do you think?
I think okay, because I was protecting my Ana.
Yeah. I mean, he's overextending into your space, so there's nuance here, right? It's not always so black and white, is it? So I would go as actually, I'll give you a green X for this one, right?
Yeah.
And shockingly, it works out. Unlucky, but was that a problem of timing or just a problem of forgetting the Roadhog?
Forgetting the Roadhog.
Right. So what do you give yourself over the course of this fight? Yellow, green, or red?
I would say like.
Don't judge your play, judge the timing, right?
I would say green.
I would say so too. So we got red, yellow, green, red, green. Nice. But see, we're going fast, aren't we? Because we don't care about your blinks, we don't care about your recall, we don't even care about this pulse. Timing here?
It would be better if they didn't just use beat. I don't know.
Right. But are you going to wait for the beat to expire, or do you just need to go in now anyway?
I guess just go in now.
Yeah, I think this is okay. Ha, you lined that one up. All right. And the funny thing is we can actually just skip the rest of this team fight. Why?
Because it kind of like dissolved into just shooting.
So it doesn't matter. Whatever happens to the rest of this team fight, you get the green check mark because you started off the fight at the proper timing, and that's all we're really looking at in this review. So red, yellow, green, red, green, green. Oh, does this one even start? I mean, this one is kind of irrelevant. You're not even. But I guess you get a green check mark. But in situations like that, I wouldn't put a lot of attention because obviously your timing was good because you weren't even ready for it. It just happened. But yeah, okay. Next fight. What do you got?
I think I need to turn down my Spotify music volume when I'm playing, so I can hear the Junkrat right in front of me.
Yeah, but again, if we look at this from the timing perspective, you notice the problem.
Bad.
Right.
Yeah.
It's awareness of where your team is. So red, yellow, green, red,
I
green,
would say
green,
red, yeah.
red. Yes, and you're probably gonna die for this. Even if you don't die, you're gonna get resources for us. Oh my gosh. Zero business that happening. Oh man. I mean, that's why it's so important to not just like look at things of like, oh, what could I have done to win the fight? Because what did you do? You got a kill and you survived. But we know that that's not good practice, right? We know that that's not good practice. Okay, what do you think about here?
I think timing, I should be a little bit like more forward, like kind of on the flank.
Here's a great question. Why are you not more forward?
Because I fed earlier.
Right. So you were running for your life, and then your team goes in, and then you're out while your team is in. So this one, to me, we're just gonna leave it as red because of why you're late here. It's because of what happened previously. So this fight just doesn't matter. So red, yellow, green, red, green, green, red. What do you think? Tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why?
Partially because I don't know how many people are dead on each team right now.
Right.
I think we have 3 and they have
Right.
4.
So what are you thinking?
So when I was playing the game right now, I was thinking like, oh, okay, like there's like 3 people back here. Maybe I can like distract them, and then my team can kill the Junkrat or something.
Sure. So how aggressive should you play this?
I should try to play like safe so I don't die.
Right. Are you doing that right now?
Not really, I guess.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think a yellow? You think a yellow circle is fair here?
I think yellow is, yeah.
Yeah. So red, then yellow, then green, then red, then green, then green, then red, then yellow. So I think this is nuanced. I just don't want you to die for this, and I think there's a pretty high chance of you dying for it if you did not play that one correctly. Now we're playing it well. Now we're playing it real well. But unfortunately, the fight's lost. Okay. And the map's almost done. Okay, no comment. We don't care. Okay. I mean, obviously, right? Obviously good. So this one, when stuff just gets spoon-fed to you because you just showed up and the fight had already started, we don't really care. I want to see fights where there's actually like tricky decision-making. You kind of see what I'm saying? Okay. What do you think?
I think good because as long as I don't die.
Your doom is in, right? They're in on your doom. Your supports are there. And we'll bleed that green into this one. What do you think?
Definitely a big red X.
Are you sure? Look at your supports. Look at you, and look at what just happened here too. Do you see that ghost? You see? Now your Pharah gets a big red X. Right? But do you?
I guess I guess not.
I think this is okay. And so when we mean timing, what do we really mean? Because it's a very broad term. So if you were to look at this and you were to say there's too many reds and too many yellows and not enough greens, what do you really need to be working on? Because it's the same thing as positioning, right? It's not just, oh, positioning needs to be worked on. We need to be more specific about that. What about your timing has not looked as clean as you wanted it to be with your tracer?
I think
Like, how do you improve your timing, I guess, is the question.
pay more attention to my team, I think.
Sure. That's a great way of improving your timing. So we're at red, yellow, green, right? Red, yellow, green, red, green, green, red, yellow, green.
How are you remembering that? Are you writing that down?
I'm not writing that down, no. It's just the nature of the colors. I can remember each team fight in my head, so it's helpful. So this is a checkup VOD review, right? Was this significantly faster than the Widow VOD review? No, not necessarily, because I was asking you a lot and also doing the stupid color shenanigans. However, this was faster. It was faster because we already knew what we were looking for, and we already knew exactly what you needed to be practicing too, right? You were like, I'm gonna need to practice my timing. And I already know what good timing probably looks like, so I don't have to think too hard about it. I just have to zoom out. Oh yeah, that sucked. I need to be more aware of my team's positioning. So then now, if you were to practice this with Tracer, do you think that you need to continue to practice this with Tracer, or do you think it's good enough?
Definitely continue to practice it.
Definitely continue to practice it, right? Now, are we expecting perfection with checking your team's positioning?
No.
So if you see all those reds that we had, how many of those reds need to be green before you consider it improved and focus on something else?
How many reds did we have?
We had like 4, 5.
Four out of like
4
7,
about 12,
12.
11. Yeah.
Maybe like 1 or 2 reds. Again.
Yes. Yeah.
Good.
Let's get this a little bit better. Yeah. Cut down a couple of those reds down. And then if you could do that, then I think you move on to something else. Right?
Mm-hmm. Another problem that I have sometimes, like I'll work on something and I'll get it like decent, and then I'll try working on something else and I'll slip back into my old habits.
Yep. That's normal. That's normal. Here, let me break this down for you. If you were not thinking about timing at all, you would have more reds than you probably would have in the session, right? It might be, instead of whatever we had, it would be an additional red or 2, right? And when you focus on something, you cut down on the reds by 1 or 2, right? And then when you get better at that skill, you cut down on the reds by a lot. And then when you abandon that focus because you've improved at it, the reds start creeping back in, right? However, generally the way people learn is that you never truly go all the way back to the level of reds that you were before you even focused on it in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like if you consider, go ahead. Sorry.
I wasn't really focusing on.
Right. You weren't focusing on anything
game.
here. But we're just pretending that you were for the sake of learning how to do this type of review. But if you look at your Widow positioning, was your Widow positioning truly atrocious?
It could be worse if I tried to. Make it worse.
It wasn't bad. Yet you've had almost no practice on that hero. Why? How is it not atrocious? How did you just manage to are you just a talented Widowmaker player?
No.
No, you just played the game, right? So
yeah.
You kind of have, and that's what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to play the game, but play the game with a little bit of extra intensity, with a little bit of extra mindfulness, so that you improve and get a better sense of those things a little bit faster than you normally would by just autopiloting playing, right? That's why focuses matter. Focuses are not going to turn like triple or quadruple the effectiveness of your play. They are going to increase the effectiveness of your play by 30% or 40%. I'm picking random numbers here, but you got to get what I'm saying, right? Like when you stop focusing on something, you're not immediately just going to, I downloaded that. This is not the Matrix, right? When you work on positioning for a week, you don't automatically have perfect positioning for the rest of your life. However, it should be 5%, 8%, 10% better. And that's what the goal needs to be, is to work at it with intensity so that you download it into your autopilot. And so that, okay, even if your timing slips off, there's 1 fewer red X than there was a month ago, or 2 fewer red X's than there were a month ago. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So don't judge yourself for slipping back. Just but make sure that you're intensely focused on whatever you are in that point in time. I know that's hard. Like it's hard to not think about your ult usage when you're focusing on your positioning, but That's the nature of Overwatch, is trying to isolate and tunnel vision on something important and cut down on red X's. Okay, do you have any questions about the difference between the diagnosis review and the self-checkup review?
No, I think that was explained really well.
Okay.
So thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Definitely
No problem. And the reason why I want the diagnosis review to be explained a little bit more in depth is because I think a lot of people are very like intimidated by that. And yet you played, unless you're maybe you're just a freak of nature with your knowledge of the game, but yet you playing a hero that you have almost no hours on with no feedback on the hero, were able to coach yourself on positioning. Do you see that? That was really impressive. And I would say that most people can do that. Most people can do that. Now, obviously, if there comes something where you're really like, I don't know how to play the hero at all, I don't even fundamentally understand it all, then maybe that's where you need to get coaching or something like that. But actually, I think you did a pretty darn good job with Widowmaker. You went in there, you were like, I don't know how my positioning is, let's see how it is. Okay, I think I could do this, I think I can do this. And then we tied it up in a nice tidy package of, you need to do a better job using cover, and you need to do a better job adjusting your positioning around the enemy composition. And that's something actionable and actually practicable, and you needed basically zero help from me to get to that point in time, right? All of your positions were good, all of your feedback was good, all of your ideas were good. So now all that matters for you now is practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I had one, but I can't remember what it was.
Okay. Take your time.
Yeah, I don't think I have any questions,
okay.
actually.
If you do remember the question or have any other questions, my DMs are always open. And so you can message me anytime. And do you know the replay code rule?
What?
Do you know the replay code rule? Huh.
No, I don't.
If at any point in time, this week, next month, whenever, you have a couple of team fights on Widow, Tracer, or anything, and you're like, I didn't know what to do here with cooldowns, I didn't know how to position, shoot me the code. Shoot me some timestamps, handful of timestamps, and then I'll get you some written feedback in a couple of days. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right,
thanks
man.
so much.
You are very
really
welcome.
Helpful.
I'm very glad to hear that. Keep in touch, and good luck with your self-VOD review. And remember, self-VOD reviewing is a skill as well. So we did it pretty well in here, but it might be kind of messy, but it took me a long time to get better at it as well. But now at least you have a direction to practice with it. So be patient with yourself, even within your reviewing. All right? All right. Cheers, mate. Have a good rest of your day, all right?
Thanks,
See ya. See ya. That was cool, Eric. The Widow Tracer extraordinaire, and I guess the VOD review extraordinaire. Obviously, cool Eric was intelligent, knew the game relatively well. But even if you don't know the game as well as he did, you can self-VOD review. You can self-VOD review. I think differentiating between that and everything else is really important. And just to prove to you that I could do this, red, yellow, green, red, green, green, red, yellow, green. I'm actually kind of paranoid. I think I might have missed one. Crap. There goes my legacy. No. Don't double check. Don't double check. Don't double check. Wait, was it red, yellow, green, red, green, green, red, yellow, green? Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Spilo.
Hey,
hold on. Is your stream delayed? It is, isn't it?
By like
should I
2-3
mute this?
seconds. Yeah, you should probably mute that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
You're kind of a freak with the colors, bro.
What is it?
You're a freak with the colors.
I don't have that great of a memory with some things, but that was just easier clumping. It's weird the way brain groups stuff. Oh, I have a fascinating story. Okay, so there was was it a contest or something? People were trying to see how many numbers people could memorize in a row, with like with just being introduced to a new set of numbers. How fast could they memorize them? How many could they memorize in a row? And I remember one of the really eye-opening things for me when I was reading the story as a coach was how they reached basically a stopping point, like to where they couldn't remember more than, I don't remember the number, I'm just going to make it. It was like 60, 70, 80 numbers in a row. They couldn't remember more than that until, you know how they broke that barrier?
Did they use a song?
No, they broke the barrier by forcing them to try and remember 110 or 120. They said, we know you can't remember this many, but try. and they pushed them way beyond what they already could have done. And by pushing them beyond what they could have done, they were able to, something about the brain, it like forced them to go above and beyond their current skill set, and then it like kind of caught. And then they were able to, it was like the breakthrough in like memory or whatever. I'm not getting all the details right, but that whole like concept was super interesting for me. Anyway. Oh my gosh, you got a wall text for me, and I am so excited to read this.
Shit, I'm so sorry. Okay,
can I read this on stream? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's totally
right,
fine. Just for reference though, like
yes.
I had a final yesterday and I got obliterated. So like that's kind of like partially why I was writing.
You're good. You're good.
Go ahead.
Did you survive? Okay, so you got obliterated.
No,
but
I got fucking.
Oh,
It was worth 50%. And granted, almost everyone I'm talking to felt the same way.
50%?
Yeah, 50.
Oh my gosh.
I walked into that class. I had an A, and I'm looking at like a. Okay.
Not an A. Dang.
Zip on that. No more talking about that.
Sucks, man. I'm so sorry. I thought I was bad. I had a really miserable. It was called risk management. It was like calculus and finance combined. It sucked, and I had the worst instructor in the history of the world. I was one of 2 students in this online class. 2. And that should have been a red flag about the quality of the instructor and the quality of the class. Hated it.
2? Like 2 total?
2 total. 2. 1, 2. And oh my gosh, dude, do you know how much I worked per week on that class? I'd work 25 hours a week on that class. A week on that one class. The worst class I've ever had at any grade, at anything in my college career. It was miserable. And I was 2 students, and I would there was regularly message, and this was always supposed to be able to message your professors because it was a small class and get responses back. I would message her 5 days before the deadline. 5. Be like, hey, I have a question about this homework thing. I don't understand. Like the day after it was prescribed, and I wouldn't hear back until the day before, the night of the homework being due. I'm like, geez, screw you, man. That ticked me off so much. And then all that's being said, that reminded me because the midterm was like 40% of the grade, and and you know what? It was 5 questions. 5 questions. It's like it was. I hated that class so much. It makes me angry talking about it. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
anyway,
sorry.
Overwatch. All right, Smilo. I'm gonna type out a message. You can hopefully see in the morning. Since it's been a few weeks since that Google form, and a few things have changed. Oh, this is just delightful. My coach confirmed that I will be the Sojourn player for the time being. Is that a good or a bad thing for you?
Honestly, at first, I really hated Sojourn before like the new patch because I felt like her play style was so. It based on like my history, like a Doom player, like I really wanted to just fucking int. And then she ended up just like sitting in the back, like holding on the rail for like ages. And I feel like they've kind of sped her up a little bit after the balance patch.
Yes.
And I really like much prefer that play style. In fact, I don't really know if I've changed that play style that much. It's just kind of like gone into my hands a bit better. Yeah, no, I'm honestly finding her a lot of fun right now.
Good. That's awesome.
And I wasn't before.
Good. It's interesting though that's your lowest ranked role though. So you're 4.5 tank, 4.3.
No. That's my team.
Oh, you are the 4K DPS line. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, I haven't had that much on the plague. I'm getting recovering from the flu. Hopefully that's recovered okay. And now finals week, I've been pretty swamped. Only been able to put in 23 comp games this season. Before this week, we were still scrimming. For a little bit of background, the codes indicated as being from a scrim later. We're from a scrim listed as 4.4. That being said, you may have noticed the rank inflation of the various LF servers. Scrimming below 4.4 is too easy for us, even though our team looks like this. Okay, interesting. So you guys are honestly 4.4 or around 4.3 or 4, but you're rolling scrims that are quote unquote 4.4. Interesting. Maybe you guys are just the best team in the history of the world. Maybe.
Honestly, like when I say rank, it's like serious. Like almost every like team going into Overwatch 2, at least in this like servers we've been looking, it's weird. Like everyone's like using their peaks from like years ago, I think is why. But
yeah. That's a bit tragic. That's a bit annoying. They really should do like a purge. You know what I'm saying? Of like the OW or whatever, and just like check like when last 4 seasons where have you been? You know, Okay. It's also hard too because you got a lot of these players coming back to the game and I was 4.4 back in Goats meta when I OTP'd Brig. You're like, right.
Right.
And you're now a DPS Widowmaker with one trick, I guess. Okay. For a little bit of history with my ranked and organized play, I dabbled in team play with people, but never seriously grinded the game until Roll Q came out. Well, wise of you. And Doomfist was all of a sudden hard meta. Okay. I took my chance and went from 3.3 to 4,058, oddly specific that season because meta plus serious grind and improvement. So basically you were just like, you just did not, was it just that Roll Q just was not fun for you? And then, this is fun for me now because Roll Q, or was there something else that happened at the same time as Roll Q?
It was Roll Q and Doom meta because I basically like didn't really like play Doom that much. I just kind of fucked around in him and like this like style. Yeah. And then he was meta. I was like, oh, I'm gonna play this game now.
Right. So it was also just you enjoyed Doom mostly.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, it's funny how like being fun with a hero make play game a lot, you know. All right, so then because meta, serious grind and improvement, tried branching out next season and bam, back to 3.5. What does branching out look like if you can remember? I know that was a little bit ago, but
sorry, yeah, just like not one tricking Doom.
Gotcha. One tricking Doom and then playing snipers, playing Doom
like
plus
everybody.
Tracer, everybody. Okay.
One of my probably bigger problems I think for a lot of Overwatch 1 was like my hero pool like was either like Doom and another person or everybody.
It's either the bucket or the Pacific, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So you're either swimming around in the kiddie pool in the backyard, or you're doing backstrokes up and down above the Marianas Trench. That was obviously disappointing, but then got COVID happened. I figured why not join an esports team online since I clearly had at least a little potential, and swimming and band had shut down. I really liked it, and fast forward to college, I decided to pursue it, although my school does not give a rat's blank about how I play for the team here at UC Berkeley. You now play for the team here at UC Berkeley. Okay, so your school doesn't care, but you're playing at UC Berkeley. How's been your experience at University College, or California, right? Berkeley.
It's good. I really like my teammates.
Nice.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, cool. So you like your teammates. You're working with a coach as well, I assume, based off your previous message?
Yes.
Nice. So that's been good. And how long have you been working with the collegiate team? It's been since 2020 or 2021 or what?
Crap. Was it fall 21? So
okay.
Like a year and 3 months.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Between Roll Q and now I have OTP Doom, cast this meta 225 level version, Reaper to GM. Second to last season felt like playing. So you've played 3 heroes to GM essentially. Doom, Cassidy, 225.
In Overwatch 1.
Got it. Right, of course. Reaper to GM, second to last season of Overwatch 1, you OTP'd Reaper to GM.
I felt like he was funny, and I was like,
oh my gosh. Okay.
I'll play the Reaper guy.
University of, okay. You have quite the track record here. You weren't kidding about the OTP thing. Okay, in Overwatch 2, I only got to M1, Masters 1, in part because I was really quite bad at Sojourn when I first started playing her, and now I'm 90% sure I was affected by this MMR bugs on early on Season 2. It's been breezy so far. Haven't played many games this season for sure, obviously with your schedule, but they are certainly at least Master 1 based on the number of players with the GM top 5 rank now. As for your little rank icon on the bottom left, I don't care if you put Masters or GM though. Well, thank you for that freedom. I appreciate that. What I would like to get out of this hopefully would be mental tools to try and evaluate me from a role player to someone who can better support your teammates, especially as I am taking more leadership as time goes on. So this is with Berkeley, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I kind of want to like elevate myself relative. Like the way I describe it is like I said the word role player because like I'm very much not the LeBron of the team, you know what I mean? Like, right. I'm not a build-around player like our tank is.
Okay. I mean, you're also the lowest ranked player on the team, so naturally, right?
Yeah.
So I guess my question for you then is this, like, and to be clear, you can have your cake and eat it too, right? Like we could, if you wanted to get to 4.3K, you could do it, right? And you can also at the same time improve your ability to support your teammates and be a better team player. So I guess for me then is you very specifically said, I don't want to be a role player, but how much on a percentage wise do you want to kind of improve yourself on? Is it 100%? I literally don't care if I never hit 4.1 or, master or GM5 or GM4 again. I'm just focused on being a better team player, or is it mostly focused on that, but also I wouldn't mind ranking up a little bit? Like, where do we fall on the spectrum here? Because I don't know how much time or how grind focused you are, and so on?
I think my goal will be I want like what I care about most, right, is a team. But whenever I have the time to like grind ranked again, I'd like to get like GM3.
Okay.
Yeah,
How often do you guys scrim?
we scrim twice a week.
Okay, and then you have a match once a week. I forget how collegiate works.
Collegiate, so it's 2 matches a week, and they're like on the same day, and they're always at awful times, so everyone has to reschedule. But yeah, that's the main league, and then I guess we do like other things on the side whenever that's like off season.
Okay, so how many hours a week are you generally like involved with the collegiate? Like 6 hours a week, something like that?
With collegiate specifically, I'd say, yeah, like 2. So 2 times 2 is 4 plus, say, 2 hours a match is 6, and then usually hour of odd review,
Okay.
maybe 2. It's
Okay.
like 2 hours, so like 8.
Okay, 7 to 8 hours. Okay, sounds good. And yeah, we can definitely like look at your VOD review and be like, some of the stuff that we talk about like from your gameplay perspective is going to carry over into ranked as well. So, if we were to put it on the spectrum, 60% Berkeley, 40% ranked, but I think for the most part, is this a scrim code?
Oh, which one did you pick up?
I haven't picked up any of them, so we can go over.
So
any
okay,
of them.
so the first one's from a scrim. The second one is just like ranked this
Ranked,
season,
yeah.
and then third is a scrim. Third one's Shambali, so it's really scuffed because I think it's both teams' time like ever playing it. First one is New Queens, and second one is Esperanza. I wanted to do Push, if that's okay, or Shambali because
yeah, works for me.
Push is new, and also I think you've had like a ton of YouTube videos on it, so maybe it's relevant.
yeah. I got my butt lit on fire yesterday. Okay, plus some help with breaking what feels like a deeply ingrained bad habits. I picked it from years of being a Doomfist OTP. Okay, so what are those bad habits? You clearly know, at least have an idea of what those bad habits are, and I don't, so you tell me.
Yeah, so I mean, I said earlier, like running it down mid, which I guess is not technically like a Doom thing specifically, but like I really like to, like I fiddle a lot. Like it's either, like you know how like defender's advantage, like you want to sort of like play back a little bit and like play your positioning, and like, you don't always have to do something. I sort of like developed a bad habit of like I'll just use cooldowns like because like it feels like I'll have them up in 6 seconds, like when that's just not true.
Yeah.
Right? Because like Doom's cooldowns are 6 seconds, and then also something like even smaller, like I reload at really bad times. Like it's the weirdest thing where like because you don't have to reload on Doom, it's like I just don't have that habit ingrained in me. So I mean, there's a lot of little things that I think sort of come up, but yeah, like reloading is one. And I guess like the whole like doing something when you don't need to, like that is like that's probably a bad thing on Doom too. It's just like it's punished less.
Right.
Because like your cooldown comes back so fast. So
right, so your cycles come in faster. So cooldown management and maybe reload management are 2 things to kind of look at, and maybe running it down mid. Maybe not technically running it down mid, but something that resembles.
No, I mean I run it down mid.
Okay. I was kind of used to like okay. Speaking of which, I think I put a roast review, but I think I'm looking for something 2/3 roast at the point. Ha, you coward! No, I'm kidding. I don't really like doing roast reviews honestly with people in voice anyway, because whenever I'm coaching somebody in voice, I'm putting in extra effort, which means more conversation. So you're in luck. I generally don't do roast reviews in voice, so we're good to go.
Gotcha.
Let's see rest of your. I'm gonna jump back to your original form to answer a couple questions that I didn't have initially, or that I don't feel like got fully answered initially.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't even remember what I asked at this point.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while here. We had to move you around a little bit. Okay. Nothing there. Goals here. Nothing new that we didn't already do. Well, let's actually stop right there. So what role do you fill in the team right now? You said, I don't want to be the LeBron. I'm not good enough at the game to be the LeBron. Okay, so then what role do you fill? I want to be a good teammate. What does that mean? What are you communicating? What are you saying? What kind of a role are you filling?
Like, what am I doing right now as opposed to what I want to be doing?
Sure. But both. Why not?
I mean, weirdly enough, like with a lot of these fights, I don't know if it's like because 5v5 is just more punishing of like individual mistakes, but it seems like, and not just me, like don't like mind you, it seems like we kind of lose like team fights based on like 2 people throwing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And obviously I'm not always that one. It's just like I want to minimize my throw as much as possible.
You got
right?
it. Got
It's
it.
certainly not always me. Like we have like plenty of ints from everybody.
Right.
That's just how the game goes. But
Hmm.
I also want to be able to like be a little more reliable on like some of these DPS heroes. Like I know I didn't like submit a Widow code or anything, but like it feels like sometimes we have a game against like a Widow, and that's like a very much like a DPS sort of like gap, right?
Right. Right. Right.
Now, granted, like I don't play enough Widow to like really like we had a scrim like the other like 2 weeks ago, right? And they had like a 4.5 Widow, and like I tried it just to
Sure.
try, and like the problem is like I just like don't play enough Widow, so maybe I should just like trusted my Sojourn or whatever and play against it. But yeah, I guess to get to a point where like I can minimize any like possible DPS gap. I don't know. I want to win more games for the team. Like
Yeah.
it's
Well, let's look at this two ways. One, let's minimize your mistakes, improve your overall play. If we can get you to be just a better player, then you're going to be less heavy, period, right? And then I think also just minimize your mistakes, and then number two, then like just get better at the game, so then there's less of a gap between 4.5 tank line and a 4K solid Sojourn player, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't think that one's particularly nuanced and difficult. In terms of communication, what role do you serve in the team? Just call your ults, call scouting, normal traditional stuff. Anything special, or just pretty much run of the mill?
so I'm not like so we've definitely got like an in-game lead in terms of comms, right? He's our Kiriko player.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm probably the second most active in voice after that.
Okay.
We've got Lucio player is like almost silent.
Okay.
And then our tank is he's not silent. He's just he does a lot of things that are like pretty obvious to follow up on, if that makes sense.
Yep. Okay.
I don't know. He's a great player, so it's like he'll make a jump and like it just like works because like the follow up is really obvious, I think.
Right.
A lot of the time.
Okay. So you are one of the more communicative players. Let's look at your training week from your schedule. This again might be outdated, so just let me know. Obviously, we know the scrim schedule, grind a lot of ranked most days. Obviously, with finals, that has been a lot less, but on the average week, what is that actually looking like?
Honestly, I don't even know what's average. Like it's literally been like a month since I hard grinded ranked, just because I've been so swamped with the flu and then this. But I guess normally, I mean, there's a period in time where I was playing like I was going for like one rank up or like 7 wins a day. Honestly, that was really bad for me because like I ended up like grinding out when I was like on a loss streak and just not getting out of it. But
Yeah. Okay. What?
yeah,
would-
I mean, I just try and play when we don't have scrims.
Right. Okay. What would be the optimal training schedule, do you think? I'm not going to tell you. Tell me. If you have the time for it.
Honestly, I think back when I was playing like just a shit ton of games. Oh, sorry, I don't have languages.
Oh, okay.
Back when I was playing like a lot of games, I think I was definitely like kind of missing out on like self out review. I mean, I was watching your thing with the other guy, and I used to self out review and it worked really well. And I guess for some reason I haven't done it since Overwatch 2.
It's hard work.
I've only
It's
relied on
boring.
the team. I guess it's not. Like, I mean, with queue times, it's like it's something to do. Like it's not.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure.
Like I do feel like I was autopiloting in a lot of my games earlier this season.
Okay.
Which I ended up improving my Sojourn mechanics for sure. Like I mean, they're still not that great, but I was really struggling earlier with that, and I think ranked has gotten easier. But like I feel like the sort of value I got on my time wasn't there because like the improvement rate, if you will, was
Yes.
a bit slower just because like I was thinking on mechanics so much.
Right. But did you see improvement in your mechanics when you were putting attention to it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
I'd say so.
Okay. So if you were to say the optimal amount, if you were to like I'm you might not be this type of person, but like let's say you're the robot regimen. This is what I do on a day-to-day basis. How much ranked I play, how much self-out review I do, how I warm up, how much I play of this hero, how much I play of that hero. If you could have everything, no flu, no finals, no F words, what would you where would you be?
I mean, if I had all the time in the world, I guess I'd probably want to play like 2 hours of ranked for every 30 minutes of VOD review if I was really trying to improve.
Okay. Okay.
And then kind of just like let the time inflate based on like if I have infinite free time and I'm enjoying the game, right, I guess as much as possible.
Sure. What if you're not enjoying the game? What if you're tilted? What is it? What does the bare minimum look like? I guess is the question.
I mean, I feel like if I'm like, let's say I play through games, it takes an hour, and I end up just like hard tilted. I probably should give myself a break and then come back to it the next day.
Or even just take a break, come back to it, do a couple more games, still not really feeling it, then chill. Right? But you give yourself the opportunity to at least mentally recover and then go back into it. So here's what I'm going to recommend. The reason why I'm asking this, even though it's probably not something that you're going to be able to do very consistently, is we need to have a goal of what you're trying to aim for. So then when you do have time or when you don't have time, you could do like a little microcosm of what you want it to look for. In other words, if let's say my perfect schedule is I get up at this time and then I do this and then I do that and then I work out for so long and then I get some fresh air and then I do this amount of work and then I have this for the coffee and then this and that. Okay, let's say that's not available to me. If I actually sit and think about like what's the most important thing and what would really I value the most, then during the really crappy days when I don't have a lot of time, I at the very least have something of like an internal hierarchy of what really matters the most to me, right? So for you, if you sit down and you think about it, whether that's the self-VOD review or whether that's the ranked or the, whatever, then you're going to have an idea of like, okay, I don't have a lot of time today. Maybe I realize that ranked is the most important thing over self-VOD review, or maybe I really want to get a little bit of VOD review in because that's really valuable to me. I'm just trying to get you to actually think this through. Like you're at a rank right now to where I can offer suggestions about the best thing to do is to play 3 to 4 hours of ranked every single day. And I would probably tell you that 30 minutes of review per 4 hours is generally the better breakdown. Per 2 hours is a little bit ambitious.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you probably don't need that much. I mean, you just saw the previous review, right? The checkup, you're going to be doing a lot of checking up, which is fine. But I think the goal is just to mostly focus and get as much training time done, right? Like you need practice, you need practice, you need practice, you need practice. You need to actually build those skills instead of just like studying those skills. Otherwise, you're going to end up like me, which is a bad thing, right? That being said, there's a lot of nuance about it. And what I'm encouraging you to do is you're a big boy. You're a 4K player, right? You're playing with a big boy, really good team now. You need to figure these things out. You need to figure out what works best for your schedule, what the most efficient way for you to improve. Are you the type of person that benefits a lot from a 30 minutes of VOD review every 3 hours instead of 4? Maybe you're crack cocaine and you just love VOD review and you want to do it every 2 hours and you really do get a lot out of it. Maybe you're the type of person that you can take a break from tilting and then get back into it and you can grind rank more. Maybe you're the type of person that can grind rank for 5 or 6 hours in one day and still not feel burned out and still be able to focus hard. Maybe you can only do 3 or 4 hours. I was more of the latter. I did not do well with playing for long periods of time, but I did well playing every single day, even if for a small amount. The point being is you probably have a general idea of what's good and what is bad when it comes to training habits, correct?
For me, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Like what feels good.
Right. Like you know that playing 12 hours a day is bad. You know that not playing at all for 4 or 5 days in a row is bad. You have an idea of like, playing every hero under the sun is bad. You know that OTPing one hero and one hero only all the time for a month and a half is probably not that great for you either. You know these things. So then you need to find where does your little ticker fall on the spectrum. And not only where does it fall on the spectrum, period, but where does it fall on the spectrum? You ready for this? Where does it fall on the spectrum this week? Right?
Yeah.
I had to learn this with like working out and fitness. I would get injured or I would get really busy work week, and because it ruined my big giant monthly plan, I would get frustrated, and then guess what I would do? Nothing.
Right.
Honestly,
that's not good. That kind of happened to me.
Right.
Not with Overwatch, but with fitness too.
Right.
I've been trying to get better at that.
Right. So where it's like it doesn't line up perfectly with how you think your perfect training schedule of I got up and I did my 30 minutes VOD review 3 or 4 hours of like sometimes you just can't do that. So you just have to be flexible. You have to do the next best thing. And you need to figure out what that is on a week-to-week basis. Like it might even be on a week-to-week basis. You sit down and you think, okay, this is finals week. I'm just going to be slamming my head into the wall again. Is there any sort of low-hanging fruit I could do with Overwatch that maybe will give me like a breath of fresh air? Maybe I want to avoid this situation or this hero or this because it's going to tilt me and maybe be bad for finals week. Maybe I'm not going to have the time to do this. Maybe I just want to do a little bit of VOD review instead of playing ranked. I don't know. But you need to go out and figure out what those things are, you should at this point in time not need me to tell you exactly what. I mean, that's not what you're asking necessarily, but I encourage you. Let's put it that way, to go find the nuance, right, with your training schedule. If you want to be a better player, if you want to be a better teammate, we're going to look at some of the actual tangible things in game in a moment, but that's only part of the equation, right?
Yeah.
So look at that schedule, look at how you're training, and ask yourself, what can I be doing better? Because you probably have a pretty good idea, but things like, oh, I was grinding the game to an unbelievable amount, and then I got sick, which, happens in finals, which happens. But if you think back to the last month, were you making the best of that situation? Probably not.
Well, part of it was I was sick, like with no access to my computer, but
Oh, okay.
like
Fair enough.
it happened over Thanksgiving, and then
Got it.
I just wasn't in town. But
I
I guess
got
when I came back, no, I probably should have done a little more.
Just-
because I guess I went to scrims. It's just I did kind of the bare minimum,
Right. Well, let's make the bare minimum the beautiful minimum, where it's like it's not quite the bare minimum, but it's the minimum to where you're still accomplishing something, even if it's not much. You're still accomplishing something, and I think that's kind of like what you need to find out, what you need to figure out, because not everything's going to be rosy, right? There's always going to be hiccups and speed bumps, whether it's sickness or situations or grinding or this and that, or you're just not loving the game as much. So it's about finding like what making the best of that circumstance rather than doing the bare minimum, right? The bare minimum is not a great path, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have a whole lot to say. The only other question I guess I'd have is you said in your form, again, it's old, but I had a huge mental blocks a few weeks ago, working on getting over them. Is that something that you've moved over, or is that relevant, or have we already touched on it, or what?
We've kind of touched on it, and I would honestly say at this point, mostly moved over. I think part of it really helps that I just like Sojourn more at this point. Like I feel like
Okay.
Overwatch is more fun for me now. So
Excellent. Okay. Well, if that comes back up again, my DMs are open, okay?
yep.
All right. Pick a code. What do we start with? You said push or Shambali, but they're all push, so...
Yeah,
which code?
would you...
I don't care. Let's put it that way.
Do you care about Shambali?
No, I don't care. We can do Shambali.
Honestly,
Totally up to you. We can do push, we can do Shambali, we can do rank, scrim. I don't care.
let's load up the new Queen Street.
Alrighty.
And then... Is that a long enough game? I don't remember.
I don't know. If it's not as if we're at a lack of content, aren't we? We've got 2 other codes to work on. So
Oh, true, right.
we will, even if it's just jumping to the other code for just a couple team fights, yeah, that works, Okay, let's
Actually, never mind. Sorry. Do the Esperanza, because I guess there's a moment where I truly.
I've got a bug in my end. Hang on, I got to relaunch Overwatch. This happened yesterday.
Oh shit! Did the applying update?
It's the playing update bug, yeah. So annoying. All right, Esperanza.
Yeah, do the Esperanza. I guess.
Okay. Let's do that then.
Maybe I performed too well though. Like I feel like that was a really good map for me. So like, does that matter?
It doesn't matter that much. No, it's okay. So this one's going to be more about like finding habits and rank that you can improve on to improve your overall play, and that will almost certainly transition into scrim play as well. Okay. Let's hope this works.
New Queens was a much tougher opponent. If that does
We're good.
Okay.
Don't overthink it. Okay, I think we are good. And you are Amon?
I'm on. Yeah.
Amon, nice. Okay. Is that a play on your name, or is that just a play?
That is just my name.
Amon. That's a cool name. I like your name. I've got the most basic white boy name in the history of the world, Jacob. Ugh, never liked
I was gonna guess Jack actually.
No, Jacob, man. Straight up, true story. Every sport I ever played as a kid, there's always at least one other Jacob. Sucked. My parents swore up and down we didn't know any Jacobs. Ah! Yeah, it's okay. I've got the most British name ever, Jacob Scott Clifton. Yeah.
Yeah, Clifton is a very...
Yeah, I do have a lot of Scottish heritage. I'm like, all my grandparents are all from Scotland, and my aunt was born in London, and we were in the Royal Air Force and all sorts of foolishness. But yeah, okay, that probably explains my dental. No, I'm just kidding. Let's talk about your Sojourn. What have you been working on with Sojourn recently?
So, I guess in general, I've been trying to get better at establishing concaves and kill boxes and stuff like that. Also specifically on just sort of like adjusting to like playing kind of the range DPS role instead. I definitely have been putting a lot of like thought into like I said earlier, like when I reload or like like I guess like small mechanical things like that.
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah.
I end up the reload thing just seems maybe it seems really small, but I literally like I reload with like 3/4 of a clip left, and it's like it really frustrates me because like.
Or how many hours have you put into Zero? Do you know?
In a
Like-
Sojourn?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me load up Overwatch real quick. I'll check.
Pull that up really quick.
Hold on.
No rush.
Like in game, like just like comp and quick play, all
Yeah,
that.
it's scrims, all that juice. Yeah. I'm just trying to gauge your general comfort level with the hero because a lot of these micro errors disappear when you put more time into the hero.
Yeah. Okay. So all modes Sojourn. 47.
47 hours. Okay.
And then that I don't think that includes scrims.
Okay, so that's a lot.
So
that's,
plus scrims for a semester.
So then the good news is that you put a lot of time in Sojourn. Nice job. The bad news is that's enough time to fix things like reload bug if that was not something that was not so hard ingrained. So maybe that is something that we need to kind of look at a little bit. Okay, let's just play and just holler if you have any questions, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We kind of let it play for a little bit. We have so much footage, right? So we can afford to be picky with what we talk about, right? Looks good. I like the aggression off of your Doomfist timing. I like the aggression with shot on the Ashe. I think one common thing that a lot of people struggle with is if they don't have something that they're actively avoiding with their shift, then how do they actually get value out of your shift? You can either use it aggressively, or you can position in such a way to where people are going to try and push you, and then you can just shift away, right? It's about abusing that shift. All right, so...
Also worth noting, I am duoed with this Doom. I just kind of met him in ranked.
Okay, cool.
I did not talk to him too much, but I guess I trusted him that.
Yeah, makes sense. What should you be doing at this point in time?
I should be getting a good angle and hopefully charging rail.
It's kind of what you're doing right now, though, no? I think your position here seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I think this is pretty reasonable. Am I wrong?
Right. But there's one problem. There's one ability that you're not really leveraging right now. We just talked about shift, but it's not shift. Right, your E, right? This is a choke. This is a team fight happening. This is going to cause a split and/or zone, or maybe even finish off a kill. Use it.
Okay.
Respectfully. Use it. Too late now.
I'm actually not sure why I don't use it.
I'm not sure why either. Let's take a look at this again here.
So you think I use it whenever the Doom pops the door and then isolate him?
I wouldn't say immediately.
I think I was waiting for like maybe like the Ashe to sort of poke a little more.
Well, you tell me. Let's just look at from here, so you can get a nice juicy non-pixelated, well, hopefully fewer pixelated POV here. When should you E? What about now?
I think now's good. Now that their Doom's blocking, I think he's gonna have the like after he blocks, he's either gonna go back to his team or sort of go on to us, right? So
there's actual pressure here from an E like this, right?
Right.
But what's happening? Well, nothing.
Am I out of range?
No.
For this E?
No. It's perfect range. It would land right about here on the floor.
Okay.
It wouldn't quite touch the Ashe, but it might hit her with the AoE.
Right, and it zones the Doom from sort of walking back into his team, or at least like he's an easy kill.
Exactly. And even if they back off because of the E, that means the Doomfist is 1v5ing, right?
Yeah.
Which is what you want. You want to cause a resource split, either directly doing damage or forcing them to so where your team is able to punish that Doomfist. Okay, so that's not great. Now, I don't think you really needed to drop here, to be honest with you. I would have waited to at least him to start charging a punch and then shift out, make him commit on you. Because the problem with you dropping here is he's able to just zone you without really costing anything, and then bam, right? Hold the position, make him actually jump you or punch you, and then shift out to a better position. And where would you go if you had to give up this positioning here? Whoops.
I think if I could do my jump right, I would like to go into that like left side window.
Yeah, sure. You could just drop and then shift up to this position here. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Or even if you were to drop out, just drop out this direction towards here, and then maybe get cover here. I don't know, right? Not a huge fan of this disengage, but yeah. So we're bringing out a couple of unrelated issues. Maybe you could have held that position longer. Maybe you could have reconsidered before the fight started. If I get dove by Doomfist Tracer, where am I going to go? Right? Maybe that's something that you could practice. Your E usage not so great. But let's just keep watching and see if any of these things happen again, or if there's more other things to look at as well. What do you think about your positioning here?
Oh, hold on. The screen's kind of small. Can I say like?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like the positioning's probably okay, but it's like early.
Well, your Doomfist was just here. Your Doomfist was just here for sure.
Oh, did he just get out?
Yeah, he just disengaged. So, but I agree with the sentiment. Yeah, nice shot. In fact, why you get that kill is if we go to this Sojourn. What am I saying? If you go to this Kiriko's POV. She's in because of your Doom, right?
Oh, okay, my bad. I couldn't see yet. It got
shock. Yeah. It's welcome to 3 bit.
The camera.
Oh, the camera did. Okay. The bit rate
like
is horrible.
I think it's the Discord screen share.
It's Discord stream. If it becomes a big problem, then you could just hop into its stream and we'll deal with like the 2-second delay.
Okay.
I've reviewed.
I mean, Doom was in, so no, I like what I did.
Yeah. And then what do you think about the C?
I think this is. I feel like it's maybe a bit risky, but like I like sort of like forcing the Doom out of cover.
I do too. I think it's okay. So where are you gonna go? Because you know what this Doom's gonna do. Like you could probably maybe you don't know, but you have a pretty good suspicion about what this Doom is gonna do, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're gonna dive me. I think it's important here that wherever I shift, I end up so that a teammate can. Right. My teammates can feel.
Right. And see, this is
like,
the
I feel
problem.
like if I go up the stairs, I have the risk of like insta-dying.
Do you see the problem here? Where are you going to shift?
I guess maybe to where the Doom is, honestly.
I know. Isn't that weird? The Doomfist might engage you, and you're actually going to just jump into the middle of the open, just maybe because my Kiriko can TP to me, right, and peel me off. That seems so backwards. But seems like the right decision based off of the information that we have. But this is the problem. My question is did you have that information at this point in time? Did you know where your Kiriko was or where your Lucio was?
Can you flip the camera, or can you go to my POV?
Yeah. Let's ask
so I know they're certainly far. So I should kind of just try and get to within like TP range of Kiriko.
Right. Did you know where they were at this point in time? Probably not. Right.
I think I knew where Kiriko was. I think I can see the I can see the papers.
Okay. So let's see your reaction then. Let's see your reaction.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Ooh, that wasn't bad. I would have gotten a little bit closer to the corner, but that's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh. What do you think about your performance this fight? E-usage, positioning? What do you think?
What? I guess I have E back. I ended up being like a non-factor after I got to be honest.
Was that a problem with the mistakes? I don't care about like what actually happened, but was that?
I think that's the positioning thing probably.
Okay, so then what should you have done better then? I guess is the question.
Well, I sort of ended up just like I was playing like I don't know like super far back like as a Widow.
Like here.
I guess I don't have shift. I mean, like ideally going this next thing, I want to be like on bridge eventually.
So you're what? Well, could you go? Should you go bridge now? No, right? They're doing
No,
ulting.
because he's ulting.
This is really important, right? What I'm pointing out to you is that honestly, I think you played this fight fine. I think your E usage was good, your initial positioning was good, your shift response was good. You didn't troll the lobby. So what do we say?
Yeah, but like, do you think it's okay? Like, I guess this is starting like deep in the mid fight, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, do you think it starts to fall apart with like this shift? Like, should
you not use it
towards my Lucio instead, or like?
I mean, would that have changed the result of this fight? Would that have been better? No, I think this is fine. You have good cover, corner. Maybe you have to consider a wall punch here, but I think that's become such an obtusely micro detail that I'm really not concerned about it. And by the time that you actually have the option to actually choose or think about positioning now, look at the top right of your screen, right? What's happened?
Right. So I guess like the fight is kind of like,
Right.
I mean, the fight's lost, right?
Right,
Like,
right. This is why it's really, really important that you try to be objective about your performance. I think you trolled the lobby the previous fight. This fight, I think you performed fine. So we don't spend a lot of time obsessing over that. You know what I'm saying? Not only is that wasted time, but also you could start to overthink these situations and come to conclusions that are bad. Well, technically, when Doofus, I need to make sure that I'm shifting towards Peel, and then I need my... No. You didn't use your E the previous fight. You didn't use it. And then you dropped into a garbage positioning and died. That's what we need to worry about. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what... You played well here. Your team did not play well, but you played well. So that's what we want to fix. We want to fix... This is why we talk about, like, low-hanging fruits, right? Okay, what do you think about positioning? What do you think about your E? Low-hanging fruit.
can you pause? Actually, I'm gonna go to the stream.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just like can't see sometimes. Let's see.
Let me close down the Discord there. Okay, there you go. What do you think?
I feel like the E's would be like good if it wasn't a tracer, but the problem is it is a tracer.
Right.
I just like E into like a bunch of really mobile heroes and they just like escape it. But I do think I maybe bail out my Doom here.
Right. I don't think the E was that good. I think what you said about the mobile targets, it's not that good, right? It doesn't really do a whole lot. What do you think about your positioning here? Obviously now they're calling, so you're about to change your position, but your initial positioning okay?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too. Uh-oh, we're Kiriko ulting. Would be nice to have E here, no?
Okay, so it just Kiriko ulted. Yes, it would be very good to have.
Right. For Ashe, right? There's your immobile target that you're looking for. Okay, let's keep watching. Nice shot on the Ashe. I know you're a little bit behind, but that's okay. And we're gonna Kiriko. Generally, I do not recommend Sojourn ulting in Kiriko ult, but whatever. I'm not gonna cry over it. Because you're going to generate your shots so fast anyway, but maybe because they're tanks MIA, you're like, I don't know if I can generate shots, whatever. But nice shots. So, what did we learn from this fight?
Well, my E usage is pretty bad again.
Right. What about your E usage so far has been bad between the two? The first one, you just didn't use it, but then the second one, you used it on the what? The one that's just this fight that we just watched.
Well, I used it on a Moira and Tracer, who both had ability cooldowns or movement cooldowns.
Right, and it
I mean, she did not fade. She was, fast because of Cole.
Right. There, you didn't even like. It's not bad to use an E on a mobile target, but you need to actually force the cooldown with it, right? To actually, it just didn't do anything. You just know it just didn't do anything. Okay. What do you think about your E usage here? So let's give you a little bit of a nice POV here. Let's watch from their standpoint what it looks like.
This is fine.
I think so too. Nice job. Okay. What do you think about your positioning?
Step up over that first fight.
Yeah, agreed. Positioning here. Consider your team. Consider the enemy team.
I'm waiting on stream delay.
That's okay.
I think this is. I mean, they have Kiriko ult, and they've got Doom, so I think this is starting to get really risky as we keep pushing. But I like the angle.
Yeah, I like the
So
angle too.
I need to have a plan to sort of escape the Doom dive.
That's a great way of phrasing it. Let's see how it goes. You juked him, but this is rough. You see how this feels rough? You're stuck here.
Yeah. Like in order to like I am stuck in I might have to force my Kiriko to like block me later.
Right. Now, what could you have done differently this fight? Maybe not even now, but what could you have done pre-fight? What could you have been thinking about? How could you position adjust around the situation?
I mean, I think it probably should have had a better plan as to where I want to end up. Like
Where do you want to end
mid-fight.
up mid-fight? Where can you guess that you want to end up mid-fight?
I mean, I would say like the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, yeah. At least the other side of the bridge. If not, I'm flipping all the way to this position here as we flip the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know you're dealing with a little stream delay here, but yeah. So then, what if you were to then position here or here on either side of this stone wall instead of positioning all the way in the very far right? Do you see what I'm saying?
That would have made my mid-fight rotation a lot easier.
Right. It's the work ahead of time that's going to make your rotation that much easier. You kind of see what I'm
it
saying?
saves like a second or two.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas here, you get stuck. The E is fine, but you could do the exact same E from the positions that we just detailed, right? You could do the exact same amount of pressure. Instead, what ends up happening is you get stuck. Your impact is next to none because you're terrified. You should be terrified, and you very easily could have died here. Nice shot on the Ashe. The E is a little bit of a panic, and we're going to die. Wow, we're not going to die? Okay, we're going to die. Yeah, no real feedback here. It's just a bit of a mess. So, we've seen a little bit of E usage. We're accruing statistics. It's getting more and more juicy. And what else are we seeing about your positioning? Now, this is the second time it's been a problem.
I guess it's close, but not like quite.
Yeah.
It seems like so far.
What about it is not quite though? Because it's not like, oh, your cover usage is horrible, right? What about it is not great?
It's more about like my options when things go to hell.
Yes. It's anticipating I'm gonna get dove here. Where do I go? It's those mid-fight rotations that you should be able to predict ahead of time that you're not doing, and then you're panicking and getting stuck. You see? That's the problem. I realize that I have the wrong rank on okay, let's fix this here. We'll give you a GM here. I'm feeling generous. I got somebody in chat asking, what rank is this review? Bronze. All right. Okay. So we're taking up, moving forward. Here we go. Now it's kind of interesting here, but if you look at this position here, this is where the nuance of the positioning is really, really important. Okay. Do you really need to? Should you be thinking about your mid-fight escape options in this position here? Yeah, sure. But why is it less of an importance here that you have to think about the things that we were thinking about earlier?
Well, I mean, they have to force like all their cooldowns to even get to me, or like to come close.
Consider the aggression of your position or the aggression of your angle compared to the previous fights on the bridge, right? How aggressive is this?
It's far less aggressive.
Far less aggressive, so that you're far less likely to get your shift force. Now, what I might do is I might have a problem with that. I might say, hey, you're playing Sojourn. You need to be playing in a way to where you need to get your shift force, so otherwise you're going to get outvalued by the enemy Sojourn or the enemy Ashe or whatever, right? However, I don't know that you got the opportunity to do that here, right? Did you have the time? Not really. Do you have a place or a good angle that you could position on this particular fight location besides this? I don't think so. I don't know. What do you think?
I feel like it would take too long. Like I could maybe go to like close to the tracer, but also like they're forcing I mean, they just got to kill on Lucio and they're blowing a lot of cooldowns. So I feel like going something safer and to try and punish is probably better.
Yeah, I just don't think you have, like you said, you don't have the time, and honestly, there's just no real good angle here anyway. Like we go through here, this is too short. You're gonna be in a stream delay. If you flank all the way behind, it's too easy to poke you out because you don't have a mercy pocket, right? But the problem here is that, like, I think I wouldn't say this is even a problem. I think that your positioning is just more defensive because that's just what the map is allowing. And so you just do the best with what you're given, and then that's okay. That being said, this does mean that you probably won't have to think as much about your mid-fight rotations because it's less likely that you're going to get dove. All right, so let's see. At the very least, let's make sure that we have a good E here. Surely, all right? Nice shot. Now this is kind of interesting. So I think if you're looking at stream, I think there was some opportunities for E that you passed up. And then by the time you start to drop, I think that the window for E has kind of passed, right? Now, as you drop though, this is really fun. All right, watch this from a bird's eye view. You have now dropped and hit the shot and rotated left. As you drop, what do you now have to start considering?
The dive again.
The dive, and so then what becomes relevant again?
Sort of my plan to escape.
Right, so if you look at this here, do you see the mistake here? Do you see, I mean, you can see where you shifted to, right?
I mean, I shift
nowhere
away from my team, so I get isolated.
Right, you shift basically nowhere and away from your team, right? So I ask you, if you had planned and thought this drop through, where would you have shifted instead?
Honestly, I feel like if I drop properly, I don't even need to shift necessarily. Like if I'm on the
that's a good point.
By the car.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because it's like a weird like dip in the ground, like with the stairs, like it kind of acts as cover.
Yeah.
And then I can just shift to like get my Kiriko to see me.
Sure.
But
Sure, exactly. So there's options here. There's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of, maybe you could do this, maybe you could do that. But we know that this is not good, right? We know that this is not good. And you should, a better Doom here kills you, right? Straight up.
Plus, I think I'm like hard tunneling on the Kiriko for some reason. And like, I don't know.
Yeah. You should have died there. A better Doomfist kills you. I mean, to be honest with you, this fight is just basically lost, so you're just like trying to jump and look for a shot. But I'm more concerned about what happened previous up to this point, right? So, by the way, I'll point this one out as well. Let's, never mind, I was gonna poke fun at your E usage, but actually I think your E was quite good. So, disregard. So, rotation monster rears its ugly head again. That's an ugly E. Wait for it. Now. You see it?
I see the ugly E.
Okay.
Waiting on the now.
Yeah, the now is the ugly E. I was trying to time it with when you saw the ugly E.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, no,
it's disastrous. He's still waiting for that. Okay. No, yeah, this is just, I mean, it's just, you know, he's going to back up anyway. It's just gross.
Yeah, I will say, like, one thing I've noticed is, like, sometimes I feel like I can throw him out, like, pre-fight, because I look like, quote, like, I think I'll get it back, but it's such a long cooldown that like it's just not. It
surprises you. It's 15 seconds. I mean, it's at what are the cooldowns that are longer than that? Is it Immortality Field? I think might be the only one. Bubble's shorter.
Immo is the only one. I believe.
Suzu's shorter. Like it's brutal. Or Res. So Res and Immortality Field. Right. Okay. Yeah. 100%. Okay. Now. The rotations show back up again. So you're going to shift to this position. This is a very aggressive position, but very reasonable. Now, I will go as far to say that if you knew you were going to take an aggressive position, it also means it makes it that much more important to sit on your E, because if they push you, you have the E, or you can use that aggressive E from this position. In other words, if you know you're going to take an aggressive angle, don't use your E, and then you go into this fight either using P as a peel tool, or you walk up to here, and then you have a better access to like win a duel with an E. Anyway, long story short,
right?
E usage aside, what do you need to be thinking right now? Because you know, as soon as you peek your head, something's going to happen.
Wait, it's where I'm going to next.
Right.
When Doom
Right.
throws himself at me.
Right. And I respect what you're doing here. You're being kind of sneaky because you're like, my shift isn't available yet. So I think this is really smart. But again, the question isn't so much are you being smart with it right now, is it do you know where you're going to go? And I ask you, where would you go?
Oh, if you can zoom out, I think it probably.
I'm not going to zoom out. That's the whole point. You don't know, do you?
Right. Well, I'm thinking to the right.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
the doorway.
Yeah,
in the building.
Yeah, I think right is probably the good decision. But being aware of where your team is at the same time will allow you to make a better decision here. So let's see what happens. Would be nice to have E here. A little bit of stream delay, but yeah, right here. There it is. Okay, doesn't end up mattering. We're good to go. Well done, everybody. All right, let's keep watching. There's another early pre-fight E. We'll see if we need it. We'll see if we need it.
This ends now.
Wait. Perfectly timed. You get it right when you potentially need it. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So-
right as the fight engages.
Right, exactly. Right as the fight engages. Okay, so you're in an aggressive position. What do you think about your position here? First off.
I mean, it's greedy.
Yeah.
But I think with Lucio, it's fine.
Okay, where would you go if you get pressured?
I would say, well, I think I try and stay with my Lucio as long as I can, to be honest. But if I have to get out, sort of that like middle like little doorway is okay.
Yeah. Ooh, what a punch. Nice shot. This is a weird one. Both your supports die, so now what we discussed about your kiting position no longer matters. Oh my goodness, you get pop-off moment.
Yeah, actually, I think the reason it's not this code is it's like a win or whatever, but I think I played like okay, but like there's like moments in here where I'm like we still lose this fight.
Yeah.
And like I kind of want to ask like I feel like it falls apart partly because like I just like get lost basically after killing a few, and then I don't like finish up in the clutch. So how do I clean that?
Is that this past fight?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. Low-hanging fruit. Doesn't matter. You played well, you hit shots. We don't care. And I know that's a really dull answer, but like, let me put it this way. Both of your supports died before the fight, like as the fight started, immediately.
Yeah.
And you managed to hit a couple of clutch shots, but your Doomfist was way too low in HP to be able to pull off that fight. You know? Whereas their Doomfist was rather healthy and was able to get back in. So that's it to me, to be honest with you. This game, this is why it's really important that we don't focus on what wins this game, right? It's more important of like, what are we seeing as consistent patterns in your play that are probably translating into ranked games other than this one, and scrums, and matches, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's a fair question to ask, but I did not see anything relatively honest.
I guess I was mostly just wondering if there's like anything I could have done like specific, like better in that specific fight, just because it felt really weird. But
no,
okay.
I think your positioning was okay. I think your kite location in your head was at least good, but it just didn't have any impact at that point in time. And you had your E for when the fight started, so we're good to go.
Okay.
Positioning here, what do you think?
I mean, again, this one's pretty safe.
Yeah. A little bit defensive, but I think you were late to the fight, so it's understandable.
Yeah.
You didn't really get a chance to do anything. I want to see what happens here, if you don't mind. I assume it's a stick on a Doom. No.
Oh, the Tracer.
I gave her way too much credit, I guess. I assume it was like, oh no, she punched it. Nope, she just died. That is something else. Freeze frame, the juice. What do you think about this E? As it slowly loads onto your screen.
Okay, I just E'd.
What do you think?
I think. I mean, our risk is pushing him into it. I think this is fine.
I think so
I think
too.
it's just the only risky thing I need to think about is maybe I get dove here because I'm starting to get low HP. But I think it's good. E.
I think so too. Gets good ticky tickies. That's all we care about is the juice, the dopamine, the tick 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 tick.
Yeah.
Now this is really funny here. So you just have the Doomfist punch out and slam out, and then look at what you do here. All right, you see Sojourn, and you go flying in here, Rambo style, and just blow him up. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they blew other cooldowns in left, so
You're right.
I'm kinda free.
Right. And the Doomfist comes in, but you can shift out, right?
yeah.
Ah! You messed it up. You didn't do it right. So as soon as this Doomfist gets here, I would have been like sayonara, dude. I would have been immediately out. I would have played patty cake. You played patty cake for too long. I don't know if you see this from the stream, but like you just kind of screwed around.
Yeah. Also, I realized I like stopped shooting him because I anticipated him to charge up, but like.
Yeah.
There's
you,
no
you
need
start
to
your
do that,
reload.
which
Yeah,
is
you
so
start
weird.
you start the reload because you're expecting him to start shooting or charging. But yeah, at that point in time, it's just get out, man. Just get out.
Right.
Get out, get healing, and then blow him. Don't screw around. So even when it's not exactly rotation focused, it's still kind of playing around Doomfist, right? They're on Winston. Same exact thing applies, does it not?
Yeah, I think it's just a bit easier.
What do you think about the C? Give you a little bit of context here.
I think that's fine.
Yeah,
I
thanks for your time.
I like.
Thanks for your
I mean, maybe I can like place it like slightly more optimally, like in the middle of the bridge.
Yeah.
But I think it's gonna be.
I think it's reasonable. Yeah, but also if you place it, it might not catch the brick, and then it might just go too far, right?
Right.
It would go too far, to be frank with you.
I meant more so like hitting like the
the floor.
the first
Or
the first
one on the
lift
left.
instead.
Yeah. I see.
It's kind of minor. So
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
the big thing is it keeps
Yeah.
them there for me.
Right. I like how you said it's kind of minor, and so you just kind of moved on. That's good. We don't obsess with the stupid stuff. And this is important, so important, because you're the type of person who we talked about, like, oh, I like the VOD review thing, right? If you're gonna VOD review a lot, you gotta be really careful about how you get bogged down in the details.
Yep.
Okay, we get a kill on Moira, we get a kill on Soldier. Monkey drops, we miss our shot, Monkey lands on us, and then we die. So I'm not gonna necessarily blame you for that one, just be aware, obviously, he had not used his jump, so then that allowed him to trade on you. I don't think it's that big of a deal. To be honest with you, you should have been able to get healed through that. But okay, let's
Well, I think I also skipped to the wrong way out of the monkey bubble. Like I kind of ran away from my support, so they can follow me.
Good point. I mean, this is really easy, to be honest with you. This is really basic. But do you see this monkey jump juke? That's what we want, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know this one is spoon-fed you. Like, not even a bronze player surely would mess this one up. But like that needs to be happening all the time. That needs to be happening versus Tracers and Doomfists and Winstons, where you take these aggressive positions. Even if they're not super aggressive, you just take these angles. You know that you're going to get pressured at some point in time. If you don't get pressured, you just mow them down. If you do get pressured, you not only have your shift available, but you know exactly where you're going to go ahead of time. If you can't do that, you're not going to be playing Sojourn to the maximum efficiency, because like look at somebody like Proper, right? Proper was always playing hyper aggressive, not just because he had mechanics, but because being able to force cooldowns and attention onto yourself and then surviving is an unbelievable amount of value on your team. Like this Winston is not diving your Sojourn. Or your Kiriko, she's not diving your Moira, she's diving you. And then you just press the button, you get healed, and the Winston wastes his time.
I will say, I think it's much easier. Or I guess it's usually like more telegraphed with Monkey.
Yes.
And part of that's just like Doom is kind of like new as well, but
Yeah, no, 100%. Doofus he just comes in faster, right? Because he doesn't have to worry for bubble. He can just go slam, punch, and those are such low cooldowns. But yeah, okay. What do you think? No, you're a little bit of on a delay here, but what do you think?
Well, I don't think my E's very good.
I agree. I think your E sucks.
my E's pretty awful. I think usually like eating a Cure Cult's like fine. But
so what about your positioning and your kite location? So the E was not good. Okay, go next. Now what?
I think positioning's like aggressive but fine. It's more so about like where I kite here. I don't know what I do.
Yeah, but this is so important because I don't know either. So let's put it this way: do you have an easy kite location towards safety and heals? No. So how do you position from this angle then? I'm not saying abandon this angle, but what do you need to keep in mind?
Well, you don't think I can shift towards Mega pretty easily?
I mean, you could like backwards. Yeah, sure. But you're not going to get immediately heal pressure, right? Like if something dives you, it's going to take a little bit for you to get to safety, right? So then to me, that says, hey, I could be here, but I'm playing as close to the cover as I possibly can, and I'm ready to immediately kite out if anything pressures me, because I know that I'm like kind of exposed here, right? And I'm not going to get any healing support. So if you play in a position to where you can't get healed or where you can't kite to healing, you need to know that and adjust. Like I might even peek late here because I know that I'm not going to get any help. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just something you have to consider. Like right here comes the monkey, but you beef it. You see? You beef and you're a little bit late, I know, but you really don't kite well. If this monkey pursues you, you die 100% of the time. I don't know why he gave up. I think he assumed that you had a better shift there, but you just clonk into the wall. You should have died there. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I mean, this is definitely... I think I need to be more conservative both, like, in terms of cover and sort of my initial position. I think I should probably start, like, on the bridge with cover.
Uh-huh.
Because also that shift is just easier, right? Because it's just straight to the right instead of like up a little slope or whatever.
Right. I would ask this as well. If you know you're going to be completely split from your team and not be able to follow up, I would have actually considered grouping with my team here, because I would be able to get value out of the Kiriko ultimate as well. Do you see this? Now, would this have been optimal? I'm not sure, but it's worth considering. Whenever you can't take it, whenever the only angle that you could take is completely isolated and there's no way to kite out of it safely, at least comfortably, then maybe you have to reconsider the position entirely. I don't think this is bad, but I'm not sure that this is best. I mean, even just the fact that one jump from the monkey basically forced you to go completely MIA is a big question mark for me. Like, trust me, I'm the angles guy, but now I'm even questioning whether this was the play. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
And so do you think this is like a thing? Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So do you think this is a situation where, like, if my idea is to go on like a really aggressive angle, it's fine, but like when they pop Kiriko, that plan changes and I reconsider? So I think maybe in my head I'm thinking like, look, I'm just gonna get an angle because that's what like wins games or whatever.
Okay, well you tell me.
Then,
if you go on an angle, they pop Kiriko ultimate, what do you do? Let's pretend that you can't go back to your team, because you can't go back to your team necessarily. It's too late, right? You're gonna be out of the fight for the entirety of its duration if you do that. Correct?
Right.
So then, what's the solution? It's not easy, is it?
You could always go deeper.
You could go deeper.
That's what my coach would honestly
you could go deeper, couldn't you? You could go, I'm gonna go even deeper and maybe peak late so that the Winston can't just jump me in one jump, right? And yeah. I'm going to cause a bit of a distraction by going in more aggressive, not necessarily more aggressively in terms of proximity, but like deeper. Like, let's go back to that fight, actually. Let's consider this. What if we knew that, oh shoot, they pop Kiriko ultimate. What if you shifted right now to here and pop your ultimate at this range and right now? Not even, you kind of see what I'm saying?
I'm waiting for the right now. Yeah, and the other thing is like, I think my timing is definitely off here because, like, one, I can wait for their monkey, but
Yes.
like we're gonna respond with our own Curicle ult, so it's like
Yes. Yes.
there's no reason for me to engage
Yes.
like before any of our ults pop off, right? Because like we're about to use Curicle ult and Iris ult, so yeah, it's really like, I mean,
There's
like
a
the angle's
really
really deep,
important
whatever, but
rule.
it's also just really early.
Yes. There's a really important rule when it comes to aggression of angles. The more aggressive the angle, the later you should be. We talk about timing being really, really important. Well, timing is not always doing something at the same time as your team. This is an extremely aggressive angle, correct? Because you're completely isolated from your team versus a dive composition. So if you peek this early, what's going to happen with the Winston? What's he going to do?
Well, he punishes.
Right. Or even just the Sojourn is going to tickle you a little bit. And that means because I don't have healing, I'm going to have to run away and go get healing and I'm out of the fight. Well, what if you let them jump and then after they've committed cooldowns, we talked about this, you pop Q late. Right?
Well, it's a shooting gallery.
It's a shooting gallery. There's no cooldowns. Their attention is split. Bam. This applies to not just Sojourn. Anytime that you are playing an extremely aggressive flank, I mean, heck, what if you high noon tier right now? If you're on Cassidy on a hard flank, right?
Right,
I mean,
it's free.
It's a troll move, but oh my gosh, would it work, right?
Yeah,
Completely ruin their day, right? And that's kind of what we're talking about. The more aggressive the angle or flank on any hero, tank, support, DPS, the later that you need to be. You need to react to the enemy team going in rather than the other way around. That's why timing is never an issue when you're playing with your team, because it's easy to match your team's timing or to match the enemy team's timing. But when you're on an aggressive flank, it's easy for you to get punished. It's easy for you to get scouted. That's why it's so important to be just a little bit sneaky and just a little bit late. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So tying this all in a nice little package here, right? What do you need to work on with your Sojourn and ranked, and something to consider in scrim play as well? What are you seeing? Doesn't have to be any one thing, but what are some things that you're seeing?
I need to, I mean, first off, like, I can't be starting fights without E, because I use them thinking, like, I got it back that one time, but there's like 2 fights in here where I just started like with an E on a 10-second cooldown.
Yes. Agreed.
Because I used it just at a really random time.
Yes.
So yeah, some of these pre-fighties are really, really weird, and I need to fix that.
Okay.
I guess in general, like E usage, I think that was pretty big. And then the other big thing was sort of planning for these dives a little better. Like I feel like my initial position was like close a lot of the time, but then it broke down when I got dove, and I think a lot of that was sort of pre-fight planning as to like where it would end up. And yeah, I think that whole I mean, I think I've been working on taking more aggressive angles and getting the timing down and getting those later would actually be really good.
Sure. Okay. Not always the most relevant thing in every single fight, but it's a good little tidbit to kind of internalize. What's your priority out of all those things that you think, at least for the short term, that you think you need to practice?
I think, I mean, it's so between like the E and then the like mid-fight rotation, with how like prevalent Doom is going to be like coming up real quick, that's probably like the highest priority, but in terms of like easiest to fix is probably the E usage.
Sure, I'd agree.
I feel like it's kind of like brain dead, honestly, all the time.
I agree too. Yeah, I think you have something that's going to be relatively impactful versus something that's going to be relatively impactful but also very easy to fix. Either one will work. Now keep in mind, I've got somebody in chat saying Doom got nerfed, so the mid-fight rotations applies to anything that pushes you. Anything.
Right.
I mean, even if a Widowmaker freaking grapples on you and tries to take a pot shot at you, where are you going to go if you get pushed out by anything? Tracer, Doom, Sojourn, Soldier, Hanzo, whatever. Where do you go? Because remember, the benefit, the value of Sojourn is her mobility. So you will be playing in positions where you will get pushed. You need to be playing in positions, otherwise you're playing the hero wrong, right? So that is something that the hero just needs to always know. It's like Genji, when you dash in, you need to have an escape. Where are you going to go? That's just the fundamental nature of his kit, is having an escape always in your back pocket with your wall climb or deflect or dash or whatever. Okay. Do you have any questions?
So we talked a little bit like earlier about like practice schedule or whatever. So I'm thinking now, like, because originally I said like I was thinking maybe optimal was like 2 hours to 30 minutes of VOD, right?
Sure.
Um,
Sure.
and then you said 4 to 30 instead, which
Mhm.
honestly, like thinking about it more, I think that's probably right because like a lot of time, like I saw your thing with the checkup VOD like just earlier, right?
Mhm.
And I feel like I can basically like if I want to work on E's, I can just go through and like look at every E I do.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
it's like that's pretty quick. So I'm thinking now like maybe optimally like whenever I guess after tomorrow when finals are done,
Mhm.
I can hopefully go for like 2 hours of play to 15 minutes of VOD per session, and then maybe a break, and then just come back later.
Sure. Seems good to me. Go forth and
But
roll. Like
how
you know the general ideas, so it's just gonna be about finding out what works best for you. Go ahead. Sorry.
is so how like I mean no maybe the answer is like as much time as possible, but um like what do you think is like, and maybe this is like something I have to like find on my own, but like is there a sweet spot that like how many hours a week you can put in? Because I know a
Mm,
lot of pros, they put in like just a dozen a day or more,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But like as someone in college, like with like let's say I can only do an hour a day.
Mhm.
Like is that just too little?
Yes. At least for what your goals are. Yes.
Gotcha.
Are we saying including scrims or not including scrims?
Not including scrims.
Not
Yeah.
including
So
scrims.
like scrims happen either way.
Hour a day isn't great, but you could live off of that if you're scrimming 2 or 3 times a week plus VOD reviewing. It's not great, but especially if you're really efficient with your time, it might work. I don't know if you can get the GM with it, but it would keep you consistently halfway decent, especially if you're
Right.
playing efficient with your time. Yeah, I would say aiming for 2 would be best. Maybe aiming for 3 if you have time to. But yeah, it was definitely on the lower end.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I guess, and then one last thing. So like a scrim team environment, like I've noticed at least, it feels a lot easier to me, and I think I play better. Like not only like are the like can I play higher ranked opponents or whatever, but like I
Mm.
feel like I literally just start to mold better, and maybe it's like a focus thing because like I'm just thinking it like honestly like this ranked game like like I felt like we were maybe probably gonna win either way, so maybe I wasn't like hard focused, and that's probably like that's a shame on me for like not like like committing to my improvement, right? Like I do with the scrims, but is that maybe why like
I
the
mean,
games feel so different? Is it literally just like a focus thing?
probably focusing. I mean, you're definitely going to be more engaged in a scrim environment because you care a lot more and you don't want to let your teammates down, right? So you're more engaged. You're playing at a higher level. Whereas ranked is just you don't care as much, so it's hard to give it that same level of intensity that leads to you performing just a little bit less. But at the same time, that's not the end of the world as long as you're going into ranked and practicing something, whether that's your E
Right.
usage or the mid-fight rotation or whatever it may be. But I would try and give it a little bit more intensity, not for the sake of winning the game or gaining the rank, but building the skill sets into autopilot mode so that when you get in, you want to build a new skill set and rank so that you can bring it into scrims, is what I'm saying. You know
Gotcha.
what I'm saying? That's the goal. You're playing ranked to help your scrim performance, right? And that's why you need to be, especially on days where you're not scrimming. That's where you need some intensity with ranked, so that it's just like practice. Ranked is really just practice. I mean, scrims is practice too, but scrims is more intense practice. So you want to have like your own casual downtime where you're doing the equivalent of lifting Overwatch weights, right? So that when you get into your practice with your teammates, then you're like, hey, check out this. My E's are this much cleaner. My mid-fight rotations are that much better. Or my mechanics are just a tiny bit tighter, right? That's a good thing to do. That's a good thing to
Okay.
do.
And so I have two more questions if you don't
No,
mind.
of course, of course.
Yeah, so I guess so one like quick one. So do you think like let's just assume I'm like autopiloting, which I know you said you shouldn't autopilot, but let's assume I am like in any of these games. Do you think that those like autopilot behaviors are like indicative of like your problems like usually?
Explain what you mean by that a little bit cleaner.
Like let's say let's say this game because maybe like this game like I think I was really focused on angles, and I think that was maybe clear. Maybe I was like autopiloting on my E's. um is that sort of like kind of how you realize your bad habits, because like that's what you go into.
I mean, if
when
you're
you go into, like, more of a flow
autopiloting,
state.
if you're autopiloting on something, then and something sucks, then yeah, you probably need to put a little bit more emphasis in it. But the goal obviously is to be autopiloted and good at everything, right?
Yeah.
So then what you need to identify is where your weak points are when you autopilot, which for you seems to be like for example, those E's, and then turn off the autopilot, give it some extra attention, let everything else coast in autopilot, and then basically install an upgrade mentally, grind, you're grindy, and then let it go into autopilot again, and then give it a check a little while later. How's it doing? Oh, hey, it's a little bit better than last time, right? Like you said, like you don't want to go into rank with an autopilot necessarily, but you are going to be autopiloting things when you're focusing on other things. That's just the nature of learning, right? You can't, when you're driving, we've talked about this, you're not thinking about breathing when you're driving, right?
Right.
You're focused on driving safely and not getting run over. So that's just the nature of learning. For you, it's going to be about finding what skills in practice in scrims and rank that you don't want to autopilot on because you're actively practicing those skills. I mean, you could look at autopilot as like a general mental state, but also a specific mental state in regards to a specific aspect of your play. Like in a scrim, you're fully engaged on probably everything, but you're still probably not as fully engaged on your E usage like you would be in ranked, for example.
Right, like everything's at like 90%.
Right.
As opposed to like one thing at just like 110.
100. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then I guess last thing. So there's actually a good chance I get like a coaching job this summer.
Nice, awesome, congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, it's a work in progress, but a good chance. So I guess I've actually really enjoyed doing like individual coaching for some like gold plat friends. And I've had some like people like it like so far.
Yeah.
And I definitely like a lot of it gets into more kind of like fundamental macro, right?
Yeah.
But I suppose, how would you say, I mean, because you're ex owl or whatever, going from like individual to like team macro, I guess, I've noticed like sometimes like trying to keep track of like 6 players at once, and coaching in real time can be hard when it's like a full team environment as opposed to just like one player. So any advice for that?
So like respecting a scrim, providing feedback kind of a thing?
Yeah, say like between rounds or between maps.
Yeah. So first off, you're not alone. Even Overwatch League coaches generally give minimal feedback during scrims. And there's 2 reasons why that. One is because when you're in a scrim, usually you should already have a goal or something to practice on, and the coach really just shouldn't have a lot to say. Maybe some minor adjustments, some encouragement. There's just not a lot to say. You shouldn't be providing a lot of feedback between rounds, honestly. Second reason.
Well, I hate it when coaches sometimes they take like 5 minutes between control points.
It's not good. It's not good. Secondly, even coaches struggle with that. It's hard to keep track of everything going on. Like, and oftentimes when you're looking at it, you already know what you're looking for, just like you're practicing the hero itself. Like, for example, if we go VOD review like our planning stage or the timing of our jumps or making sure that we're like approaching like each ult fight in the proper situation, you kind of already know what you're looking for. But if you were to tell me like in each given fight here, like what went wrong from a micro standpoint, I would have no idea. Nobody would. You'd have to actually that's why when you do, usually most good coaches usually prepare VOD reviews by like actually looking at it ahead of time and it taking a little bit of extra time to think about it and consider it, because it takes time. So practice doing your team VOD reviews by having like consistent short goals set, and then I have like short reviews that kind of stay on a theme. I think thematic reviews are generally the most effective, and then because you can then translate that directly into practice immediately afterwards, right, in the scrim.
You can create actionable goals.
Right. And then your feedback should be centered around how are those actionable goals looking from what you've seen, what are players thinking, and then just keeping the players encouraged, keeping the players focused as best as you can, and then you go from there. But you should not be like, you're not like, oh, Krusty's out there like breaking down the great micro analysis and the great little adjustment we need to be making mid map. No. Nobody's doing that. Nobody is doing that. Nobody should be doing that, even if they could.
Right. Those are the people who only get 4 maps in during a scrim.
Exactly. And that's like a lot of times it's like when you have an actionable goal, you just need repetition more often than micro. That's why okay, tie that in with why I was recommending 30 minutes of review over 4 hours rather than 30 minutes for 2 hours. Do you see what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
Because you need, oftentimes, you don't need to reevaluate and relearn something, and you need to just practice it more and more and more and more and more and more. You don't need to constantly be giving cues and adjustments. I can always tell when somebody hasn't coached a lot is when I'm like, I noticed this when I was getting like speed coaching and I was getting like flag football coaching, like from some people who were more experienced than me, give me advice. And I have to like respectfully like tune them out at a certain point in time because I'm sitting there with like 7 different things they've told me in the last 15 minutes. I'm like, what do you expect me to do? You know, don't be that guy.
Yeah. Especially because, I mean, the job's probably going to be 1, like, you know, Go Plat players and 2, like high schoolers. So
right.
Yeah.
So keep it simple, keep it fun, keep it engaging, and I will say this: sometimes you have to bend the rules a little bit with, especially with newer players or lower ranked players or even high schoolers, and even if it means like you do want to make them help them to improve, but your goal should number 1 to make it fun. So number 1 to make it fun. Like sometimes I've worked with players that are a little bit younger and like that lower ranked players, and I'll be like, you need to work on your off angle positioning, and sometimes they'll just be like, yeah, and you also need to work on going for flank nades, or you need to like really work on your blade usage and practice your blade usage. Is that really the most impactful problem with their play? No, but that's going to keep things fun for them, right? And it's still good practice too.
Can improve and it can be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's just fun to mix things up, right? Nobody wants to practice corner positioning all day long for 6 months in a row. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Any
all right, well, yeah, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad you hope. If you do have any other questions, just shoot me the DM. And do you know the replay code rule?
No.
Okay, replay code rule is if you run into anything in game, scrims, ranked or whatever, and you're like, I didn't know what to do in this team fight or this team fight, just send me a couple of timestamps with the replay code, and I'll give you some written feedback later. Sound good?
Yeah, I probably will DM you just a little bit.
Works for me.
But thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Have a good rest of your week, and good luck with your finals. All right?
You too, man.
All right, cheers, mate. Right. See you. Bye-bye.
See ya.
So that was the A-Man, the Sojourn Extraordinaire. Chat, I have to go tinkle-winkles, and then we are going to be looking at the patch notes as soon as I come back. Surely, chat, surely it's going to be Hog has been removed from the game. Oh, Jeff Kaplan has swung in with an axe. And just and all Hog mains. Never mind. Whatever. Okay. Shirley, please. Okay, we're gonna pull up my Twitch chat. Clickety clack on the patch notes. Da, 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 da. How does nobody know the replay code rule? That's a good question. You're very welcome. All right. All right. What on earth is that?
I'm sorry, I was dumping stuff in the box.
Oh, okay. Oh, for soup. All right, chat. I'm just so ready for this. All right, we good? Okay. Wait, oh shoot, I gotta close on Overwatch because stupid Epic Pin. Epic Pin just never works with thing here. Okay, here we go. The cooldown increased from 3 to 4 seconds. Interesting. Let's actually zoom in a little bit here so we get some extra juice. Can always do with some extra juice here. Minimum damage mitigator required to increase. Okay. Ouch. These feel like fairly significant nerfs, actually. Maybe they're not that big, but they seem like pretty significant nerfs. Like 80 to 100 damage is a pretty significant bump here. Right. 120 damage anymore. That's actually a great point. So like you can Hanzo body shot a Doomfist now, or body shot with a Widowmaker, and he doesn't get. Wait. What about Hanzo? 125 times, was it 75 or 80? 8 almost 125. Oh, Hanzo does, so it does charge. Hanzo body shot does charge. Widowmaker doesn't. What else is 120? Widowmaker body shot. 4-second punch seems tough. Junk Mine, yep. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Farah Rocket. Helix. Yeah. Like 3 Zenyatta orbs. Maybe? Body shots? Are these live? Yeah, I think so. Seems like it. Anyway, interesting. Definitely a big nerf. Definitely a big nerf here. That's fine. I mean, I don't love Doomfist either, but to me, I was more concerned about Roadhog than I was Doomfist. Doomfist at least feels like it takes more skill, and yeah. Terra Surge now pierces through barriers upon impact. Whoa! Holy butt! Orisa's not oppressive, but wow! Fall off range increased from 15 to 25 meters. I mean, I think these changes are fine here. So this is what I would like to see with Orisa. Let's do this, but could we maybe reduce fortify duration a little bit at the same time? Here's what I don't understand. I wish we could get this communicated. Now, listen, I play a lot of Orisa. Orisa is not a strong hero. She's an annoying, well, she's not even an annoying hero. You just ignore her. She's not a strong hero. She's not a strong hero. However, she's fairly meta right now because she's good against the tanks that are good. So, why would you give 2 significant buffs to a hero with already high pick rate and not at least compensate? And like, listen, I don't understand. I could almost get like giving like this, right? Or maybe giving this, but these are both significant buffs in a hero that is already at a high pick rate, right? Am I crazy? And then maybe there's something about win rate we don't know, chat? I don't know, like, it's just odd. It's odd, like, it's odd. So they're buffing who is good against him. Interesting. So Hog doesn't get touched then. So Hog doesn't get touched because the bug. Interesting. Okay, whatever. The thing though is that this isn't what made Orisa good versus Hog. This is what made Orisa good versus everything else, right? All right, fair enough. What if like Terra Surge did like reduced damage through shields? Is that something? Would that be too complicated to? Would that be too complicated? Yeah, that's exactly Bender. Like, I don't think Orisa. I don't know. I'm not sure I understand these changes too much because this doesn't deal with her interaction with Hog at all. Outside of this does, definitely, but this doesn't. Like, I would have been cool with just this change and then let her ult not be super good for a little bit. Or if you're gonna do this change, let's also nerf like fortify duration. Isn't it like 5 seconds now? Nerf it by a second, just so she's not quite as tanky. Odd. I mean, this needed to happen. This did. I mean, something the equivalent of this, maybe not to this quite potency, but something needed to happen with her ult. In terms of how easy it was to counter. You don't need to increase its damage. You don't need to increase its ramp up time. I think those are all fine. It just got completely shut down by barriers. However, maybe going all the way through barriers at 100% it maybe isn't the play. And maybe 2 buffs isn't the play either. I don't know. Ramatra, movement speed increased by 20%. Wait, so he moves faster? And okay, chat, does he move the same speed in Nemesis as he does in Omnic form? So you're saying that he moves actually faster? Oh, so he moves faster in Nemesis form, or he moves as fast? So is it like, we're talking about like Genji speed? Because Genji, when did Genji and Tracer have? Like 5%, 10%, something like that? The passive from those two flankers? Cyber agility or whatever? Wow. Armor increased from 150 to 225. Nah. Yeah, this buffs his ult by a lot. I think so too. I don't like the armor increase, I guess. I would have liked if there was some sort of like internal sustain with the hero a little bit, similar to Junker Queen, that allowed, because this is just flat survivability. Maybe his HP is the same, but there's more percentage of that as armor. That actually, maybe that's it, chat. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's what is he, 650 or 600, and now 225 of that. He doesn't have 75 extra health, right, chat? He just has 75 extra armor within the health, right? Question about Patreon. I don't know. I'll look at it later. I'm not sure, honestly. Must be a bug. I'm not sure. This is my surprised face. I mean, we all knew this one was going to happen. Shockingly. I would love if this went from 15 to 13 and then you had like a slight reduction in the amount, so it was like a 900 shield instead. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. I have a feeling that we're just going to slowly get a lower and lower cooldown shield to like down to 10 seconds even, or 12 seconds, and it's just going to be like a 600 shield, which is what they should have done in the first place, but whatever. I'm surprised there's no quality of life changes with, like, for example, the E. Like, I think the E needs, like, it's not so much that E needs to be buffed, it just needs to be easier to use. It slows down your primary fire and your stuff way too much. So I think like that would have been a nice quality of life change. This is fair. Like, his M1 damage was okay. His Nemesis form just wasn't scary. This is actually fairly scary now. So I don't know. The problem with Ramatra, from what I'm seeing, is that how much of your time in Nemesis form is spent actually blocking. So maybe this will adjust that. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the hero now could potentially be quite strong. This is a massive buff right here, and this is also a significant buff as well. I just personally just don't. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I just don't find Ramatra that engaging to look at or watch or play still. But maybe the hero is going to be a little bit more decent. I don't know. Wouldn't the armor help with the blocking potentially? Yes, it would. That's true. Sojourn. Primary fire spread increased by 28%. I don't like that much. Oh no, chat. What have they done? Whoa. Why, listen, chat, why can they not just do things normally? Listen, all we asked was this, okay? Listen, small adjustments. This is my Christmas wish list for Blizzard Bounce. Small adjustments, frequently, and by frequently, I mean like once every 2 or 3 weeks, or 3 weeks, let's just say. Not at once every month and a half, or at once every patch. Frequently, small adjustments, enforce blacklist. We talked about this one a little bit day before yesterday, but heroes like Hog should not be meta. Heroes like Moira should not be meta. So we will break the small adjustment rule if one of those heroes jumps to the front of the list, okay? In other words, if Roadhog becomes meta all of a sudden, we don't need to nerf them out healed by 50. No, crush the hero. But Sojourn got nerfed, sort of, kind of, right? But even if they didn't killed Sojourn yet, this is a lot of variables at once. A lot. This is big. This is big. This is big. I don't know. This seems small adjustments frequently enforce the blacklist. Good, I think. I mean, I disagree. I think like, if anything, I feel like Disruptor Shot should slow, but do significantly less damage, right? Like, I know people don't love CC, but I think it adds a little bit of nuance about how you use it, right? Like, there's more, like, we could maybe reduce the amount of slow, maybe we could reduce the amount of damage, but like, it's the same problem I had with where is it here? Maybe it's not, but it's like, this is there's nuance, right? You've just axed nuance with E. You just removed nuance with E. I don't know. I don't want to be one of those guys that's always complaining about patch notes, but I'm not a huge fan of this, because the thing is that we've had a lot of patch notes in the beta that were actually pretty good. But this is too much at once. This is too much at once. And this is not the change that we want to see. And I don't understand this change either, because I feel like the whole point was that you wanted to encourage people to use the railgun, right? Like the primary fire, right? Like we wanted to make more for playstyle around primary fire, and now we're punishing mechanical accuracy with your primary fire on a projectile. I just don't get it. I'm not gonna be like over the top, because I haven't actually played this, so I don't know how much it feels. But this just seems, the spirit of this I don't like. I don't like this. I don't like this either. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this one. Nade was nerfed. So if you guys don't know, Nade was nerfed in beta because Nade lasted too long, and without the lack of shields, it was harder to mitigate or prevent Nade value. So, I mean, I'm an Ana player. I play a lot of Ana, so this is decent, but like, I don't like. Okay, so here's the question. Happy Ana buff day indeed, Tabata. Here's a question, chat. Listen really carefully to me. Why was anti-nade weaker recently? This is the Blizzard problem with balancing. Why was Kiriko cleanse? Right. Does this help Ana deal with Kiriko cleanse? No. So why did you increase the duration of the anti-nade when the entire reason the anti-nade wasn't as good was something completely unrelated to the duration of the effect? I don't understand. Now, I am not a Suzu hater necessarily. I was a hater of Suzu, of like purging some forms of CC. I think it's one of the more interesting aspects of Kiriko's kit. It is definitely broken when it with combination of like Roadhog and stuff, but I don't think we all have to be like Suzu haters necessarily. I still would love to see things like healing on Kiriko be nerfed a little bit. I think this is probably this is actually, I like this change. I think that invulnerability duration was a little bit too long, so this seems reasonable to me. But I don't understand changes like this. I just don't understand. I don't understand. This is not why Ana was weak. Grenade is still a very impactful cooldown if it doesn't get Suzu. This doesn't help with that. So I just don't understand. Things like this just confuse me. It's the same thing when we're saying things like, chat, listen, when we said they're buffing tanks to deal with Roadhog, does anybody have proof of that, or is that just the general vibe that we're getting? Did they say that they can't touch Hog, so that's why we're having things like buffing Orisa, or is that just the general guess? They said that? Where? Okay. If so, why is this the change that you want to give? I don't understand. That's fine. That's fine. I understand not being able to nerf Hog, but this just seems like now we're going to be grumpy about Suzu, and we're going to be grumpy about when we don't have Suzu for the 4-second long anti-nade. I don't know. There's some good changes here. These are objectively good changes, but just subjectively, I'm not so sure right now. I am unsure on this one. I'm unsure on this one as well. I'm gonna plead the fifth on the Doomfist changes, basically. I don't love Doomfist, but I understand the frustration over it. This is probably objectively good changes. These I do not like at all. And certainly not all combined. This is good changes. This is questionable changes, but I'm not totally against. This is bad. This is good. So here's the thing. We're going to be a negative Nancy about this because that's what people do. But there are a lot of good changes here. I know that the two-shotting a Tracer is kind of like, what? But at the same time, that will help Ana versus flankers in a way. I just don't know if that's the way you'd want to do it. I don't know, chat. I'm on the fence. It's been a little while, though, since I've seen a patch where I felt confidently excited about the patch notes. I'd say... no, these are beta. Let's look at beta and patch notes. Maybe like May, June. I don't know. It's been a while. Anyway, interesting patch notes. Interesting. I don't know. I will say, though, that Blizzard has destroyed, I think, a lot of, not destroyed, but they've definitely not done a great job building trust in the player base, and that's why a lot of people are very negative, because things like Genji gets a pretty strong, nasty nerf for, like, the one meta, and same thing happens with Doomfist, and yet Roadhog is going to continue to persist. Now, I know why Roadhog is continuing to persist. Objectively, we understand why, but that kind of stuff ticks people off, right? You know? So... I think they're probably not touching heroes like Brig because there's probably something going on more behind the scenes, but yeah, who knows. Hog is allowed to persist because they don't... Apparently there's some like bug thing that's preventing them from making adjustments on Hog at the moment. So... yeah, 90 to 80 and then 100 is odd. To be fair, though, I have always been a power block hater. I think power block as a mechanic is kind of a stupid thing. Like, I don't like that his kit revolves around that. I would be much happier if they removed power block entirely or completely changed it to where it was something that was more dynamic and more interesting and less reliant, and then buffed him elsewhere. But I don't know. How would you nerf Hog in his current state without nerfing Suzu? I don't care. Increase cooldown by probably at least a second, if not 2. Increase cooldown of Vape by a second, if not 2. I would not put any serious effort into it. I don't care if the hero feels fun. nerf hook, nerf vape, leave them alone. Change the numbers to, just bump each cooldown by 2 seconds and then just ignore them. Let's do a Midtown map guide. This was going to be very clearly, very honestly with you guys, very, very basic. And by that, I don't mean brain dead, boring, obvious. I mean very focusing on the most important aspects of the map itself and not obsessing with the details. Because obviously there are so many nuances in each and every single map. Hire Spiral to the dev team. I'm not that good, mates. I'm just a critic, that's all. Okay. If you guys have any questions or any things that you think I missed, please let me know. This comes from many dozens and dozens of dozens and dozens and dozens, hundreds even times I've played and scrimmed this map on many different compositions and many different metas. Let's check this out. So, first point. One thing that everyone needs to know for attackers is that you need to be very cautious about walking out in the open and getting your head blown off at this point in time. However, usually the best operation or mode or pathing for attackers is not to go through train unless the enemy team has completely forfeited this high ground. If the enemy team is back on point, it's fine to go to high ground and establish some of your people up here, but going through here is a tunnel of death. And it's not just this that is particularly bad. Actually, this tunnel is survivable, but it is getting out of this choke that is the real misery, because when you walk out, you have people off-angling from top, you have people sometimes stuffing this choke here, but more importantly, you have people from this angle here, from here, from here. It's a giant, nasty, I hate the term, but kill box. You're all walking out of a tiny Paris-like choke with multiple different angles all swimming into a small room. It is the easiest spam in the history of the world. I generally never, ever recommend people to go out this choke. So, then what are your options there? Well, there aren't many options. Your other options generally are one of two. Number one, you can either walk through main, look to spam people off of high ground, generally swing off this way, establish your DPS, poke high ground from here. They have high ground, you're on low ground. It kind of sucks, but there is more space. There is more space. Thank you for the Zebdolas.
Guess who's drugged? Can't stand up and pees into a duck, but watches anyway.
I'm glad the surgery. Glad the surgery went well, mate. Hope you're feeling better. But yeah, this is a much bigger. I mean, you could just compare the size of the chokes. Yes, you have to forfeit high ground, but this is a significantly bigger choke, which is worth giving up a little bit of the high ground control just based off of what you see. Now, that's not the only option. The other option, which can be a hybrid of walking through choke, but it can also be a team-wide issue rotation, is to go through this choke here and flip around here. And you're like, this is a tiny choke. Yes. However, teams will rarely meet you on this corner because they don't have very many good angles to spam you out. So they generally hold their ground, allowing you to complete this rotate. Now, this is the TLDR of this section, guys. Once you get to this point in time, you want to be leveraging 3 different points in the map. You can leverage this choke. You can leverage this back area into this building here. Or you can continue this rotate and continue all the way through and leverage this back section of this map here, even through here, going up to high ground and so on. If I were to use my mouse to simply kind of show, well, I can't really use my mouse. It's do not get stuck here. Utilize this space, utilize this space, utilize this space. Flankers, snipers, DPS, heck, even tank and supports. Utilize this space around the map to set up better and safer positions so it's easier for you to damage and easier for you to see the enemy team. Stop slam banging up through this choke into here. And another thing here too, guys, please, obviously if you're on a Reaper May composition, maybe, but please stop getting to this choke here and then trying to run it up the stairs. Just spread out, take angles, take different safer positions with good cover and good corners, please. This is really important. So all the details of like whether this high ground is relevant, whether this choke is relevant, nothing super impactful here. When you do manage to cap first, be aware that teams will often try to retake on you, which makes positions like holding this high ground up here really powerful. In other words, if the enemy team, if we do get people on point, can you guys see my mouse? If I were to press enter here, can you guys see my mouse? No, you can't. Rip. Okay. So if in other words, if I take these positions here, when the enemy team tries to retake the contest, this is actually pretty decent here. These high grounds here. You can get like your back line here. Don't all stack on point either, because then it makes it really easy for you to get flanked from here. But more importantly, it actually makes it really easy. For example, if a DPS peeks here and you're just standing out in the open here, easy pickings. Where you could be setting up here And then if anybody tries to recontest point, you're actually shooting them in the back. Okay, so first point. Second point is tough. Second point is all about getting the cart out of this choke here and then getting it to here. And then again, it's all about the space you control. A lot of people tend to turn off their brains, very similar to first point, and trying to just brute force cart all the way through under here. Now, sometimes that's possible. Usually that's not. What I recommend trying to do is to try and control the 2 or even really 3 specific areas of the map. One is this is a good off angle to utilize here. You can use this to contest their high ground or at least stage for dives on their high ground safely if they're using that. The second area of the map that you need to control is looking to clear out and rotate through up in here. Make sure there's no flankers in here. Make sure there's no DPS in here. And then if you clear out this space, you can set up your own snipers and DPS to utilize this angle to contest space. And the third one is continuing that rotation all the way through here. You notice there's a mega in here, by the way. Continuing this rotation all the way through here through old spawn, which will be unlocked, and then wrapping through here. So you can do it that way, or you can also go through this door right here. And basically what this does is this allows you easy access to their high ground, either as a flanker or some other hero that wants to sneak up on them. Now, this means that you have 1, 2, 3 areas of the map to contest and control, to clear out, to utilize for your own purposes, besides just sitting on cart. I highly recommend ranged heroes trying to utilize brief peeks here when their tanks are engaging on them. This is a great position for a safe little sightline with good cover. You can also look to utilize this position here. Flankers can utilize this angle as well to stage in the backline, or they can utilize this flank all the way through here. If you're playing tank, I highly recommend either looking to stage and dive on them from here, right? Or looking to just spam them from a safe angle like this here. Or if, for example, you're a Reinhardt or Orisa, you can utilize this position here, drop to here, and then push them directly from here. You're able to close the distance very quickly and very safely. The other thing you could do as a tank as well is we don't want everybody on cart. However, if you can turtle up on cart and push robot, push cart to here, maybe the enemy team falls on you, and in which case, hopefully your DPS and supports have good off angles to punish them in the back, whereas you have a good, you just need to survive essentially at that point. So I highly recommend trying to take control the areas of the map. Basically, the goal of this this review is to just highlight the most important areas of the map to understand and control. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the defensive side of things, which is going to be one of actually pretty interesting here. So there's like really 3 locations in this map where you're generally going to be playing defense. One, you can do what we call a soft spawn camp, which is where you hold here. This is actually generally pretty good for 2 reasons. One, if you lose this fight here, you do get generally a safe recontest on second without feeling too bad. Like in other words, the cart's not moving when you're holding here, so you will definitely get a recontest if you do lose this fight. The second reason why this fight is good, I did skip first point defense, I'll go to it in a second, is because you can stuff this choke here pretty easily, and you can stuff this choke here pretty easily. It is hard for attackers to swing out here and try and contest you if you just smash them in the face. So especially if you're running like a good short range composition with a Reinhardt or a Orisa or a Reaper or May or Junkrat or even like some spam like a Pharmacy flying in the sky, it's really easy to just fight on these corners. Utilize your high ground position here, maybe utilize a high ground position here with the support, and just abuse these chokes as long as you possibly can. And it's really not very easy for attackers to break out of it. They have to try and get a trade, abuse a respawn advantage, and so on. Then if you don't get a chance to spawn camp, obviously high grounds here are really strong. We talked about the attackers, what they're likely to do, and you need to be aware of those things, which are most likely this flank here. You need to be aware of this flank here, make sure that nobody's utilizing this flank here, and make sure that nobody's going to be doing like a leapfrog over this section and harassing onto you. So utilizing this high ground is really good. You guys can take like an off angle here. You guys can take a position here. You can take a position here. You can utilize, even if you're going for something sort of aggressive, you can utilize this, right? If you're defending, very greedy, very aggressive, but something that's good to know for flankers as well. Okay. But generally, you're trying to just put as much spam as cart. Do not let them rotate. Do not let them push cart. And then if they do end up pushing cart, well, then you can still hold the high ground. You can just shoot cart from here if you're on defense. All right. Now, like, let's say if you guys are able to, like, you lose out, you have to retake, and they're all on the high ground. So attackers, you've done a good job. You've pushed the cart deep. You've won the fight, and now the attackers are on the high ground up in this vicinity here. Well, then oftentimes what you end up having is defenders playing on the back part of point. Now, this isn't really good. this isn't great. There are a few options though which you can talk about. One is utilizing this cover here is really important, not standing out in the open, very, very bad. Number two is you can utilize these back buildings here. So sometimes you'll see snipers or soldiers or whatever is holding these positions here. There's not a lot of great cover here, but there is some cover. You can kind of utilize this door frame here, which is okay to use. You can also utilize this flank in this building here. Again, not always great. This does have an opening here for like a Genji to wall climb up and over. And you can go through this door up here to sneakily contest their high ground from here. Okay. But by far, the most common flank used by whether it's a tank, DPS, whatever, if you're going for a clutch play, I don't care if you're going flank Yada Jonak mode, right? Is this flank here. When you're on defense, you can recontest, go through up here, sneaky mode, and whammo. You have a great flank onto their high ground. High risk, high reward, but oftentimes that is a really good way to break this defense or break this attacking position from the enemy team, because the rest of the positions on the map just aren't that good. If you just sit on cart here, you're likely to eventually get whittled down from their high ground off angles. So that's a good thing to know for defense. When do you contest the cart on defense? So if you think that you can just hold high ground and not be contested, you really want to spam cart so they don't move it at all. But like, let's say if you have to contest, you would sometimes drop your tank and then let your DPS hold high ground, or you can just let them push it and then again continue to spam from your high ground position, even if it's here. Now keep in mind, if you do let them push cart from underneath the bridge, it is one fight territory. The other thing you have to consider as well is that technically by utilizing this right here, if they push the cart far enough, they can directly walk out onto your high ground. So just be aware of that. A lot of this high ground, whether it's on attack or defense, a lot of it is just being aware that you can be attacked from this angle here. You could be attacked from this angle here. You could be attacked from this flank from behind, or you can be attacked from this flank from behind. So it's about leveraging that high ground, but not losing your situational awareness, because there are multiple, I mean, heck, we could even talk about this here, right? You could be here, right? They could have an enemy jump on top of you from here. So you need to be aware of like, where are the enemies around you, and then trying to hold and to leverage that high ground in the meantime. You can take fights underneath as well. There are sometimes, like if you're running like a Reinhardt composition, you want to drop on the enemies, you can fight them here on attack and defense. It's totally fine. But generally, fighting in here isn't really great for either team because it doesn't always provide a lot of advantages. Okay, the first defense. So I want to rewind just a little bit here. First defense. So first defense, you're just generally going to have people defaulting up to here. You might see people poking early on, but you really don't want to fight here. You have such a nasty choke to leverage from either this position here, and really this isn't a great choke either. So you want to try and leverage these high grounds, but a lot of it really depends on your composition. For example, if you're playing a really short range composition, generally you're not going to want to play it back. You're going to try and hold this high ground really close, and if they push you up here, you smash them in the mouth, or if they try and push out from up here, or do this goofy little rotate that we talked about earlier, you could just drop and beat the ever-living crap out of them. However, things get a little bit more nuanced when you've got things like snipers and soldiers and sigmas, right? You'll probably have somebody, at least somebody controlling high ground here. Maybe your tank is going to control this high ground here, but then everybody else kind of takes different positions. I, as a flanker, will often like to kind of control this area of the map. So if I'm playing like a Genji or a Tracer, maybe as a Genji, a defending Genji, I can kind of hide up here and harass them, and then if I get pressured, I can always dash out. Same thing with a Tracer or even a Sombra, right? I'm controlling this area of the map, harassing the flankers. If they walk through the choke, I can immediately have access to the backline. I can be really sneaky and sneak around behind, right? If any of their DPS try to take a flank, I can prevent them from taking this flank. And then if their whole team rotates out here, well, I just back away and then I'll find a different way to get to the back line. And then for supports, a lot of it depends, right? Sometimes I'll have a support playing with a tank here, but I oftentimes like having one of my supports, you know, maybe up here, but then I like playing one of my supports, especially if I'm playing like an Ana or a Zenyatta, Kiriko, BAP, something like that. I like this position here where I have a good, nice, wide open range sight line here. I can help my flanker over here. I can help if they push high ground. I can help if they push on main, and I can spam a lot. Now, obviously, that will depend on certain variations. If they're running like a Widowmaker variation, a sniper variation Hanzo, then this position isn't very good because the sightline is long. But if you are playing more of a spam like ranged hero and they aren't running like a Widow, then this is really good. You got great vision of really everywhere on the point, and there's really no way that they can sneak up on you at all. The only way that they can flank you from here is by going across point, wrapping around this way, and then contesting you from here, or if they're perma invis like Sombra. But this flank is not easy because you should be able to see them setting it up, and again, you can see them approaching as well. So this is all pretty good. You can definitely utilize this fire engine as well at different points in time for different heroes as well. Like I think if they're pushing through choke, there's certain heroes that like kind of utilizing this, peeking up here. I wouldn't stand on top of fire engine because it's too wide out in the open, but you could definitely use this fire engine as cover and poke and prod. So this position here is good. This position here is good for more tank short range heroes. If you're playing like a support or more long range hero, maybe even a Widowmaker, this position is here. If you're playing Widowmaker, you could even position all the way back here and cover basically the entirety of the high ground from here. Just be aware that the fire engine does prevent you from peeking out here and seeing the choke. Flankers will generally play this area of the map because this is a flank, shocking, and it's short sightline. It's a very congested area. There's lots of cover, lots of sneaky little sightlines that you can use. I wouldn't recommend utilizing this building too much. You can play around it, but the problem is once you're in this building, you're kind of stuck because for you to get back to your team here, you're going to cross out in the open. For you to get from here to, again, cover, you're stuck. Once you're in the building, you are in the building and you're in the building for good. And there's not a lot of options to move and flux. Whereas here, if you need to drop, you could back out to the fire station. You could drop it back out towards here. If I'm stuck here as a support player, I can even back up further, right? Really, really far. Or heck, I could even do a rotate all the way around here, right? And have a different sideline. So first defense is generally very fluid, depends entirely on your composition, but I would highly recommend, again, avoid fighting in train most of the time. Avoid fighting ahead of train. Look to set up to try and punish either this choke if they path up top, or set up angles to punish this choke. If they do break the choke and they do manage to get out to here, no big deal. You can still control this high ground here. You can still control this choke right here, and again, just set up to punish them on these chokes right here. If you do play for a recontest, try and split. Try not all go out this choke or all go out this choke. I think this choke is really, really bad to send a lot of people out of. You try and split up as much as you can. What do you think about early poke and defense on point 1? It's okay. As long as you don't get punished for it, it's not a big deal. Okay. Third point. So third point is it's fairly interesting. It's not a whole lot of nuance here. Generally holding, pushing. Let's talk defense here. So I was like considering defense first because usually your attack is depending on what the defense is doing, right? They kind of get to choose the engagement place. So I think defense, very rarely will you see teams fight in this position here because remember the obstacles that you have to control on defense mean that you're stuck. For example, if I'm holding here a soldier, not only could I get flanked from here, but if I get pushed, where do I kite to? Where's my rotation to? Either you're going to run out in the open, or you're going to run through this mega, you're going to run the stairs, you're going to run through here, again, more out in the open, or you're going to get into cover here, you're going to get to here. It's just a nasty, big, ugly, long rotation. So what you'll generally see is that this choke is not super contested because attackers can still utilize a lot of flanks. Look at this. Oh, they can do all sorts of sneaky stuff on you. So defenders will like to try and leverage one of two things. Either they're going to leverage the choke, this choke right here, where it's hard for attackers to get good angles, or they're going to leverage the high ground. Depending on the comp that you'll see, they'll either leverage this high ground here, or they'll leverage this high ground here. So for defenders, I think this is perfectly reasonable to do. I like defending this choke a lot, and then trying to set up, if I have heroes that can control high ground, heroes that control high ground up here, or even heroes that control the low ground here, because this is a really good off angle off of this choke. And then the only thing that's a surprise is either through here, my cats are literally sprinting around the house, is the flank through here, which is very high risk, high reward, right? Very high risk, high reward, very punishable. Or this flank here, which is low risk, but also low reward for most heroes. So it's pretty easy to kind of keep, there's nothing really sneaky the attackers can pull on you. So I like controlling this choke here. I do like sometimes controlling high ground as well. And there are certainly times, like for example, if you know that the enemy team has a lot of ultimates and you're like, we need to get 2 fights here, it's very reasonable for you to kind of hold this choke here, knowing that you're going to lose it, but you're going to force out some ultimates, maybe make it a mess, maybe get some trades, and then you can recontest for sure. Whereas if you hold back here, yes, you will get a recontest. Thank you for the sub, Jay. Good to see you, mate. Long time no chat. Whereas if you hold here, you will get a recontest, but it's going to be kind of hairy. Like they're going to be able to push really aggressively on your spawn doors. Okay. So then, if let's say you lose this fight and maybe get a chance to set up, this positioning here as well is also pretty good to hold. Whereas you can hold this corner here, and then you can set up all sorts of flanks here. So like we see DPS setting up for here on defense, right? We can see DPS setting up from here on defense. We see people sitting literally in these spawn doors. Like look at this little crossfire you get as like a sniper hero here. You get flankers a lot of times utilizing this area of the map, Genji's tracers, or even if you're playing like a Hanzo and you want to go very aggressively. There's all sorts of stuff that you could do through here. Like look at this here. So from here you have all this cover, right? All this cover. You have the Mega. You have the elevator to top, which you can take, which takes a little bit of time, yes. But then all of a sudden, do you see how you have this hard flank in their back line here? You could even use this as a soldier, sneak around behind. But there's a lot of this side of the map to play around. And you'll notice that with Midtown, where you have certain areas of the map that are more, my cats, are more involved and more open for snipers, and then a certain section of the map which is more available for flankers, shorter sightlines. Think about first point, right? Left side of the map, from a defender standpoint, generally more open. Right side of the map, more congested. And that's kind of the way it goes oftentimes. What do you think about the train? The train is pretty good for defenders because you can utilize this flank here. But it's actually a little bit less impactful than you would think. For attackers, it's not a great position because you're shooting here and you can't really see anything. And then for you to get to a position where you can shoot, you have to play pretty aggressively, where it would probably be better to just do the same thing, but just do it here instead with better cover. So anyway, defenders, that's where you want to go. If you do end up getting people stuffing in your choke here, try and not just walk out like this here. Try and set up like an off angle here. I really think if they're aggressively holding your spawn doors and the cart's about to cap, I think one player utilizing this flank is like super high value, easy access to enemy backline. It's usually a surprise factor as well. So I highly recommend that. Okay, quickly moving on to the attacking standpoint. Remember we talked that most likely teams are not going to be spawn camping you or holding this choke here. However, just keep in mind that teams will often try and look to shoot your spawn door, so just be aware of that. You can kind of utilize this little door here. So where is it? You can kind of utilize this door. Is this door ever open? I feel like it does, yeah. You can use this door here and come out this side, and this provides a little bit better cover. And then from here, you have immediate access into setting up your flanks here, or even flanking around from here. And the same thing goes on here too. If you're getting like really truly spawn camped, you can go out this door here, and then you can wrap around right side, wrap around here, and then you could either go up the stairs through here. And then I know this is like a pain in the butt, right? But you could do this whole number here. But basically, TLDR, if they're trying to hold this choke here, it's very similar to Hollywood third point, where it's actually really difficult for defenders to hold this choke just because of there's doors on the right and there's doors on the left that allow you flanks and access to their backline. And you have the better respawn. So generally, you won't see that happen. If it does happen, that's how you're going to deal with it. It's going to be setting up cool flanks, looking to get it behind them, looking to set up an angle on their backline, and just whittle them down, okay? Remember, any kill that you get is better than a kill that they get because your respawns are closer. All right, so from there, a lot of attackers will generally take the time to push the cart to here, and oftentimes this is where defenders will hold. So you've got a couple of options. You could either go 3, 2, 1, just smash into them and ignore the map control, or you can try and set up people on high ground, which generally attackers have the advantage because this stair is more accessible. And generally defenders, for example, if you get pushed here, you can just back off, whereas defenders, if the defenders back off from here, these guys up here are often isolated and they have to drop down from here. So I think this high ground is relatively decent to utilize if we have heroes that want to utilize it. For example, let's say they're not even using the high ground, you as a Genji could actually dash across, or Tracer could blink across, and then you can actually set up for their backline from here. It's a good little tool to use there. We talked about this angle being a high risk, high reward. It's definitely a high risk, high reward. It doesn't mean it's not worth using, it's just high risk, high reward. So something to kind of keep in mind. And then the really low hanging fruit that if all else fails, you should definitely be utilizing this, is this one right here with the mini, where as any sort of range hero, range threat, you could peek through here and get a decent sightline and create space from here. And the other thing you can consider here is if you have any form of mobility and you can get to this angle here, this is also pretty good here. Obviously, you cannot just jump up here. Last I checked, I don't think you can jump up here. So you're going to need to utilize either a helix jump, Hanzo wall climb, Genji dash, or something like that. So breaking this choke is a lot of times just a war of attrition, trying to utilize one of these, either the high grounds or one of the flanks, and then trying to utilize cover as best as you can. Now, if we get to late third, again, corner cover. You have to find corner cover. This is a wide open point, which means it's very easy to get sloppy and get poked out, which means you need to be utilizing corner cover. Mega is here, something to kind of keep in mind, but generally, you're going to be trying to kind of control this space here. And then what I often recommend is you need to try and pick a side and leverage that side as an attacker. In other words, left or right. So now I'm talking about this from a team plays perspective. I understand that in ranked, there's not going to be like this level of coordination. However, if you're a DPS player, you need to ask yourself, do I want to utilize this side of the map? Is this side of the map better for my hero, whether that's, a shorter range hero, or is it this side of the map? And again, as I kind of implied there, it's going to depend a lot on the range that you're playing. This side of the map, this cover on this train here, even playing here, maybe more aggressively even. This is pretty good if you've got more range. However, if for shorter range heroes, this doesn't feel super good. So oftentimes you'll see heroes, Genji, Tracers, Cassidys, Junkrats, things like that, utilizing this side of the map because it's got good cover, short sight lines, and it doesn't feel so wide open and exposed. So this side feels generally pretty good. Just keep in mind that in terms of health pack, there's a mega here, but that's about it. There's a lot of no man's land on third point, a lot of wide open space, which is definitely going to influence which DPS feel good here. But if you're leaning towards the side that better matches your character, that's going to feel good. Also, keep in mind, it's good to keep pressure if you get the cart pretty aggressive to try and stuff these chokes as much as you can. Just be aware that there are 3 of them, so that you can put a lot of early pressure and make it really hard for the enemy team to get out of the choke. And then that's pretty much it. Don't get sucked into fighting on point, y'all. Don't get sucked in. We need 1 person on cart. Everybody else can be taking good off angles and good space to clutch these fights out. When you see fights lost that are won because somebody gets sucked onto the cart and then gets flanked, flanked and shot from behind, and that's how you lose those situations. So try and keep yourself disciplined with how you position and control space, and just let your tank be in cart, whoever's in cart, or even just don't have anybody in cart for a brief period of time and just win the fight, then cap the point. So Midtown is, I think, outside of a few exceptions, is a pretty fun map to play. I think a couple of complaints that I have is I think definitely second point sometimes feels a little bit frustrating to attack to because of how oppressive this high ground is, and sometimes the flanks don't feel super good. But I think everybody's main complaint with Midtown, and it's a fair one, is that the attack is just difficult. This is a very bad choke to walk through, but even the options here don't always feel amazing. Now, to make you feel any better, it's not just your bronze teammates. This in Overwatch League was relatively often, more often than just about any other map, a point where people would either get full held on first or full held on first for about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, we saw even bad teams were doing very well on first defense here versus good teams. It's just the nature of the map. So patience, do your best, and know that if you do cap first, oftentimes you'll be able to snowball off of that relatively well. Point 3 is hard to cap in your games. Is it due to the map design or just your games? No, I think map point 3 is also hard to cap. I think every point on this map is difficult to cap in some way, shape, or form. I think that mirrors a lot of escort maps or hybrid maps even. Eichenwald, second point, if played really well, Eichenwald's second attack feels really hard. I think if you think about something that even just a raw escort map like Route 66, second point is really rough sometimes for Route 66 if you have face against a team with like a good sniper, right? It doesn't feel very good. But I mean, we all complain about push, right? But some of these maps are pretty tough. So the map control advantage is so oppressive. But yeah. You guys have any questions about this map that I didn't answer in the review? Because I'm just going really off that this is not scripted whatsoever. This is just me just kind of like babbling. So I'm sure that I missed a couple of things. And if so, I'd like to clarify them. And then we're going to do some Ask Spilo. How useful is the one spot in first point train that you can stand on by the stairs? So here? Or are you talking about here? Is this A or B here? Or is it a different spot entirely? Top of the train A. Yeah, this is okay. The problem with this here is though, if you get pushed here, you will need to drop off this direction and kite here. So it's, remember, a good position is usually always has like a direction of if you get pushed, where would you go? And sometimes that's why you don't see supports like Zenyatta play here, because look at Zenyatta's sightlines here. Not super good. Not super good on really either choke, and too close. So that's why you use position here where you have a little bit more range. Whereas if you have a hero like a Reaper, a Junkrat, maybe a tank, they're more comfortable playing in these short sightlines positions because they're less likely to have to rotate, but they also have more survivability to be able to do so properly. You can stand on the train. Oh, I mean, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Like, I mean, you use this as like a Genji sometimes, yeah. Is this map generally good with brawl, spam, dive equally? Yes, actually. From my memory of Overwatch League, this was one of the maps where it mostly followed the meta, for the most part. You'd see occasionally a little bit more spam on points like first and third a little bit, but mostly followed the meta, which is a good indication that it's not a specifically oppressive map with any brawl or spam or dive. There's enough flanks There's enough short sightlines, there's enough long sightlines to provide dynamics. The cart moves automatically to the gate after point capture. I think it's a neat detail you don't find in every mode. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, any other questions? And yes, this theme for the song is kind of a banger. Beautiful piano. I love the piano of this map. Okay, well, hope you guys found that one helpful. I'm thinking about doing this one a little bit more often. I generally try to keep these VODs or breakdowns short, but I feel like there's just so much to talk about that like it's hard to kind of break it down short. But yeah. Okay, let's do some Ask Spilo, mates. Get my epic pen out. Side note, in patch, Emong Flats had an interview with Overwatch lead who resigned patch notes. The lead designer said they are planning a patch in mid to late January that will remove Roadhog one shot. Whoa. Remove one shot. Wow. When is it getting on YouTube? Not sure yet. Not sure. It's going to depend on my editing schedule. Got a lot of catching up to do. Okay. Let's do this, chat. So exclamation mark Discord. In my Discord, you will find a channel called Ask Spilo near the top of the Spilo stuff category. And you can ask what you'd like. We'll get through as many of these as we can. Probably get through all of them, but we'll see how many we get here. All right. What do I do as a tank on like Monkey when the enemy team has low amounts of healing and won't switch off? When my team has low amounts of healing and won't switch off? Play flanks better so that you take less damage in pre-fight, so that you're in less demand of healing pre-fight, and then also utilize mega health packs as necessary. But Monkey is generally a tank that doesn't demand as much healing as some tanks, but yeah, he's definitely in the middle where you would prefer him to not run like a Brig Zan. So I can see the difficulty with that. When entering a match with a concrete idea I look to improve on, I get into autopilot fairly quickly, resulting in no actual practice while I'm willing to actively engage in the game. Well, practice at actively engaging in the game. But I also go as far to say to offer some concrete solutions. So I released the autopilot video. You can check that one out on YouTube just several days ago. It goes into more detail, but you can use something, for example, like a phone timer that goes off every 5 or 6 minutes. I did that a lot of the time with some of my coaching, and it helps a little bit. So I would give that a check. What's the meta now? Is Banana Rush still the best, or is there a better Doom comp out there? I don't know. We don't really know right now, especially with the new patch right now. I know you're referring to this past week, but we don't really know. I think there's been rumors of Ramatra being abused, like the block of Ramatra being kind of exploited in a tricky way that allows him to be played, but it's probably going to continue to be live meta. Hard to say. Depends on how big these Orisa buffs are. If Orisa is able to murder Hog consistently, then that, with her M1 changes, then that might be something that has impact on the meta, but we'll have to wait and see. I've noticed I have a habit of playing down to your opponent's level. Often when I'm playing in games that are below my rank, I notice I make way more mistakes. After voting, I feel like ego is a big reason to my play slipping. Do you have any tips on that can be better manage ego focus, make the right decisions in the games? I mean, the focus is just to go into the game knowing what you're practicing. So if you feel like your ego is the reason your play is slipping, it's because like it doesn't matter if, let's put it this way. If I am working at my form on lifting a weight, okay? It doesn't matter if it's 5 pounds or if it's 100 pounds. Obviously, it's probably more important to have good form with 100 pounds than it is with 5 because I might injure myself otherwise. However, it's really, really, really important to me that I can still get practice even if I'm lifting a 5-pound dumbbell or a 100-pound dumbbell. So for you, it's like, it's not, maybe, I'm sure ego is why it is, but also could just be a lack of intensity of focus with what you need to be practicing, because I don't care if I'm playing versus bronze players. If I'm working on corner positioning, I'm working on corner positioning. I'm not doing that to avoid getting punished in that game, even though I might get away with more in that game. I'm doing that so I can build habits for the next game. So remind yourself when you get in these lower rank games, it's very important to focus on those games, because though you need to build good habits so that when the next game, when the matchmaking puts you in something a little bit tougher, that you have already practiced playing and performing where and how you need to be in the previous game. Be right back, chat. I'm gonna get some water. I need to some water. Okay, we're good. So, what is Doom's job and how am I supposed to play him in the current state? You're welcome. This is solved in the Chipset collab. Thanks. Yeah, all right. Easiest question I've ever done. Or the hardest question I guess I've ever done, depending on the way you look at it. What do you do when you want to improve at the game but don't enjoy rank in its current state? I don't want to force myself to play in rank when I'm not enjoying it, but I still enjoy scrimming and want to improve. Scrim, pug, reframe ranked practice is something to where you're just grinding mechanics. Depending on the hero that you're playing, maybe you could actually just really just grind mechanics in deathmatch. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. This is if you don't enjoy the meta, either you need to bite down the bullet a little bit and continue to find good practice, or you find practice outside of ranked in terms of pugs and deathmatch, or both. But I don't know. There's no real easy solution here. You need, Scrim War is definitely a good solution, a good suggestion. Or pugs, or whatever. But yeah. If I want to do a VOD review for me and my duo, how would I go about, is it a team or a single person? I think I've already answered that one. We can actually remove that one. Thoughts on how Koth might work if the attacking team that's not in control point could touch point to pause percentage accumulation of the defending team. So I thought about this actually yesterday. I didn't even see this question, but this was literally what I was thinking about, because people were complaining about push, and they're like, oh, well, you have to push the robot back, and even though you're pushing the robot back when you have fight control, you're not accruing any percentage towards your end. Where I was thinking, well, with Koth, you could be losing the fight, but because you had control of the fight point, you're still accruing percentage, even though it's being contested. So, I don't know. I definitely think it's an interesting thought. There's certain things, questions about Overwatch that I don't know the answer to. I think you would just have to play it out and see how they feel. For example, this is why I had such a big issue with that push VOD, because presenting this is math, this is how it works, this is fundamentally imbalanced is really disingenuous and really juvenile, with all due respect. Because you could phrase this where how like you could accrue percentage on Koth, even though you're in control of the point. This is fundamentally imbalanced, and Koth is an awful game mode because first fight matters way too much, and we could go into that, right? But how does it actually work in application? Is Koth a popular game mode? Yes. Do people have fun playing Koth? Yes. So if you were to fundamentally change the way Koth works by doing this, would that be a bad change? Would it be a more balanced change? Maybe. Would it be a bad change? Maybe. Maybe then we'd have a meta where you could just stall point and not play to like win, but play to not lose, or you could cheese by running something like a Sombra and keep touching point over and over again to prevent the enemy team from accumulating percentage, even though, and then to have the rest of your team avoid I would have to actually see how it's actually executed. Would it be fun? You know what I'm saying? You just have longer games too. Exactly. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? We've got 3 rounds. Would that make Koth too long? Could we adjust that by reducing the percentage? Would that make it too few team fights if you're not contesting? I don't know. So I think like it's really important with questions like these that, like, for example, another one's like the ult charge swap, right? SVB brought up some interesting questions about like, is the ult charge swap balanced? Okay, but is the ult charge swap fun? If not 30%, why not 25? If not 25, why not 40? Why not 50? There's some things that we can think are not balanced, but we don't really know. We just have to try it and see. So I don't know. Is Koth the first of my concerns with the game right now? No. So I'll put it this way. I would prefer this to not be at the forefront of the issues to consider, but I can see how this is technically not balanced, right? If there's a meta that you really don't find enjoyable, is it better to take a break so you don't get burned out or try to learn and push through it? If it's a lot of what we waste, but I think it depends on the person, it depends on the situation. So I think maybe a little bit of both. If we answered this earlier with the Quack one, right, where it's about finding ways to play the game that maybe avoid the aspect of the game that you don't enjoy, and then also finding something within the game that you still like, finding a way to reframe your attention, your focus, so that it's still enjoyable. So for example, I remember playing Zenyatta in like the Reinhardt damage boosted Hanzo meta, and it was so frustrating to me that like every trance just felt like I died. So I just didn't worry about my trance because I knew people were going to damage boost the dragon, and then people were going to die through trance anyway. This is way back in the day, y'all. So what did I do? I just treated it like I'm just going to go in there and have fun and just play rank for mechanics practice. Even if I die, it's just mechanics practice. So for me, it's like I don't know how do you push through. It's going to depend on what you enjoy or what you don't enjoy in the meta, and the way you reframe the way you play the hero in the meta to be something that's more interesting and more engaging. And then also, maybe you just need to eat your vegetables a little bit. So what I mean by that is, don't push through and grind ranked if you hate it, but don't go ice cold, right? Grind your mechanics, make yourself play a couple of ranked games, then look for pugs, look for scrims, find different ways of making it structured so that you don't totally hate it. Because I don't want you burned out in the game, but I always have a hard time with answering this question, because I'm not saying this is you, but there are a lot of people that I've worked with in the past that are just complainers. In every meta, there's something to complain and whine about, and it's never my fault. It's always, oh, the meta's bad, devs are incompetent. Right now, Hog being at such a high pick rate, it's one of the worst metas that we've had probably since Overwatch 2. I mean, so the Sojourn being hard picked and Hog being as meta as he is really sucky. It's one of the worst metas we've had in a long time. I'll give you that objectively. However, just be careful. Just be careful is what I'd say. With the nerf to Kiriko ult charge, is field to playstyle basically hitbox? It is viable, yes. However, it is slightly less viable. It would have been more or less viable with the heal nerf, but yes. If so, not what's our place on this optimal playstyle. So I did a Kiriko VOD review, I want to say, oh shoot, was it a week ago, a week and a half ago? You're going to look it up. It's a GM Kiriko on Route 66, and we talk about this because it's not just the playstyle, the ult nerf, it's also the fact that a lot of the meta heroes have shifted to heroes that don't need Kiriko healing. So Kiriko has to find value outside of just heal botting. I actually have that stream edited and for a YouTube video that we'll probably post in the next week or so. So if you don't want to wait for that, don't want to wait for that, you can check it out on Twitch. But if you wait for that, we break it down in detail on that YouTube video. Have you ever coached a genuine bronze player? Yes. It's been a while, actually. But I've coached probably a dozen, 20, maybe a dozen or 20. That's a big variance. But yeah, over the last 5 years or so, I've coached a lot of, not a lot of them, but a decent number of bronze players. And usually it was just about talking about like what their hero wants to do fundamentally. Like, what is your hero good at? Let's try and play to that hero's strengths. And then just kind of, a lot of it was just kind of like playing through the game and just kind of making them think through the game a little bit at a time. I've never really coached a bronze player who has been hard stuck bronze. If I coached a player who is hard stuck bronze, my approach would be different from somebody who is more new to the game. I've coached more players that are relatively new to the game, so it's very gentle, soft, educational / answering questions and trusting that they're going to move on and do better things, which they always did. But I've never actually coached a hard stuck bronze player. That would be an entirely different approach, I think. Coaching a hard stuck bronze player would be finding the fundamental misunderstandings of how they approach the game, and probably has something seriously wrong with how they train. Seriously wrong with how they train. Okay. Do you think not having coaches are worth it to instead be able to handpick players for low tier scrim teams? I'm not sure I understand the question here. Can you elaborate on this one? I'm not sure I understand. How do you get better with mechanics other than just grinding a rank and workshop codes Kovacs? You don't. You don't. I mean, obviously the low-hanging fruit is make sure that you have a big mouse pad, make sure that you have a decent sensitivity, and by decent sensitivity I mean a sensitivity that's between 2k DPI and 6k DPI for most heroes. You grind scrims, you grind rank, and you play your workshop slow codes like Kovacs. FFA helps a lot, yeah, but you just play the game. Do you think not having coaches... I'm really trying to understand this question here. As in, not having coaches it's worth not having coaches because you can handpick players for low tier scrim teams. Oh, okay. Essentially, I can't find teams in Discord with coaches that watch VODs, which seems helpful, but sometimes the teammates are not the best. I can find teams on Discord with coaches that watch VODs, which seem helpful, but sometimes the teammates are. Find teams in Discord with coaches. Yeah, there's a balance there. So if you feel like I have to compromise like the level of play that I scrim with because the teams that have coaches are often not very competitive, then yeah, that is a problem. Whereas maybe you're like, oh, this is a higher tier team that is like performing at a higher level but doesn't have a coach, then maybe that's the way to go. I would generally if you're doing self-review yourself, I think you're like having a competitive environment is better. In other words, I would rather be scrimming with plats and diamonds or masters and diamonds, for example, than I would with golds with a coach. That's unless the coach is like literally legendary, but that would be what I would prefer. But there's a nuance there, right? If it's like, oh, a team that's slightly higher SR, slightly more competitive, but as a coach, as a good coach, then maybe I'd lean towards that. But if there's a significant gap, then I would lean away from the coach. I hope that answers your question. I still don't feel like I fully understand the question. But if that's decent, I hope that's okay. Right, it's not like a pair of shoes. Yeah, sensitivity is not something you're born with. It does, thanks. Perfect. Okay, chat. I'm glad that was helpful. To avoid burnout and still allow myself hard grinds, I decided on having 1 week cycles. Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of it depends on the person as well. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. There's a little bit of a faster ass spiral. Breezed through that one. Easiest ever. History of the game. Yeah, I think ramping up is something that's worth considering. Like I'm just not going to have the ego to tell you that like, oh, the way I do things is the best way to do things. I can tell you in my experience it works, but also my experience is such a micro percentage of the amount of players that have actually improved through the game. And so it's like, in my 0.0001% experience of like coaching the game compared to everybody else who's improved, this is what I've learned. However, you know, yeah. I'm more qualified than the other 0.01%, but I'm still only 0.01%. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the best way of putting it. Thanks for answering your question. Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry. It's questions like that. It's just like, it's like questions of like, how do I get better at Overwatch, or how do I get over tilt? There's just like, there isn't a really good answer. I can just hopefully, helpfully, and not hurtfully point you in a productive direction, and then just encourage you to do the best you absolutely can. But yeah, it's not easy. Like that if we had the answer to questions like that, then we'd have we'd have a good time. I'd be able to say, guys, just turn the switch in the back of your head, and you'll not be tilted anymore, right? You'll just be able to play through really bad metas. But yeah, I coach people through goats, and at a certain point in time, I was just like, yeah, I'm sorry, mate. Either you're gonna find a way to enjoy Brig as a DPS player, or you're gonna quit the game. And I'm not gonna think the less of you for it. But yeah, that's always a tricky thing. It's always a tricky thing. Okay, chat. We are going to raid Mind of G. Looks entertaining enough. Did you go over the patch notes? I did. You'll have to check it out off stream. Magical harpsichord. I go on. Okay, this Saturday, I'll see you guys again. Loves and kisses. Kissy, kissy, kissy. Tell Mind of G I said hello. I'll see you guys this Saturday. We've only got 2 more streams until Christmas break. Loves and kisses. Jump in the raid. You're very welcome. Hello, then. Nice stream. Thank you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh!